I think the mics are right there. And we can see them.
Just gotta speak up though.
Okay.
Can you hear everybody, Jared?
Yep.
Okay, Thursday, April 17, 2025, board retreat meeting. 1, routine matters. A, call meeting to order and verify quorum present through roll call. Board member Aspis, here. Board member Wells,
Present.
board member Montoya,
Present.
board member So, and I'm present. So we have a quorum, and it is 10:18 a.m. Be welcome and prayer. Do we have any volunteers to do a prayer? Superintendent, can you do a prayer?
Everybody back in there, please.
Heavenly Father, we ask you to just watch over this group today. We thank you for the chance to meet. We ask that everybody keep in mind the most important thing as the students of Central Consolidated, as we have discussions today that will affect the district in the future. We ask that everyone gets safe travels to and from the meeting. Just bless our time together as soon as we ask in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Two reports. We will start with B. Background and discussions on district challenges and priorities by Ms. Chappelle. So if you could read that as starting off, and then we'll circle back. So Ms. Chappelle, on your places.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So well, three period. Wanted to make
What we want to do is to take a look at what our historic district challenges have been, and then also kind of moved from historic to now, so we can kind of fine tune it. And so that's what I'm trying to do, so that as you talk about them, I'm gonna put them up so that you all can see them as we go. So to start us off, you know, there's a couple that we've talked about over the years. One is that we have 3 distinct geographic communities. One is a little bit urban, which would be obviously Kirtland, less urban Shiprock, and then pretty remote Newcomb, Nashchitty, and Oho. And so one of the benefits of being able to have all of those geographic communities in one consolidated district is we have economies of scale from an administrative standpoint, right? So we can share those costs with much smaller, less densely populated communities, so that's a benefit. Then there are challenges associated with that. And so, you know, we can talk through those. Another one we've talked about quite a bit is that most of our district is on Navajo Nation reservation, and so that comes with a couple challenges. One is our students and our communities on Navajo Nation reservation don't have the same type of municipal amenities that municipal kiddos do. So let's take Albuquerque or Farmington, Aztec, Bloomfield. There are lots of wraparound services in those communities that our kids and families, or that kids and families can avail themselves of, that our kids don't have. So we kind of become, as we've talked about in the past, a hub for communities because they don't have the municipal services. And so unfortunately what that means, unfortunately what that means is our communities then look to us to help with those wraparound services. So that puts more challenges on school districts like ours than, say, an urban school district. Does that make sense so far? And then the other really big one that we've talked about quite a bit is the tax side of it. And because we are about 98+% on Navajo Nation, that means we have less than 2% taxable property. And so that, just to kind of kick us off, those are the big 3 just off the bat that we've started talking about. And then obviously the 4th is that we're also looking at right sizing, and thankful for the work that Mr. Sakina has done to really move us forward in looking at that. But just overview, 30,000 foot to kick off the conversation. And what I'm going to do as you guys are talking is put all of this down in a document so that we can have it going forward as part of the discussion. Do you want to take one of those and start talking about it, or?
Okay, we can. I know the big issue that we had come up with was in terms of school. There's a rising cost with our decreasing enrollment in each of our schools, and everything seems to be costing more. So and then funding. It's not as reliable right now as in the past years. So I think some of the issues that Dominic had brought up is making sure that each of our schools are properly staffed and or they have good staffing, I guess the ratio. Right sizing. Yeah. That's a better, yeah. Right sizing in our district. And before the meeting started, we were reminded of the 4% unfunded or unfunded mandate from the state that will be impacting school districts too. So I think for what my concern would be making sure that our students continue to receive good education, and then just having that right sizing of the school district. Because our school district, again, is very unique because we're very rural. Most of the majority of the school district is on the Navajo Nation, and it's pretty rural. And we have special challenges out there with transportation, and a lot of the absenteeism is because of the weather or because of the circumstances that are related to the family. So some of those challenges that the school district has. And we have a decrease. I think another challenge was the projection of birth rate in this area or across the nation. It's going down, and trying to keep what we have steady, but we are experiencing, I think we've lost 900 students in the last 5 years. Is that fair to say?
A little more.
5, 6 years? 2,000?
Less. It's a little more than 5 though, I think, right? Yeah.
In the last 5 years, right?
Yes.
So, so we really do have some challenges in the school district that we have to meet, and a lot does tailor. It is really specific around funding sources, and then with increased costs of everything. So those are some of the challenges. Are there other challenges that I kind of just did a whole overview of some of the things that I'm leaving out? Anybody?
I think that everything's really tied to that funding source and the reduction of. That has to do with the revenue coming in. Certainly the much less revenue coming into the district directly impacts anything that we do. Just like any other business. Loss of revenue means loss of capital. Loss of capital means less investment. Less money we have to provide opportunity. That's really where the challenges are. And again, even when it comes to facilities, providing upgrades, construction, remodeling, all those things are impacted by that.
I agree with Mr. Montoya on that. Then our district being so large and so spread out, there's challenges that come with that as well. Not only are we rural, but we have 16 schools within all the support facilities spread out throughout the south and here at Kirtland and in Shiprock. So that brings on lots of challenges, which ties back into your transportation and the construction and even placing our maintenance teams and be strategic about where we inventory our parts and how we keep stuff on hand to be able to service such a large area.
So with this discussion, what are you aiming for?
I think we, just to give the historical overview and some of the challenge that we have to consider when we're in, not only for strategic planning, but for the reorganization, so that we get everything, that we try to make plans that will help mitigate some of the, I guess, the stressors in terms of what is in our control. So
as far as the reorganization, is that the consolidation of and closing some schools? Is that still in the works, or is that are we discussing this to where we can prevent that?
probably both. if it's feasible, if there's ways that we can save programs, that we can keep schools from closing. But that's a great point, because we have to, if we decide that we have to, we have to close the school, then we have to work with Navajo Nation. I think it takes a year. We have to give notification, and there's certain steps that we would have to go through. So all that is on the table right now.
So with Navajo Nation, if it takes a year, I'm sure then that means 2 or 3. Had they ever said, no, you're not gonna do it?
I'm not certain.
I can chime in.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I don't know about the Navajo Nation, but I know that the 1-year reporting requirements is with the PED. So it's with the New Mexico Public Education Department that we can't just close the school tomorrow. There are certain criteria that have to be met. They have to be aligned with those decisions, and they require at least a year for the notification for us to work out the logistics of how transportation of those students will alter, that we address the transition, what that looks like. So I'm not sure, again, I don't know about the Navajo Nation, and maybe the board's attorney can speak to that, but with the PED specifically, they have to agree with the closure of the school. So they're not going to let us close the school if they also believe that it's necessary. They definitely will support us if it makes sense based on the numbers to merge schools and maybe close another school. But again, what I know of why it takes a year is because of the PED's requirements for planning purposes.
So part of the PEDS requirements and statute is that if a closure is in a community that has Native American students, you also have to have tribal consultation with that tribe. And so that's where that piece comes in. And the tribe needs to be okay with that decision. So that's part of PEDS factoring also. And what PEDS looking at, to Mr. Satanya's point, is whether or not from a economic standpoint, closure makes sense, from a scholastic academic standpoint, it makes sense, and from a community standpoint, so that it meets those overarching goals of obviously putting our kids and our communities first.
And I can add one additional point, is that with regards to federal impact aid, we are also to be engaging the tribal council on. So again, through proxy, right, that if we were to close a school, that would obviously have an impact on how we are spending our impact aid, which would involve the tribal council as well.
So in respect to that, just as an example, when you look at Shiprock, and this was brought up before about efficient use of the facilities, that each of the elementary schools in Shiprock are at approximately 50% utilization, which to maintain operation of those units does not make any sense economically for the school district, especially when you're talking about utilities and use of square footage. So certainly the consolidation of 2 of the schools, one on the south side of the river, one on the north side, because there's 2 schools on the south side, one of those schools is going to have to be closed in order to get even close to maximum use of the facility, which probably wouldn't even be achieved with the numbers that we have, because all 3 are under, I believe, 225 or close to it, if I'm not mistaken. So you split one of the elementaries, 110 and 110, and then you're still at 75% utilization of space. But then you eliminate one whole unit, which would save the district obviously a certain percentage of money in operational costs and servicing and those types of things. And then the school district could consider at that point in time on what to do with that additional space that they have, either through leases or other options from within the community. So looking at it from that, again, the loss of revenue generated by students and loss of student count it kind of puts us in that position to have to look at that. Because I don't think the Navajo Nation, the tribe, can say, no, you must operate at a 60% loss on student count, because it's not going to make sense. And I believe the PED would agree with that circumstance of saying that in order to be more functionally efficient, that it makes pragmatic sense to combine and do away with one of the schools. Because again, you're still well under maximum capacity.
Yeah, and then it would give us the option to be able to repurpose those buildings if necessary.
Mr. Montoya, you're talking about elementary schools, the 2 elementary schools are south of that. Okay.
So it would be,
probably be good to get those forms, if there's forms, and kind of be a little bit ahead and knowing what questions or what information that they're gonna need. To me, I think it's kind of crazy that all along we've been saying what the impacts were gonna be, and Ped wasn't listening.
Nobody cared, nobody cared, nobody listened. That's not just Pitt, it's the whole stinking state.
I think we probably, what I think we would be doing for, if the decision, we do go that route, then, you know, those public hearings or public sessions that we've had, we'll probably have to have some public hearings here and there, because these are really gonna be impactful to our community.
Yeah, the family, the one you renamed from the stakeholders.
Community stakeholder
Community.
Yeah, that, I didn't get there until a little later, but, I was just telling Steve, and I guess Steve did, go over the fact that what the district's facing, and, due to the closure, and I think we need to keep on that. We need to keep saying, so that people are not surprised when it finally comes down to, we're gonna have to do this.
On the checklist, that's a great idea. We have gone over that in the past, but what I would recommend is that at the end of the day, when we're going through strategic plan and priorities, that I pull that up so you guys can have it when you're formulating those ideas.
Yeah.
I made a note of it.
And I think it's really important for us to understand the challenges when we're doing the strategic plan, because the strategic plan is gonna be for about 5 years. So the projection from now till from now that we're thinking about all these things, what's that gonna look like? It's gonna be vastly different from how the school district has functioned in the past. And these were just some of the challenges that we have, and that's without the federal piece coming into play too. So just so that they're, in terms of transparency, having that high level discussion about what's really like right now impacting us, and then the potential impacts. Yes.
In light of that, in light of the fact that it's going to take a year, as Mr. Satania said, I suggest that we begin that now. Now, not, well, let's think about it. If something comes up that we don't have to, great. But let's not procrastinate so that when that time comes, we're behind.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Go ahead.
Certainly, someone's point the other night, I want to be Debbie Downer, but the reality is that the only thing that's going to change the circumstance within Shiprock is a massive economic development. That's really the only thing. And there's nothing on the horizon. Yeah, granted, there's some construction projects that are occurring and will continue to occur, but it's not going to be enough to keep. And when I say that, you're looking at a wage scale, that's $20 plus an hour to keep people within the community. But even then, we all know the reality is that there's families who are transporting their students up into Farmington because that's where they work. And when you do that, the only way to change that again is to change the circumstance of the economic standing within the community to have jobs and wages that keep them in that community, to keep their students there. So really, as much as we can champion for with the Navajo Nation and or the federal government, that prospect is pretty far away, if even a remote opportunity to do that. So the reality is, to Ms. Aspas's point, we need to get our ducks in a row and know that that's going to have to happen at this point in time. And the thing is not necessarily getting rid of or selling one of the schools, but certainly having it just in case circumstances do change, that we can revert back to that. But you're talking a massive shift of people back into the community. Because again, most of those schools, if I'm not mistaken, Superintendent, they're 450 to 500 capacity, and we're at half that. So you're talking a lot of families have to stay or come into the community in order to bolster the student count back up again. And I've said this from the very beginning about how we have to, as an organization, consider what are we doing to keep those families there, and that's an improvement in the education in and of itself. Now, I know that one of the things that was brought up in the school board meeting the other night, and I pulled it up on the U.S. News report on educational institutions across the country, that Eva B stood out within CCSD as one of the better elementary schools. But again, we need to get all of them that way and push their standing up even higher to keep people in there. It's a business decision. It's really what it comes to. And how do we do that? How do we attend to that? We have to improve the education within the communities to keep and to give our customers, our shareholders, justifiable reason to keep their kids there.
And then I think we have to, as we're thinking, having these conversations, we do have to look at what's working really well in our school district, like Bond Wilson. Can we emulate that in different areas of the school district? Because that's where a lot of our students want to go to. And that's one of the reasons why our students are leaving our area to be in dorms in Aztec, so that they have those opportunities. So something it's really good to have these conversations so we can start thinking about how we can take these things that are very difficult making these difficult decisions, but using them also as opportunities to think outside the box, to create or emulate programs that are already working within the school district, or what we see in Farmington area or in Albuquerque area that we can emulate and bring to our school district, so that we have those options too. So I like that.
I certainly think too that the other night that young lady spoke very clearly and succinctly to some of the problems that we face as an educational institution, and shifting that paradigm of engagement, as the superintendent has talked about, to where the educator in that classroom becomes an educational facilitator rather than standing up from that classroom and hoping that instruction that they're providing is absorbed, rather than using themselves as a facilitator of that education. Correct, Superintendent?
Yep.
Because that's huge. And then we obviously heard of that firsthand from a young lady who expressed that to us. And one of the things I want to last say is that I was approached by a constituent yesterday, in fact, at one of the local gas stations, that told me that they had an applicant come in and could not operate a very simple cashier system. And the skills that they lacked, she said it was very hard for her to have to sit and listen to this individual and to see that some of these kids are facing these challenges. And that obviously, as a small business, what they're faced with. And that's not all. And I told her, I said, we had some very fine young individuals, but when you have people coming into entry-level jobs that lack the necessary skills, simple skills, people call it soft skills, you don't even have that, and it's a challenge as employers, she said, to find people that are capable. And that's not, what was expressed was, it's not people from Farmington coming down here, it's basically from the reservation this way in the Kirtland, where you have that pool of prospects of employees that they have to choose from. And it's hard to find kids that are job ready, really with basic skills.
Yeah. And I think, even knowing that, looking for opportunities, like I had said with Vaughn Wilson, how can we create programs that would support that? Because a lot of our students, they're not going to go to college. They want to get CTE. So how do we refine that even at the middle schools? If we're consolidating elementary schools, how can we support that in our middle schoolers and then transitioning to high school? I mean, there's so much opportunity. I know there's a lot of challenges that we're experiencing, but there are also opportunities that we can refine things to work on soft skills and integrate that into our school district.
I'm glad you said that going sooner than later, because one of the sessions that I attended, they've done studies to show that a child by the age of 7 years old, if they have no sort of grounding or guidance, their employment opportunities diminish. 7 years old.
Wow.
So, we talk about high school and then junior high, and really it's starting in elementary schools on that development. And it's not a matter of conditioning for certain institutions, employment institutions, but just creating that opportunity sooner than later. So I was really taken back by how early that diminishing of opportunity starts. 7 years old.
That would be really interesting to look at and then see what other school districts are doing to help with that. But I think we could really develop some things in our school district to help support some of these things, even when we're at that precipice of having to make these difficult decisions. Are there any other challenges that we're overlooking that we need to consider when we're thinking about how the next 5 years?
What about any ideas on upping the birth rate?
I'm done.
Yes.
I think some that I'd like to recommend. First one, Chappelle, if you could scroll up really quick.
Yes, let me just write this.
Because there's one that was mentioned on there. So if you look at our attendance rates, our attendance rates are in the
Where do you want me to go?
a little bit higher. It kind of parallels or it emphasizes lack of wraparound services. So the location and the geographic size of our district, like if you look at our attendance rates, once hog back in this way, like there's a lot of services that are provided to our kids, like for example, when our schools on this side in Kirtland area, and even Ojo, when they reach out to CYFD, they get a response. However, if we go to Shiprock and then down south, Navajo Nation CYFD says, stop reporting these to us. They don't have enough staff. So we've really been working with like Desert View and some of these other mental health organizations to provide support for our students to the west and to the south of our district. So that's one right there, is just based on the geographic enormity of our district and I guess, 90, as I guess it was 90, almost 94 or 95% of our district on the Navajo Nation. We're just not getting that support from that side to make sure that our students are supported. Not just also mental health, but like if you think about, response times for police. I know we have MOUs in place with them, but I was at Noshidi and we had a lady that drove over the curb and she was intoxicated, but it took us an hour and 15 minutes for police to show up, to take her, I guess to detox or whatever they do. But that response time. So then, just because of the size of our district, that's one that I wanted to add. Go ahead.
Question. Is CYFD saying they can't help support us on that?
Well, they're just saying that they're so backed up. There's
stateside.
The state side is, on this side, they're going out and they're visiting families. Not on the Navajo Nation. So Navajo Nation
Those are
CYFD.
citizens of the state of New Mexico.
Right, but whenever we call on that side, Navajo Nation CYFD picks up. Will pick up.
We might want to check on maybe how to work with the state a little bit better because those are New Mexico kids.
They've never serviced those kids.
Yeah, they in fact once if they're on this side of the river, they'll go and support them. They'll go and check in with them. And I think unless if they're like getting services through JPO, but actually even on that side, they're referring them to Navajo Nation JPO.
How do I make this now?
But whenever Shiprock sends a referral, they get a notice saying we have so many. Like there's just so many referrals that they're backlogged. In fact, I think they're about 2 years out. There are just so many cases that they're following up on that the priority isn't necessarily attendance, but a lot of these issues like child abuse, things like that, neglect, things like that. Okay, and then another one I wanted to add is academics, like performance. Mm-hmm. Right, I think that's something that we really need to consider. Yes, we move schools off of school designations, but I think we really need to align our funds to support like intervention, like multi-layer support system, our intervention systems within the schools. For example, Kirtland High has they call it SIT teams.
Would this be under the last one?
Could be.
It could be, yeah, because we're really trying to align our funds, but I think.
How do you want me to draft? Right.
Well, it could just be performance, student performance, right? And if you look at our areas up there, are really focusing on where we want our kids. This kind of aligns with Mr. Montoya's comment about our kids. Like we want them to leave our district workforce ready, right? We want them to have those skills. One, just to be able to count back money, or customer service, the soft skills or 21st century skills. Those skills, we really need to make sure that we are doing that. Like if you look at our graduate profile, that's what the community, parents and students were saying that they wanted more of. So just making sure that we have that support for kids and making it, because all of us, right, we're all here to make sure that these kids are leaving our schools with those skills. For example, I know Mr. Carlson is really pushing to reinvigorate the AP program because we're losing kids to the college high school. Well, we've really been working on that the last couple of years, making sure that our college and career readiness counselors and our AP teachers have the proper support so that they can take kids to that next level. That's part of the emphasis for the gifted and talented education program, but just putting that, as a necessary component of where we want to be in 5 years. For example.
Question on student. I know that we sometimes use the word tracking. We want to be able to track their progress better, but tracking also has a bad connotation. Can you help me with a better word?
Next step plans. That's kind of what we follow is our next step plans. It's not necessarily tracking kids, but it's knowing where kids are. I guess it is tracking. But there's a negative connotation with tracking.
We talked about the counseling model. with-
Individualized, personalized
Okay,
education,
there we go.
right? Paths. Oh, actually, they're called pathways. Making sure a kid is aligned to pathways.
Personalized
Personalized,
educational pathways?
yeah.
Yeah, but pathways is the best.
Yeah, but that's essentially what it is, because if you think about what Mr. Montoya was talking about, like if our kids are in these pathways, or the correct pathways, then those outcomes that we want will be there. Yeah, but just making sure our funding is aligned to our students. For example, we've been really working on House Bill 2. I know the PED was wanting like reading interventionists, and well, there's funding, but we need to make sure that, you know, whenever our community says, well, why are we doing this? Well, because House Bill 2 says that, you know, and by the way, like, you know, math rates are low across the district, across the state, but that's why they wanted to make a commitment to having those math interventionists. In fact, this year, we are writing it into our grants, and then we just got an email a week ago that the state is gonna have funding for math interventionists. But the thing that gives us backup, as opposed to, oh, here's what we wanna do, kind of pilot it.
So House Bill 2 actually, and we're gonna talk about this later, but House Bill 2 has significant amount of money to create a statewide student database. And it goes back to the conversation we've had too about making sure that I don't like the word tracking, but making sure that we are.
Use chipped.
Yeah.
Chip, like microchip.
Because if we can't figure out what programs are helping our kids, we don't have the data to do that, then we're just kind of shooting in the dark. So we need to come up with a good phrase for that.
I think also on that, in terms of that, I'm glad that we're assessing all our students for the gifted also, and we need to be able to support that, because I know that some of our parents from the Shiprock area have taken their students to Navajo Prep because they offer IB.
Yeah.
So, I mean, having those opportunities, be able to build those programs within the school district to support those, to allow our students to be able to take part in those, not just AP dual enrollment, but
Right.
also with IB, if we can get a program.
What does IB stand for?
International Baccalaureate Program.
It's a lot of writing.
Yeah, because, you know, like I had used myself as an example. We moved from one school district to another so that my sons could be in those programs. And I know that other parents are doing the same thing, just like with athletics, our athletic programs. I mean, what do we have within our control that we can improve on or create that will allow us more flexibility to engage all our students. Go ahead.
That's what I thinking about the last conference we had with New Mexico School Board. That presenter, the one with the drums. I don't know if you guys remember that. He had Pauline up there doing the drums, and he was playing the guitar. And what he talked about, I think, and just a little about what you're saying, what's in our area, what can we do? And I see like there's a lot of opportunities, just like our Kirtland games, our basketball games. We probably have a student that has been wanting to do the announcement and announce the games, or or even just players or whatever. And I think we're missing opportunities like that with what we can do in our schools, and then I mean BPA, through he was able to do this. And that the guy that gave that presentation, he talked about how he he got the links and was able to share with other students on how to publish their poems or whatever book writing they were doing, but it was just giving them the tools, and they ran with it. So I think in that way we are getting them ready, and instead of waiting, because it seems like no matter what, we don't know. Before I had hopes in the 5-year plan method that that they want us to use, but anymore that's out the window for our district.
So-
Something to it.
Go.
No, go ahead.
All right. So what I'm gonna in this one session, it's called Building Durable Skills, and I found it really interesting. And it says life. It was entitled. The session was called "Life Ready Students: Building Durable Skills for an AI-Driven Future." And what it talks about, it breaks down durable skills and effectively using meaningful outcomes. And it says how you manage your resources, how you conduct yourself, how you interact with others, and how you handle challenges. So that's what that kind of focuses on. And the reason you do that is it drives career readiness, it drives student attainment, and it informs early career decisions. And that's what I was talking about in respects to post-secondary and possibilities. And the Office of Educational something research, again, it's stated by age 7, children are facing limits on their future aspirations in work. So that program, it focuses on developing durable skills, kind of like what I was saying about that small business and their employee prospects not having any skills. And again, some people call them soft skills, but it's not really the soft skills in and of itself, but it's being able to help students create and develop within themselves the ability to be productive in whatever area, whether it's post-secondary education, whether it's just employment or whatever it may be. I'm going to forward the information to the superintendent so he can reach out to this individual. He's originally from London, so doctor. Just a lot of information, and I believe there's grant money tied to it too as well out of Massachusetts to help develop these programs. And again, it's not something just to throw at the wall, but something that's tangible and can really help what we're talking about here in preparing our students for whatever second step they decide to take.
And we do have, we have to look at the industries that are around us too. Like I know with the power plant, how can we bring people or programs from those industries into our school district too? I think when you make those corporations or companies not just keep them at the periphery as we have in the past, just generating revenue, but I think we have to make them also invest in our students through programs. Maybe with NAPI we bring in, develop a program to do internships or something to make them a part of the CCSD community, because I think it's always just been, because then there's an investment that they have to our district. It's not just that that they have to pay taxes to our school district, but it's actual, they have a stake in the game too.
There was another session that I attended that is talking exactly what you're talking about. It's down in Phoenix on the west side. There's a huge development going on that's directly impacting the school district. And they are building those partnerships with those businesses to allow their students to work with them. They've set aside property within the confines of their district, and because they're not using 100% of their facilities, They're using, I don't know, I don't want to say that they're portables, but something similar to it. And these businesses come in, they get vetted, absolutely vetted, to the standards of this district and the state. And then they allow the students to work with them and develop the skills that necessitate, again, as I've said, going back to Ms. Aspis and that Res Economic Development conference that we went to, that symbiotic relationship between education and business, and business and education, they're relying upon each other. And for the limited resources in economic development that we have to certainly find those avenues that would help build those partnerships with our schools.
Because we even have back shifts. I mean, I know in other, like with Fry's, they have a management program. So our students, I mean, I don't know if that's ever been broached, to have our students be able to go in there and start training so that they can aspire to be managers, to run their, to get those skills so that they can not have to come in at entry level, but to develop their skills while they're in high school or through our career technical programs to be able to step in at a higher level. That we're investing in their future as well as in our community in that sense. So, I mean, just things that we can start thinking about in terms of developing programs. And what Mr. Deswood had mentioned with assessments. I mean, yes, our kids have to go through and they have to do certain things, but we can teach those things in other ways where they're more engaging, where you're actually you're in the community, learning those skills rather than just sitting in the classroom, making the community our classroom instead of just doing the book notes type of thing. So it's really trying to get the community involved in all our students.
You know, I don't remember where I read, but today's youth, I guess if you want to call them youth, they're the ones that more and more they tend to create businesses for themselves. Today's youth. But the I guess the caveat to that is that they compared them to like back in Andy Griffin days, you know, where that youth, it was, you know, simple work, you know, like bucking hay or yard work, or for the girls, child care, daycare,
Sewing.
yeah, things like that. And it was, the longevity was, it was better, but today's youth, they quickly have a business, but it doesn't stay the same because I guess they're more prone to like this quick rich scheme. And whereas the old, you know, back in the day, you know, they know that they learn these foundations and they grow from it.
I know, like TikTokers, how I'm trying to generate revenue from there. Influencers to become influencers, and I think, and then maybe that's the data we need to look at, is what was mentioned, the graduate profile. What was it that our parents were wanting for our students, and what were our students wanting? What do our students really want from the little ones too? It's not just the typical, I want to be a police officer, I want to be a teacher, I want to be a doctor anymore. There's so many other things, and maybe that's where we really need to start looking at our programs and how we're engaging our students and giving them those options. But
The really great thing is that this conversation mirrors what came out in graduate profile. So everything you guys have been saying, like CTE, dual credit, the ability to personalized education pathways, interventions, but also the career readiness, all of that, entrepreneurial skill development, AI technological skill development, all of that came out in both sets of analysis on graduate profile, the most updated and the original.
What caught my attention too is when we were having the meetings on the equity and all that, and when it was brought up about how much the homelessness and not knowing what these kids face outside of the school, and that really the school setting is the most normal stuff they have, and so not knowing what type of, they may be looking like, I definitely don't want to do what I see, like they want to break whatever
Cycle breaker.
a cycle breaker, and how do we get them to think outside of whatever it is that they're exposed to, and breaking them, everybody has an idea of what it's like out here, but this is home, this is being from here, you want to break those stereotypes and stuff like that, and just listening to what the numbers showing about what these kids are faced, it really, really shines a light on you saying like what's going to keep them here or make them want to drive and stay into a business or go into oil and gas, or look at the industries around, or go into technology, or you drive through Shiprock and you see that vacant lube and tune store like that. That's a prime place to start a business. To give them that incentive, to give them that drive if they don't have that at home. At home, we gotta be the role model. We gotta show them that drive.
So, if I might add to that, and Ms. Aspis has said it before about when I use this analogy, and they talk about it takes a village. In our case, quite frankly, it's going to take the school district to do that. Because when you look at Newcomb, there's nothing else. So, to me, it's incumbent upon the school district to take that initiative and responsibility to do that, developing entrepreneurs and programs. There's enough out there to do it, but again, and it's whether it's taking the Navajo Nation by the hand and leading them, with all due respect to them, because it's certainly not happening. You look at Shiprock, even just the housing that we built in that short amount of time, and any of the other construction projects that will be coming, again, we have to take the lead on that. And the board in and of itself, along with the administration, have to be the leaders within the communities to be able to set that tone to do it.
To be able to expose them,
not going to happen.
Expose them to it, show them that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Success breeds success.
And go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I don't want to, I want to preface this by, I want to stay in my wheelhouse, but everything is so connected to money. And I have a passion for public education and schools and education. I mean, my parents were teachers, my dad was an athletic director, they're coaches, my mom still referees volleyball. They've been, public servants for over 50 years. And my sister, full disclosure, is the principal at OHO. So I come from a family of educators and athletes, and I think I don't want to be the Debbie Downer. I don't think there's doom and gloom here. I think that we know what we have, we know what students that we have, we know what their needs are, and it really is just about becoming more targeted with how we're spending our money. And we can accomplish amazing things over the next couple of years if we have a strategic plan that captures this and really directs the superintendent and our team to what is it that we want to prioritize and hone in on. And I have a couple thoughts because I'm getting more familiar with the school and the challenges, and I've been in conversations with the superintendent and also Mr. Deswood and other departments. But I look out here on these test scores on reading and math. And I just had a meeting with Mr. Deswood this morning about, when I first came in the first month, we knew that there was not money for reading specialists. because they were associated with ESSER money, and ESSER money is COVID money that the cutoff for spending that was on March 28th. The federal government put a cut. So, but the thing is, we've had as we begin to manage our finances better, we see windows of opportunity. For example, our mill rate, there is the possibility that might allow us to negotiate different with the PSFA to access over $700 million that would support our projects and require less of our funds. Well, what do we want to do with those funds? Well, right now, are those reading scores, are those math scores important to us? Absolutely. I truly believe that is the intention of impact aid, to bridge those gaps in this special and unique community. And that we should be, even though we're addressing capacities within our schools, which makes sense, that we're also targeting the resources that our students actually need with what we see based on the data. So we're looking to support reading specialists that only do that, not using any other way. And I'm working with Mr. Deswood to support him and his team to first approach grants and then bring those positions back into play, because I believe that's important, and we really want to understand that that's important for you as well. The second thing is regarding athletics. Coming from an athletic family, I ran track, for UNM. My brother is an internationally recognized coach for track and field, and I know how important a sports program is to a school. And I also have heard in my conversations around the community that, we're losing students because of our sports programs. And one of the things that I've spoken with the superintendent about was initially being exposed to the challenges we face with the financial secretaries at each school and making sure that we're integrity. But one of the things that drove up was, the challenges we have in our athletic programs and making sure that they're supported. And one of the questions that I had was, we're spreading our resources thin, and I think that you pointed to that, President Haskey, which is how can we potentially support our athletics programs to create efficiencies or build those programs out, capitalize on what we have. And one of the things that the superintendent knows that I'm about to share with you is proposing the idea of having, with our funds, supporting an autonomous athletic director at each high school that would be responsible for building out the program from middle school and high school. In my conversations with principals, we've heard challenges between athletic coordinators between the middle school and high school not being aligned. And ultimately, there's a breakdown where we start to become the farm team for schools in Farmington. And that's coming from an athletic background. If we're using our resources efficiently, to me, I saw that as being important, that if we need to switch how we're organizing updating our org chart to support and building those programs, that would help us retain children playing sports in our school district.
Can you repeat that idea you had about the athletics so I can put it down?
Yeah, having an autonomous athletic coordinator or some type of position that their focus is strictly on the logistics of building out the program from middle school to high school. And not spreading our athletic coordinators, as they're called right now. They're paid with a stipend, but they're also teachers. They're trying to manage an entire athletics department. They're trying to work with athletic secretaries. And what I've seen is that those individuals are spread thin, trying to do what they need to do in the classroom, but also being interrupted by financial secretaries and others. That, I don't believe, is a recipe for success. So if we're looking at areas of where we need to target and how I can help us spend funds to create sustainability in our district, those are some of the things that I would like to offer and bring to the table.
So if I may, And this kind of ties back to what Ms. Osler said very early in our conversations months ago about trying to minimize the impact closest to the students.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're talking about, the two things in particular. I know when we had the district-wide athletic coordinator, my response was we need to have those at each school, junior high and high school, to your point. And then the reading interventionists, I don't like the idea of coaches, a district coach reading or math. I would prefer to see if you have an interventionist, the interventionist works directly with the kids and not an adult working with the other adults. Because again, that's closest to the kids and directly impacting them. Again, to Ms. Asmus's point, if we can funnel our funds and resources to those things, I think we can be more effective because I keep harping on foundational skills, reading and math. That's where we need to focus on, especially in the early grades, whether it be kindergarten, first, second, and third. They have to be reading by the time they come out of third grade. They have to. Statistics show that if they're not, then there's that pipeline to prison. The statistics are against these kids in respects to success. I was fortunate to sit at the Governor's Roundtable years ago with a bunch of people from around the state of New Mexico about education about that specifically. And I know the public sentiment is holding a child back going into fourth grade. The societal pressures. Well, what's the pressure of not helping them succeed? What's the alternative? Say, poverty, prison. So those are the types of things, and again, what you've talked about are those things, as Ms. Apps said, that are closest to the kids that are going to have the greatest impact. So I'm in favor of that. Again, interventionists over coaches. You can have those in the buildings. They can work directly with the teacher and the students, pulling them out, doing that intervention. I've talked about how some of these classes have a high number of kids with IEPs. How does that help the general ed population? How does that help the kids with IEPs? And certainly how does that affect the teacher? And at one point, does that classroom become a special education classroom with a high number? So again, that's where those interventionists need to be focused on and helping these teachers with these kids specifically to help move them along. And the reality is some of them, what they just need are life skills. That's the reality. But then I believe that some of these kids have been mislabeled. And that, again, the word that I use is the attentive human being, which is an educator in that classroom, facilitates that education to work with these kids and pull out of them that ability. Rather than standing in front of the classroom as it was years ago and just dictate to them and hoping they absorb it. You have to facilitate with these kids and work with them. And there's a myriad of ways of doing that. Peer-to-peer grouping, mixed grouping, those types of things that we need to look at. Looping works very well when it's done. I pointed out to a former superintendent who said, I didn't like that. And I said, why? Because what if you get a bad teacher? And I pointed directly at him and said, it's your job to make sure you have no bad teachers. So there's a lot that can be done. There's a lot that we need to consider. And I think certainly all options are on the table. But it's not a matter of just throwing up whatever sticks, because there is no magic elixir to that. But to your point of what you're saying about being specifically focused on these certain areas would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Just to follow up,
Go ahead.
I'm familiar with those troubling statistics if kids aren't able to read by third grade, the impact that has on their ability later in life. The statistics are clear. Mr. Deswood can speak to the plans of how reading specialists and math specialists are used. I think this district has been pulling kids out of the classroom. Great. From my perspective in the finance department, is that yes, we're right-sizing our classrooms, and that's important for us to better use our funds so that we can target them in the areas that are important and that everything that's being discussed today. That might include creating new positions or holding certain positions. or retaining certain schools. For example, Newcomb, the numbers might not support a school, you still need a school. That might be a different situation for Shiprock or Kirtland, but that from working with the superintendent, my goal is that we are saving our impact aid to redirect that to focused areas versus just using that to cover our general operations and on an ad hoc basis because we have the money. But let's shore up our operations and any money that we have left over that we can support what you decide is important as a part of your strategic plan and provides us the direction that we need.
Okay. Yeah, and I think with Mr. Montoya's point, we also have to remember our teachers are already overwhelmed with a lot of things, and if we're adding, we continue to add different things to their plate, then we have teacher burnout. We have, situations that have been coming up that you see on social media with our teachers, with our staff members, because everybody copes with stress in different ways, and it comes out, unfortunately, not in the best ways. And so when we're making these decisions, I think we have to be really cognizant of some of the issues that we don't want. We want to support everybody and support them best we can, but we should be mindful of some of those things, putting too much on people's plates. What you had said in regards to our coaches. So just a thought of the things also that we have to keep in mind, having that happy balance, but also providing the supports, the professional development and everything else.
And, the fact that you brought up the, I guess going back to what we used to have, an athletic director over the whole district's athletic directors. We chose not to do that again, and mainly because of cost. And the intent for that position, or for that person, was only to make sure that our mascots were right, and the image, and then the colors, because like for Shiprock, instead of maroon, turquoise, we were getting like brick red, cardinal red, so that was his job, to make sure those were back in place, and then inventory the rotation of uniforms. So after that was done, there was really no need. I felt as a board member, and apparently the other four did too, but and then now, now that we're in this situation, really trying not to make new positions, and then, as we talked about, that there's a lot of things that are being mandated, unfunded. We're going to be sitting here soon trying to explain why, a 4%. Then yet we're having these other things. We're trying to be cautious, in our spending, and but it seems like it just once we try to fix something, then something else comes up, and so I don't know.
I got a question for the superintendent.
Sir?
Can that be done, what he's talking about with the coordinators in the buildings with the current FTEs without having to establish new FTEs or new money for those positions? And shift those FTEs into the buildings again closest to where the students are?
Perhaps, but it would be difficult to truly do that with what we're already doing with cuts. And I don't know how much. I can give you an example, like here in Kirtland, I don't know if I should or not, publicly.
If it impacts personnel, potential individual personnel folks, we should know.
Okay. This actually goes through all the different buildings. We now have somebody doing athletics who has other duties, obviously. So those other duties would have to be picked up. And I can't be real specific. They're very different in each area, actually. And like the case of Kirtland, you have to have the duties that person has, which is actually teaching a certain class. So I think that it's similar in the other regions as well. But I think Mr. Satani's point is a good one. Obviously, if we had someone who's devoted to athletics, let's say that person through whatever means, go ahead and broadcast anything for keeping kids in the district and had the ability to actually retain kids. If they kept 10 kids at Kirtland Central High School that would have perhaps gone elsewhere, that's what, $14,000 a kid. That's $140,000. There's that salary. So would it be worth it? I just don't know. It's a great point to consider. I know Shiprock. It's sort of anecdotal still at this point, and hopefully I can get you better numbers. But we lost a group of kids from a couple of TBA basketball teams. Everybody kind of knows that, that end up going to Navajo. But also there's other kids who are going to actually Farmington High School, and even Kirtland High School has kids. And I don't know the exact numbers, but I think we could probably come up with them. If we were able to keep again, maybe it's 20 kids that Shiprock could eventually keep. And part of that is the whole chieftain pride, Newcomb, there's less kids that are going elsewhere, but there are some, and they kind of go south, toward the south.
Yeah, I think our former basketball players, the twins, their younger siblings went to Navajo Prep.
Navajo Prep. Yep.
So they are leaving our area to take part in athletic programs in other school districts.
When you look at those two girls from one of the Albuquerque schools that was player of the year.
Was it Cibola?
Sandia.
What, say the name again?
Benali's.
Yeah, they're originally from Shiprock.
Yeah.
They're originally from Shiprock. And
And
one of them is
16.
just an outstanding basketball player. Top of the line.
Just to follow some follow-up comments. First, thank you for your comments, Board Member Aspis. I want to clarify that what's been proposed is not to bring a central office superintendent. We've discussed the challenges that whether that person, what was that person actually doing? What we're talking about is having an autonomous athletic director at each high school that's responsible for all of the middle schools and for the high school to build that program, to be on the ground, to be reaching out to students, to be working with coaches, holding them to account to build out those programs and to have their thumb on the pulse of what's needed and wanted for the district. I think right now you have athletic coordinators who are teachers and trying to manage coaches and schedules and also do the jobs of their everyday school duties, and they're spread very thin. Again, this was brought to me initially from the financial secretary side, but again, I also come from an athletic background and a dad who's an athletic director where That person's in the hallways, that person is going down into the middle schools to attract and retain athletes and advocate for the entire high school, middle school area for facilities. And that person be held accountable for that position. I don't think we can begin to accurately measure the impact of this school district not having successful athletic programs. Yes, we're getting in those state championships, but what about the athletes that have gone to Farmington? Female basketball players, for example, that are playing at Farmington, that are playing at Piedra Vista, and they happen to be retained here in this school district. That could have easily been a state championship over a second place. And the school pride that is associated with
We're not
that.
gonna have state champions.
So I just wanna remind us, we're just a broad overview right now on challenges, priorities.
Yeah.
And I have written down your suggestion. My suggestion is we come back to that at the end of the day, where we're gonna kind of more talk about the direction you guys wanna go.
Well, my part was just giving him the history.
Gotcha.
And then on top of that, I felt like it was already autonomous, that's why we had one central. And because, I feel like, that's where our downfall was, as far as, and I think the one that took the bigger hits were Newcomb and Shiprock. Not so much Kirtland, but those two. And so, had anybody had any say, over those athletic directors and what they were doing, I think, even the board, I don't think I think our athletic program would be way up there, especially Shiprock and Newcomb.
Yeah, so I digress. I understand from the board attorney that we're just identifying the challenges right now
And priorities.
and those are my comments regarding
I
how.
wasn't saying not to say it, I'm just.
Yeah, no, I
saying when we get
understand.
into
I just want to
the
wrap
nuts
up
of it, yeah.
my statement, which is, I'm in full support of getting that plan in place today, and I know it's not gonna happen today, but that we get some direction for the superintendent for us to lead with, that we can have constructive conversations about how we're becoming more efficient, right sizing, and how we want to use that money in other ways based on the priorities today.
And that's why I asked about the FTEs without utilizing what's already there.
And I think Mr. Montoya and I, we just briefly had spoken about FTEs. If we can, it would be great if we looked at every school to see what's there, what's working, what's not there, just to get a really good visual picture of what each school looks like.
Sure.
What do they have there? What supports do they have there? I think it's really hard, you provide the data, but to look at it, because with Newcomb, we use Newcomb as an example, but we have our dual language program there, which has additional teachers to support that program. And so it would be really good for us to look at what each school looks like and what their positions are, and to see about if the coaches, how that will fit into each of the schools too. I know that it would be great to also see that at the district level. I know we saw it with ICO, but with each department too, because I think at one time, what I had heard from board member Montoya and from board member Aspis is that HR, we had more employees and we had less HR people. And that's just an example. I'm not saying, that we're gonna emulate that, but it would be really good to see what the functions are and to understand, to really look at the picture and see what that looks like from our perspective, just so we understand how the district's functioning. Yes.
We are doing that work with the superintendent. So just to be clear, we are looking at each department, we are looking at each school as a part of that right sizing conversation. Those conversations are going forward. From the finance department standpoint, I want to be clear with the board and the community is that this idea that we're right sizing our schools so then we can't add positions. I don't want that to be I hope that's not the conversation, because that's not how we're thinking about it. We're thinking about how can we re-look at what is going to create those efficiencies and fulfill on us making an impact on these challenges. Now that might mean reducing positions in certain areas, but maybe adding positions over here or creating a position for this or that. And at least in my conversations with the principals and the athletic coordinators and the assistant principals and with Mr. Deswood, is we are getting a lot of great ideas from our principals. They are on the ground, they understand where they are also getting burnt out and where they could use support, and seeing where their resources are spread thin at the schools. We should be open to, while yes, we're right sizing our classrooms, looking at how to maximize our impact with maybe adding for example, a dedicated autonomous athletic director at the high school that's responsible for that whole mid-school, high school relationship. Looking at the resources within the office. So we're not opposed to adding or shifting or making changes just because we're right-sizing our classrooms. Again, this is about how are we prioritizing creating efficiencies and then using those savings and where we want to target them to address those gaps or those priorities.
Can you please describe what you mean by autonomous?
Just single acting, a standalone athletic director. Right now, the athletic coordinators, and we don't want to say director, but the current athletic coordinators are also teachers. So they're teaching during the day, they have a full-time teaching schedule, and then they have a stipend. So when I say autonomous, we're looking at having a single, that is their only responsibility. They have their own office in the high schools, they are autonomous. They act without any additional duties other than for the goal of athletics.
Okay.
Okay.
Superintendent, do you have any follow-up on that?
Well, just real basically, a general follow-up is that it really underscores the need to have a strategic plan to help guide us with those decisions. Because, we talk about the dual language programs, language and culture, that's obviously going to be a portion of this district's strategic plan. And if athletics, or just in general extracurricular activities, and a focus on bringing students back to the district is another focus area, well then of course that really helps guide us, because in this case it would seem like those positions, although it would seem they'd be like kind of maybe not cost effective in the short term, over the course of 6, 8, 10 years, I think they would probably prove to be. We can't say with any degree of certainty, absolute certainty, but I think that they would. And it's interesting because I was driving by these baseball fields out here in Kirtland. I kind of want to look to the future and see how many kids stay here, and I wonder what our baseball teams are going to look like in Kirtland in 5 years, in 8 years, just based on the fact that these kids are playing in fields and in numbers that are much greater than they were previously. So
it's investment. It's an investment in the community, it's an investment in the kids, it's an investment in the families. They see that, and again, to my point of what we've talked about before, on those things that are closest to these students. And you start picking them up at 6, 7 years old, and they start building that pride at that early age and go through work their way through junior highs and then the high school. Now you've got 30 kids competing. And out of those 30 kids, you can have 15 or 12 that are just outstanding. So what does that do to the pride of that school? Say, and all of them where it used to be, and I used to run the Alpha program down at Shiprock, and we had a direct relationship with the high school. Kids would go down there and work with these young kids. They'd be honored every game, every home game. They wear their jersey and they get in free. How cool is that? Recognized, it builds pride.
And it's not just our athletic program. I'm glad that our FFA program is.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, to look at all these positive effects from all these different programs, I think that's something that we really need
Seventh
to.
graders.
Yeah. But we need to invest in that, and I was glad that, I think it was you and board member So that said we need to have a pot of money set aside just for those things.
Well, if
Because-
we're being fiscally responsible, we can actually spend money on some of those things. We can spend the impact data on those that we're getting right now, we're spending on staff because we're beginning to right size, which we should see more of that money that we can set aside to do those projects. I've told Mr. Montoya this, that I'd love to see ball fields very similar to this in Shiprock and in Newton. Because I think there's just so much pride goes into it. I mean, I was there for the opening. I saw a board member ask us to throw out that first pitch. It was a curve, I think she threw out.
It's dodgeball.
It was in the dirt, whatever. I'm just kidding. I actually didn't see because I was throwing out my own first pitch at the same time. She got the better field for some reason. I don't know why that was, but yeah, that was those kids were. You could feel the pride in the air from the community and from the kids. It was an awesome thing. I'd love to see that.
But you're gonna have that parent, or we'll probably have some people online that are watching that are saying, why all this talk over athletics? There's the arts. How come we don't talk about those? And as Suzette has said about FFA and BPO, and do we have those parents there? And then surprisingly, some of them are even outstanding athletes in their high school years because they know you only go so far in athletics, and then but these other such as music, arts, and these other, I don't know what you would call them, but they're long lasting.
So, and I've said this time and time again about how we as a district, to the point of Mr. Satania and the superintendent, about utilizing that impact aid funding in a manner in which these little programs that we're talking about, investing in them, can be used. But because we're in the circumstance that we can't. We're not like Gallup. So we can't use them and apply them to truly enhance and create opportunity for these kids. We have to pay teachers, again, operational funding to that extent, rather than investing in these kids. And in that, for those of you that didn't go, there was a group that played in the last day in Atlanta. All high school students. Oh my God. They were outstanding, weren't they? The quality of sound, the brass instruments, the guitars, the singing, all high school kids. It was outstanding, and it just blew everybody away. They got a standing ovation for about 5 minutes. It was that impressive. But high school kids, but again, investing in that music in these kids.
And I think it's important to highlight, I think after it was Ms. Chappelle, and then Dominic, if you can go after Ms. Chappelle. I think all these programs are so important because we had that one, was it a parent that spoke and said that their child went to another school, but then they came back because we had the field trips. So And so those are some of the things that we really have to figure out, that balance, because, you know, it's not just looking at the school district as a business, but we have to go beyond that. And I think the engagement part is so key. You had a parent here that the kids were so engaged that they didn't miss any school, and they had perfect attendance. Those are some of the highlights. And then being able to have our kids not just being recognized for the bilingual seal in Navajo, in the past Spanish. We have to make sure that we have that balance, that our kids continue to offer our kids these opportunities that they normally wouldn't have. That not just the town, like the Farmington schools or APS, Albuquerque Public Schools offer, but we need to remember that, you know, some of our kids, they come from very, very humble homes, that what we provide to our kids is so important to open their world and help them figure out what they want to do in life and become productive members of society. I know that the conversation is about budgeting and right sizing. And I hope through this dialogue that we consider all these other things when we're making these tough decisions. Go ahead, Michelle.
I was just gonna support what all of you guys are saying. In the past, our athletic director used to also work on all extracurricular activities, right? So we had mathletes, we had internet competitions, obviously music, artisans, robotics. And so I was just kind of talking here with Dominic, and you know, I don't know what the job description would be, but there are lots of kiddos that also have other interests. And so I think it would be great if we could find a way to put all of those together. The other consideration I know we had when we had a district-wide AD was the district spirit, and making sure that there were like equitable opportunities in each of the geographic regions of the district. And I think the theme back then was one vision, one mission. Yeah, one vision, one mission. And that's still on our bus, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That sounds good. So I just wanted to just give that historical context.
Just to speak to some of the comments, even though we're talking about athletics, we're in conversations about making sure everyone is getting resources. So, for example, even yesterday in a meeting with the with the principals and the athletic coordinators, Herbie, our business manager, had brought to the table the idea of looking at the rotation of our athletics equipment, jerseys, helmets, all that, maybe going from a 3-year to 5-year. Now, none of that's been decided, but it's important of where that thought process came from, at least from our side, which was if we were able to change some of those rotations for athletics, that we could use some of those other funds for, you know, to support positions that support FFA or other student activity groups. So we're not just thinking about athletics. Again, we're thinking about how can we best spend and use our money to support where our priorities are, understanding that it's not just with athletics. And yeah, I think opening an idea of student activities coordinator that is athletics, but is also making sure when they're out in the hallways and we're holding them to account that they're getting, hey, Are you interested in FFA? You know, are you interested in robotics? That one mission, what is it?
Vision.
One vision, yeah.
Mission.
That maybe that person could engage, because we probably all know or could guess that when students are engaged in extracurricular activities, they have a little bit more on their plate outside their schoolwork, they are likely to do better in their schoolwork. You know, we're also looking at you know, we've been in discussions about getting events out of the weekdays so our kids aren't being taken out of class so much. That's had a huge impact on how much substitutes that we're having to hire on our budget, because somewhere along the line, I don't ever remember this growing up, but all of a sudden all of our athletic events are on Fridays, Thursdays, Tuesdays. That's kids out of their seats, out of the classrooms. That's more of a financial burden on us. And how can we go back to the model of women's and men's sports happening on a Saturday back to back, and maybe alternating who gets what gym for what game? You know, we're seeing shortages in referees. You know, that might solve it. So there's lots of good ideas out there from our team, but also what we're hearing from principals, and having those questions, those conversations to understand what can we do better with the money that we have, and redirect that based on our priorities. So I'll leave it at that.
Lunch is ready, so if you can grab lunch. I don't know if you want to take a break for half an hour to have lunch and then we resume. It is 11:59 and we can resume about 12 o'clock, or 12:30, 1 minute, 12:30. So please grab lunch. Do I have, what did you say, time for half an hour?
kids back into the district or keep the kids in the district, how many kids would that have to bring back to justify the salary?
10, maybe?
Yeah, and it'd be similar to a building level, it's a coordinator position. So it wouldn't have to be that many kids to bring back. The issue is that, so a district coordinator or director is spread pretty thin. And because of the geographics, to try to be in three different spots is really difficult. That's why a one building coordinator kind of does make a lot of sense in terms of, making all the sporting events, because obviously there's sometimes we might have 3 football games that they'd want to be at the same exact time.
Do you mean one per geographic region?
Yeah.
Okay.
On that note,
Not
I have a question.
Okay.
So last year, there were some mishaps where buses weren't ready or last minute things
They
like
missed the
that.
whole
They
competition.
missed the whole competition. It was change of schedule, so we had to change the location from our district to another district because of those time things.
Mm-hmm.
If each building or each region had an athletic coordinator, would that alleviate that? And what is different from what is currently, from what happened last year to this year, to this proposed change? Would it help in that?
So these are all, you can go ahead and jump in after a second, but I think, I don't think we've had that many challenges this year. I was expecting a lot more hiccups. And in some ways, the reason there weren't those hiccups is because the accountability fell at the location in the region. Whereas the accountability sort of flowed through other people and other financial people and other. So, when it came down to it, if we missed a competition or something, there was some finger pointing going on. If Kirtland misses a competition, there doesn't need to be a lot of finger pointing going on. And I tell you what, the people who are doing the athletic coordinator at the buildings now, they're spending a lot of time doing that. And I just know that from personal experience with at least one of them. And so that's another reason why I think having somebody in the area does make some sense. Plus, some of the goal is to make sure the funding is at the buildings and not in the central office. And the district position is central office, whereas the coordinator in each area is in the building. So
I have a follow-up question on that. How do we make sure, let's say we do that, right, 3 geographic regions, who would they answer to make sure that we had that overall district, one mission, one vision thing?
probably that's the president. That's where
That's what I was thinking too.
But their direct supervisor would be the building principal.
So how many times this past year have you shared some of those athletic decisions with the board?
Well, none, but I usually update Mr. Carlson, for example, whenever there was an issue at Kirtland High with the scheduling with Gallup, whenever they played over here. We updated. So Herbie, is it Clichy? Herbie Ellison and I would meet with the ACs this year, kind of like creating a meeting, time for them to talk so that we can provide them support. But anytime there was issues, I would update Mr. Carlson, and then I think he ended up updating me on that issue. But again, some of those, with the transition of us not having a district AD, there wasn't a person for that to go to immediately. So that, but just through the chain of command, coming to me because Ms. Westbrook updated me, and then I updated Mr. Carlson. And then for them, they ended up working on the time that would work best for both schools and fan bases. So, but I ended up updating Mr. Carlson on those issues.
I just wanted to chime in to follow up on Mr. Carlson's comments, which is I'm aware of some of those things that have taken place, and to his point, they've done a much better job this year, but I sat with the transportation secretary, clerical secretary, here in Kirtland for about 3 hours, and just to get a sense of the challenges that she faces on top of the stipend that she was receiving to process all the requisitions and manage all of the bus scheduling, all of the issues. Say, for example, there's a kid that throws up on a bus and then parents are calling. It's a pretty stressful and demanding job. And one of the gaps that we addressed is having only one person putting in requisitions or keeping track of helping the athletic secretaries and also the athletic coordinators to make sure that nothing is missed. So it's kind of we're looking at this solution in terms of resources. Again, this touched my department because the financial secretary side is that we are going to be moving towards sharing those process of requisitions with other transportation departments. So it's not just in Kirtland, meaning that they would act as financial secretaries at the transportation, and they would work with the athletic secretaries. And those athletic secretaries would not report to the principal, but they would report to the athletic coordinator or director. That would improve communication for scheduling such that we're not missing events like we have in the past. And those issues can be immediately addressed. So that's something that I wanted to add.
So what are the current coordinators or the people who are doing this, what are their roles? I mean, what other, I would make the assumption from what because you're saying that we need coordinators in each region, that these people, whoever's doing the coordination now, that's not their full-time job. It's their
Teachers.
Okay, teachers.
They're all teachers. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, they're
all
teachers who get a stipend to be the athletic coordinator. I think he's activity coordinator, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's where, like that $15,000 stipend, the teacher can then just be a teacher. The teacher can just be a teacher, but then the athletic coordinator for each site would then focus just on athletics.
Okay.
Is that, I mean, correct?
Yes.
So it's
And that's-
15,000 each?
Yes.
For each, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
But here's
And
the
there's
thing, like,
two.
there's
So
two. There's one at the middle
school.
school and one at the high school. That's why his recommendation is so that the school regions are supported in the
But the middle
totality.
schools only get 15 now, do they?
15, I
It's a
think they're
little
about
less.
7,000.
It's a little less. I thought it was like 9 or something.
Okay.
It's a little higher, yeah. But again, because there's not a centralized person and you have competing coordinators between middle school and high school, there's no leadership to build a program as kids move through to support the coaches, to deal with the parents, and to the point that Mr. Carlson had made, they are spread very thin. They have to be at games. They have to, be working with the coaches and the scheduling and organizing. So where you might see gaps and where we've missed trips or scheduling is what we're seeing is that we've spread our resources really thin, ultimately impacting our ability to build our programs, which then connects to our ability to retain students over time with regards to athletics. So again, we're just looking for ways to become more efficient and target some of our priorities better.
So, I really wish there was a person here that was kind of fighting back and really just to hear the opposite.
Sure.
And because I feel like he's boss and so everybody else is just following in line. But other than Well, you say that there's a middle school and there's a high school, so you're wanting to combine that person?
Yes,
And because if that's the case, for each region, for each,
one for each region.
yeah, and so I could see that. I would go for that. But to say, you know, get players, you know, future players, I think that's a long stretch, and then I say to you as financial director, you know, we're in this money crunch, so we really can't be playing with money, and you know, and just to hope and pray that the outcomes are okay. That's all I have to say.
I don't want to call it a money crunch. We have, as I just mentioned publicly, as we have new developments. So if we know that the state has $700 million just after attending last week's spring budget conference, and we can make adjustments on our end to access those funds to support our capital improvement projects, say the beginning of Newcomb Elementary or Newcomb Middle School / High School, right? Again, what we had anticipated is that by the end of this year, we would only have $18 million of impact aid that we'd be able to roll over into next year. And we would need to show 20 million as of right now today to show the PSFA to begin that project, Newcomb Elementary, in addition to the lease, which we'll be talking about later. Now, as we can shift to maybe use more resources, or we find out there's a grant that's available, good budgeting allows you to pivot, right? So again, what can we do with that impact aid to maximize the mission of creating equality for our students, and specifically our Native American students, where they have disparities compared to other districts, that we are properly, whatever money we're saving on the margin. Again, I don't want to call it like a crunch, which means we can't spend money, but how can we reprioritize or shift on the margin when we create a little bit of savings over here, a little bit of savings over here? Again, thinking about, well, can we go back and support reading specialists and those salaries? That's $1 million. Well, we saved $1 million because we got a little bit more money from the state instead of having to budget that for Newcomb Elementary. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's an ongoing conversation that we're having at the cabinet level to again try to prioritize where we can best use our resources to create that equity for our students and directly target those students on the ground, whether it's athletics, activities, whether it's reading and math specialists by pulling them out of the classroom, providing more money to this school or whatever it is. But it's an ongoing conversation that we're having. I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy to be having it today in terms of a strategic plan. Ultimately today, if this leads to a strategic plan by the board, it will provide that much needed direction to the superintendent so that we can make those decisions as a cabinet and filter that down into the respective departments and be able to say that this is a priority for the board versus us. It's kind of like, we think this is a really good idea and we're not sure if the board is supportive. We think that, why would you be against, math specialists, So this conversation is really good, but I don't want to frame it as like we're crunched for money, which means we can't spend money. It's just redirecting how we are and looking for savings in other areas. Is that fair?
Well, no, because that's my thoughts. I feel that, it hasn't been set in stone, the outcome of what's going to happen with Four Corners. Mm-hmm. And so I still there's still that uncertainty there.
Mm-hmm.
And with that uncertainty, even as we sit here, you have a number of employees and people who are, well, I don't want to go a week or 2 weeks without pay, so they're going to start looking elsewhere as the time goes along. So to me, I feel like we still need to maintain that and say that, we still in that crunch.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the messaging, sure, we want to be saving money. We want to be preparing for any uncertainties around federal grant spending in the future. I hate to say it publicly, but we are a DEI. You could consider us a DEI district. Mm-hmm. What does that mean over the next 4 years?
And because of that,
yeah.
I would like to think there's going to be a small category of people, some that are tied to the land, tradition, that are going to stay, and then you're going to also have the families that are going to stay because they don't have money to go elsewhere, and those are the ones that their students are going to be in boarding schools.
Yeah, and that's again going to continue to be our focus. But just like we want to prioritize building a Hogan for the district, we're not going to say we're in a crunch to not build that. Again, it's about prioritizing how are we going to impact what our goals are, and from my department, how can we manage our funds to target those goals, those priorities, and still be able to provide everything that we need, while at the same time creating inefficiencies, right-sizing schools and classrooms to help alleviate and become less reliant on federal aid with the monies that we have. So it's never an easy answer. It takes some explanation, and everyone has a right to poke holes in what we're proposing from the public, whether it's towards the board, towards our cabinet, the superintendent. But I can tell you, we're not just always in agreement with the superintendent, and he's not always in agreement. We have very healthy, I'll just call it healthy conversations in our cabinet meetings.
Let me interject too that
yeah.
I was actually the dissenting voice originally in that conversation. And I'm the dissenting voice usually just because if it involves spending extra money, the answer is no. No, we don't spend extra money right now. So this is a tough sell, but I understand why. So I'm torn. I don't think this is the right answer. Here's the right answer, but I mean, all the positive points that were brought out are definitely valid.
And I feel that this is new to me because, in the past we had financial directors where some didn't even know, but there was, the last one that hold on. And so for you to convey that type of messaging, and I'm the one that's I'm stingy.
Sure, me too.
And so, but again, as I said before, that's why we hired you. And if it's all possible, and the way you're putting it, to allow a lot of these things which we thought were extra, that's great.
And let me just add that previous financial directors, I don't know them, but having these kinds of conversations where you have challenging ideas, it requires good communication. That's not easy. It requires very good management and a willingness to pivot as new information becomes available. Those aren't easy conversations. That takes work that most people I find these days aren't willing to do. And I think that this conversation that we're having today with all these great ideas and challenging each other is something that's really healthy for our school district. I think that it's easy for a financial director to just say no, but I'm not one of those, because that's the easy way. That's easy management. It's harder for me to meet with the principals or go sit down with the financial secretary for 3 hours, or go meet with Kirtland Middle School's principal and financial secretary for 2 hours. Or I've met with Shiprock, I've had multiple conversations with Newcomb High School to actually get feedback. Mr. Deswood can tell you I proposed ideas about our financial secretaries to bring them in full-time in the central office. We got pushback. We went and got feedback from them. That's not easy, but it's healthy. And ultimately we changed to find a solution that wasn't perfect for everyone, but actually made us better. So you might have not heard about these before from a financial director, because they were not easy conversations, and usually people want an easy way out to do their job. I am up for the challenge to be told no or yes, but that we get to hear from everyone and actually examine what is possible with the resources. I truly believe that we can fulfill on the things that we're talking about today with the resources that we have. But it's going to take some understanding that you might have to cut back here to add here, right? When I had Rodney in front of the room balancing out, you gotta remove one thing to offset another. But again, that comes to you providing direction to us. It will make our jobs easier if you set the priorities versus us trying to move things, what we think is best without any direction, and then hoping that you'll support us. So again, these conversations aren't easy. They might seem a little different, but I see it as a very, very good thing for this district.
And just to chime in, remember we talked about performance-based budgeting about 3 years ago now? We were really wanting to work with our finance director back then on performance-based budgeting. That's essentially what he's talking about. And it's not so much that we are in an austerity measure, it's that we are putting our resources where they best benefit our students and our staff.
I just want to add a little bit too, Mr. Satania said, actually we just met with the middle school principals and the high school principals to get input from them as well, as opposed to just this decision being made up here. But we got input, we talked with them for an hour yesterday to see what they thought, and their recommendation essentially collectively was that that would take some weight off if it was a isolated or a standalone position, because then it takes some of the responsibility off of the teacher, because it's essentially, like we said, it's a teacher who then has a stipend to do extra duties. So that's where we met with them, and there was support for it from the school level. So just to add that.
And without telling you who it was, there was a principal that appreciated us asking for their feedback versus the Kingdom on the Hill in the central office. We're really trying to engage with but basically basically this principal expressed that thanks for the chance to give feedback, and stated, quote, honestly, athletics are the biggest reason that I'm about fully burned out at this point. I appreciate the transparency and the opportunity to have input. So again, input and these conversations are difficult, but we have to be careful for the decisions that we're making, because they might be stretching even our principals thinner, which ultimately impacts our students. So again, while we're cutting, yes, to right size, we're also looking at how can we add certain positions strategically to better serve our students and our staff.
Really quickly, just add a little bit to that as well. So one of the things, a couple of years ago, our athletic coordinator were assistant principals, right? with Mr. Carlson, one of the directions he said was, let's have those principals focus on supporting teachers. They're instructional leaders, right? So last year we moved that, because we took that ability for them to be the athletic coordinator as well, so that they could be in the classroom supporting teachers. The whole focus was on supporting teachers so that teachers can have that knowledge to support students. So with this change, what would happen is that the responsibility then will just focus on athletics. Right, take a look at athletics, like you said, grow the program.
Maybe all activities.
All activities, right? Because that's where me and Herbie are supporting the athletic and the activity department. For example, I go through and approve all the fundraisers in school and out of school before they get to the board and stuff like that. But that's where it would definitely allow for like the comment that Mr. Satini, which I saw the comment as well, was that twofold. One is that they liked being a part of the decision-making process as opposed to it just being made up here. But number two was that there's a focus on the teacher being able to be a teacher first and not worry and balancing all of these responsibilities to lesson plan, plan for instruction, grade, and then also, I gotta do athletics now.
See, but that's really the power of adaptive leadership and collaboration. Is going to the people that are actually dealing with those problems. Because if anything, they're going to either give you solutions or more than likely trade-offs to make those decisions that make that building
And boy, do they come at me with the trade-offs.
Well, yeah, we have to.
Yeah, of course, it's healthy.
Because that's, to Ms. Asmus's point, just kind of say we control the purse strings. Because somebody tried to push back one time and to tell me that the district didn't have any ability to do that. And I call BS. Yeah, we do. And that's the whole point of it is the collaboration, the talking, the very respectful conversations that we're having. And again, the trade-offs, making something a little better by making something a little worse, making something a lot better by making something else a lot worse. How do we get to that point? To the efficiency, effectiveness, the right sizing, the use of the FTEs that are already there and not creating more FTEs. How can we split that FTE up to make it more efficient and more effective in that building, again, closest to the students? That's really what we're trying to get at. But allowing those people who are doing that work to have greater input in that. In the military back in 1984, they called it power down. But now they call it adaptive leadership. Letting those people who are dealing with these things have a greater say, to your point of the principal who said that. So that's very powerful.
In terms of what you guys are doing, that's really awesome, because that's one of the priorities in recent years of the board is doing that mapping. That's what I call it mapping. Are you guys like keeping record of all of that input? Because it'll be extremely helpful when we get to that point on reorg, that we have that input from you guys.
And I really appreciate the information, you asking the schools, because like your comment, the people on the hill or the people on the, what did you say?
The
Golden Palace.
The palace?
Yeah, the castle on the hill.
Right,
Yeah.
so that right there
Yeah.
is what we want to get away from. We want the people not just to stay in their area. We want everybody to be invested in all the schools. So as administrators, to be out in the schools and to not just say, this is my little area, this is where I belong, this is the only thing that I'm invested in. I think it's so important to have that conversation with each of the schools and then have that interaction. So you are approachable, you are available, you are signaling that you want to have those conversations, because if we're sitting and we're doing things in silos, the issues that are so important in this conversation are being left at the school level because they don't feel comfortable in sharing what they really think about how things are structured, how things are really running. And I think it's so important to have those conversations, because it's the people that are at the schools that are feeling those impacts of the changes that we're making here. And so I really appreciate that you're soliciting that information, that input from the schools, because I think you guys are resources here, and it shouldn't just be one or two people going over there to the schools. It should be all of you rotating and making yourself available.
Well, I'm not the only one.
No, I mean, I'm just saying.
We're breaking down silos across the board with our current cabinet, and I know that Mr. Deswood and Leandro, we're in constant communication amongst ourselves, and there's nothing that I do that I don't pass. I think there was one instance, but I don't pass by the superintendent, and that our weekly notes, that my understanding is that you're getting, that's where a lot of those conversations are taking place.
Quick question, real quickly, Andrew. But are we putting that in a mapping or some other document, those conversations? Because we're gonna really need that.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, to use the word autonomy again, I mean, from a sense of us being able to have these conversations, we're sharing with you right now what our thoughts are in terms of the direction, but in a sense, we need some autonomy as a cabinet to be able to work together. I just have concerns about creating a matrix for every single decision that we're making, because everything is happening dynamically in terms of the feedback. But I think what's important for us to communicate is that we as a team are getting that feedback. We are breaking down those silos. We are communicating. And as we have decisions, we're making proposals that we are bringing to the table for the board to consider.
I think the biggest thing is we've heard things before.
Sure.
And we just need more evidence to show that those things are occurring.
Well, it's collaboration also.
And collaboration, because even just as, was it 6 months, when did we have our last retreat? Maybe 2 months ago? Mm-hmm. There were issues that came up, and ICO was not part of the conversation, even though it really was in their wheelhouse, in their area of expertise. And I appreciate that you're saying that, but we need to see that really, that this is working. These are things that are working, and we don't want to have to. I really am happy to hear that these silos are being broken down. But if the other two directors that aren't here from HR and from ICO, if I had that same conversation with them, would they have that same feeling? Would they say the same thing? And that's where these matrices or the questions are being asked. I mean, that's important, because if there's no documentation and no evidence of it, it really didn't happen. That would be what I would say.
Just to quickly respond, this is also public information. So when we're talking about, you're using the word autonomy between, on this topic, and we're going to talk about this more with respect to what case law says about how boards and administrations work together. But there really is, the ideal is that there's a lot of collaboration. The board really can't make an effective decision on reorg or budget or programming without this data. And so that conversation, that information sharing absolutely has to occur. From the board's perspective, they bring in the constituency side of it. The rest of the cabinet and consultants, lawyers, we help bring the expert kind of subject matter information. And so you have to have both to make an effective decision. And so that's why we talked about mapping last time that we did with ICO. And so this has been a priority of the board for several years. And so I think all we need to do is loop that and close that circle, so to speak, so that your efforts and the board's efforts coincide.
And we're aligning our priorities.
And really what all you're doing is creating a roadmap. Because again, as circumstances change, and they do, in both directions, that ability to have And then we're not saying to sit there and document every single word, but certainly having the main ideas and crux of the conversations, or even some of those pushbacks and challenges or contradictions, to have those, so you can have, and the hope is very open and frank conversations with everybody that you're collaborating with, because that's really what it's about, is that dialogue, that open dialogue, to be able to do that, and keeping note of it. Okay, so we can look at options.
Yeah.
Can I just respond?
Real quick though, and where that heads is, from a collaboration standpoint, that the information from the board obviously flows directly through their employee, the superintendent, and then that goes to you guys. So I just wanted to interject that because that's the chain of command, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's what we want to keep personally me, and what we want to keep the integrity of. I just worry when we're saying matrix for the board is like we're providing, my department is providing direct information to you, with the exception of financials, which in a sense, but if we're talking about our day-to-day administrative conversations, we're filtering those to the superintendent ultimately. And that our weekly meeting notes, which I believe that you all get, really do capture the collaboration and everything that we're working on. And that rather than us driving the plan from a matrix, it, in my view, respectfully should be the other way. A strategic plan should be driving the other direction, and then we lead from that. That drives our where we're collaborating.
So I think, because the information, just for an example, you're doing the budget base or in terms of each of the schools, correct?
Yes.
So we're looking at that.
And the
You've shared
district.
that with the district, you've shared that with the board. We've looked at it, we've decided that this is a priority to be here, to do a retreat so that we can align our priorities.
Absolutely.
And when we do read the director's reports when we receive them after your Monday meetings, it's important that we get that information, because Miss Aspis mentioned that, you know, different things from her experience being on the board, asking about the athletic director and her experience with it. And we appreciate the information that's flowing. What I'm listening out for is how you're working with the schools.
Yeah.
How their feedback's coming back to you. And to Mr. Montoya's point, we're trying to establish the best practices right now. So your information that you're sharing with us, we're taking historical knowledge and the feedback, what the board wants, for you to create a map for us. So when we're looking and making these priorities and establishing or updating policies, and we're thinking about how we're going to reorganize, and then making our establishing our priorities for the superintendent, we need all this information. But we don't want to be the ones that are just making decisions for everybody when we're not getting the input directly from the schools.
You don't also want to be the castle on the hill.
Right, and I don't want to be we don't want to be the castle on the hill, and we don't want you to be the castle on the hill either.
Which is why the mapping information is very
And so
important.
it's very important to have that information for us, because we look at it and we could decide what's happened in the past is decisions are being made up here, and then it goes down to disseminates to the schools, and it doesn't work. It's not working. And then what happens? Everybody's pointing fingers at each other.
Real quick example to add to her point of the recent past of the sky is falling. And it really wasn't. To your point, and you've said that in so few words, that it's not. We're not in a budget crunch. But knowing that and understanding that versus the sky is falling makes you make irrational decisions. See, so the fact that you're going to the schools, talking to the principals, getting that input, helping to develop. Because inevitably, at the end of the day, I've said this time and time again, we are all servants to those schools and to those principals and to those teachers and to those kids. So all those things matter. in coming up with, hopefully, the best decision possible from this board to give as a direction to him to incorporate. And again, it's not gonna be the same from Kirtland to Shiprock, or from Shiprock to Lost Chitty. We understand. And how we do that is gonna be incumbent upon that information that's being disseminated by those schools, junior high and high school. They share people, they share staff, they share subs, and we heard that from the principals the other day. See, so it's those kinds of things that we certainly would, and again, we're not asking to stand there and regurgitate every simple thing back to us, but points that matter is what I would say.
Because it helps us in the end, helps us make the tough decisions.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's not, we don't take our responsibility lightly.
Of course.
Because we need all the information we can, because we want to make good decisions. And not have to, because once you make a decision and those decisions roll out to the schools, they have impact. Either you're gonna get positive impact or you're gonna get the negative side. And we wanna make the choices, the choices that are laid out before us, having all the data there available and asking those important questions, and then seeing how those decisions were made. Because you provide the recommendations, is that coming from just your opinion, or is that coming from the schools? Are they, the impact, the input from our community? And we wanna know that, and we wanna see that, and from that is how we want to be inclusive, and we want to make the best choices. And this is part of the strategic planning. And so I think it's important to have that information too. Just like your data with the schools, we want to see the data with the other things too. So thank you for the information, because it's all being processed, but just continue to have that, to understand how important it is to have that data.
And this is what a healthy debate looks like.
Absolutely.
I thrive in environments. So I ask my team all the time, please poke holes in what I just said. I've had the principals come after me and they're like, you didn't think about this, and that. So I just appreciate that we're having this conversation, yeah, I think this is a sign of good things to come for all of us.
I told people, I don't mind being challenged, just be respectful about it. If you have a better idea, please tell me. Anybody can stand and rail, but if you don't come with any kind of solutions, what's the point?
So quick, little tiny birdie here. We are way off of our agenda right now. I need us to go over this thing so that we have buy-in.
Okay.
We kind of got off topic for about 45 minutes. It was very important though. I'm not saying that, I'm just wanting us to get back if that's okay.
Okay.
I do have the agenda, just the agenda, but I don't have all the notes.
I'm sorry?
I do have the agenda for the meeting we had with the.
Okay, I guess going forward then, if we could, because otherwise we'll have to backtrack and do some mapping anyway. So if we can do as we go, that mapping thought process, that will save us work. Does that make sense?
Not really.
It's kind of like what she's doing up there.
So all I was saying is that I do have the agenda of what we were going to cover. I have the people that were in attendance at the meeting.
Like the outcomes. So oftentimes in conversations like that, what's working, what's not working, and exactly what Mr. Satinian articulated, there was an idea of maybe making it efficient, and then folks came back and said, well, here's what works about the way it is now, and concerns about it wouldn't work that other way, and then you kind of came to a better solution. So that outcome is just what we need to keep track of so that we don't have to go back and do it before we actually make the decision.
Would it work if, because our meetings really are where all of these conversations take place, where we come together to say, this is the meeting we had, here's what the feedback is, I'm pivoting here because after hearing this. Right now, for the most part, we're providing high-level notes, but what I'm hearing is that you want to understand the thought process of kind of what have you heard from the schools is what I'm hearing is important for you. And those details might be left out because in our conversations, we might be talking about them in the room or having a healthy debate. That maybe that we include some of that information so that you understand that under Mr. Carlson's leadership, we're having a healthy debate, that we are reaching out to the schools, and you can actually get some insight into what's taking place at the cabinet level in terms of how we're moving towards making decisions.
And I see your point about it because, for example, Ms. Aspis the other night asked about House Bill 171. I actually typically record the meetings. So I actually sent Ms. Aspis the video recording of the discussion that we had with the principals and CCRs, or college career readiness coordinators, along that discussion. And also Ms. Lee also had the notes that she had. So Jared scanned the notes and then sent them to Mr. Carlson, I think, to send to Ms. Aspis. But we do have documentation of all of these meetings that we have as artifacts. Like you said, if it's not written down somewhere, it can happen. But I usually do record them just for artifact that we are meeting. In fact, all of our academic planning meetings, there's copious 60 pages of notes for every meeting we've had this year, right, Leandro?
Running records. There's actually AI that will do it for you too.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and then also, like, when I have a monthly PLC, principal PLC meeting, like, there's 120 pages of every discussion that was ever had with the principals this year.
It's awesome because, and when Mr. Carlson created the data department, I thought, my personal opinion, that was a really, really great leadership move because data drives so many of our decisions. Now, obviously, data doesn't drive everything because we have kiddos that, some kiddos do better in not standardized test taking and other ways. So data doesn't always tell the whole story, but it tells a really big part of it.
It has different data. I mean, you can still extrapolate certain things from even just from that.
Right.
So
if we're not constantly like checking ourselves in that way, we can't go back and see how far we've come. One of the things I love about the ICO mapping tool is we can go back to that and go, wow, check that box, check that box. It helps us show how much improvement we're making, and then it helps us, to Mr. Satinia's point, better manage our resources because then we can laser in on what's not working or what is working.
I know that for when we have our cabinet discussions and being fairly new to them, that it is open and each one of our departments, we understand how every one of these decisions affects our departments indifferently and adds more or we're trying to, how it affects our team, our people, and how each one of us, how we interact with the schools is differently. Like I'll get to my desk and I'll have 35 missed phone calls because I don't sit at that desk every day. I'm in the field, I'm at the schools. A lot of our information coming from the maintenance, it's from the custodians. That's our first on the ground as a custodian. I've had them discussions where they're our first sign of what's happening at this school. The principals, they know where everything is happening. So each one of us, and Mr. Carlson is a hands-on, like he wants us there and available. Yes, we have an office there, but seldom we're trying to be visible and present in the schools to bring that feedback back to these meetings and give our perspective of what all these conversations and how that finance, how that affects the athletic, how it affected operations and maintenance. It was the scheduling. We do all the gates and both transportation, so it all comes down to scheduling. It's like, wow, it could really help on the scheduling side. We need a scheduler. Well, we're not doing own positions. Who could do that? Who could help schedule this? Who could help schedule the gates when they're coming in at midnight? Maybe their card key wasn't working. We got to get them. So we have them in discussions as to how to solve the little problems, and then the bigger problem that all just comes in, and we have a great interaction between each department, and we have an input and we have a say, and your voice is heard. And not all the departments are represented here right now, but when we have our cabinet meetings, everybody's there and they're engaged. And it's good to hear and to see how, I know it all boils down to how can we fund this or do this, but we look at it on a different level of how it affects all the way trickled from us to down to the student through a custodian, through a cook, through a bus driver, and that's how I look at it. So,
And then we look at it from how are we supporting all of you, because at the end of the day, all decisions that we make has some kind of effect on our students, on their student learning, and how they feel in our community. And so I think I'm really glad to hear that collaboration's occurring. It's just, and from our level, we just want to know how that's working and how we can support. Yes.
I would like to interject, and just so everybody knows that special ed department also does go and support to schools and teachers. So beginning of the school year, we're kind of trying to start supporting the different schools with their needs. We kind of reiterated as a group, as a team, that we shouldn't be like a glorified clerk, that we're just in the office or something like what you've expressed earlier on Castle on the Hill. We should be out and about and helping out schools. So I just would like to express that as part of the district, part of one of the department, we collaborate with each other and point out other school staff if they need some support on the finance, on the curriculum. We point them out to the right department. So that's good. Yes, yeah.
Can I add? And I just wanted to piggyback on what the group is saying about each department, and I think it's important to recognize the expertise of each of the departments, in serving the students. But also would like to add that each department has levels of connections with the school. Not all of us can go and be at the school, being with the students, but at some point we are connected to those kids regardless of what we do in the office. And I can speak for my department, for our department, to say that even though we don't go out often to the schools, we are serving them in a way. We are built on our organizational chart. And I think it's important for the school board to recognize that each of it, and I'm not saying it's silos, but there is expertise that's happening with the skills and knowledge of each of the staff that we have. Now, I also wanted to say that there should also be a level of trust within you and us, with the superintendent, that we're doing our best to create that service to our students, and we do. And we know as a director if our staff or our department is not working for the students, and that's where we intervene, and that's us being accountable to our supervisor, which is the superintendent. So I'd like to mention that. The second part that I'd like to share is about the framework that we have. So I think what is lacking and what's been missing in our school district is the evaluation piece. So we've been in mapping the district with the departments, but we have not gone through evaluation. Any of the programs, any of the curriculum, any of those services that we have, we don't have that. And the state level, they have the accountability, evaluation, and of course research. So those ties with what is working and what's not. We have not gone through a specific timeline, like strategic plan, 5 years, and then make a determination if that strategic plan has been successful, or we need to modify that, or whatever, tweak it. In your organizational chart, what does it look like with the structure, the different departments, the directors, all those needs to be evaluated at some point. But we keep on changing some stuff that in 1 year or 2 years, and we talked about that athletic director's position very intensively, but we did not have, and those information that you have so far and by far would help you decide, and that really constitute the framework of our school district. And to me, that's, you know, with the 3 years that we have with Superintendent Carlson, we have tried so hard to get that consistency and make that change over time. And we've seen in the growth of our IMASA, our SAT, you've seen the trend that we are working on, the class sizes that we have. We have tremendous, I think, statistically change over time in those 3 years. So I wanted to share that, being, you know, one of those been here in the district, but also as an educator, looking at the data, looking at the boots on the ground, the teachers and the students that we serve, and I think that connections really translate to what, you know, the district's mission and vision in the end. So at the end of the day, we are a team, we are collaborating, we are for the kids and by the kids. We back them up with the decisions that we have. And lastly, the decision making, it's really driven by data, regardless of quantitative or qualitative data. So we have to gather all those, but again, the mechanism, and I will share that to my part, where the challenges that we have is, you know, that's very important. Collecting is one part of it, but evaluating is the second part of it. So I think we are in the right trend, having our finance director having that sense of, you know, it's not just the business side, but also how does it affect with student learning and affect the schools that we serve.
Exactly.
Real quick.
Yeah.
A very wise man once said, trust, to your point, but verify.
Yeah.
And it's our responsibility to verify. And how we do that is incumbent upon, again, one of the biggest problems we've had, not to beat up on the past, but the lack of continuity, stability in the district. Yeah, granted, we have it for going on 3 years. And that's a big part of it. Because the inevitable change of a district in the right direction, it generally takes 6 to 7 years. 6 to 7 years to do that. And again, I know of districts that are untethered between their superintendents and their board, to give all trust in that individual. But again, at the end of the day, the responsibility lies on 5 individuals on that board for the education of these students. It really does. So therefore, if we're given, and we have that continuity, that stability over time, that will shift and that will change to where we will start seeing that positive growth where incrementally, and then it really starts to take off. But that trust has to be built and understood. And again, with the mapping and the right data that we get to be able to guide the superintendent in that direction, and inevitably the rest of you, and more importantly to the teachers for the students for that outcome. Again, it's one of those things of, can't say it enough, trust but verified, and that's our responsibility.
And I agree. I mean, I think even in here, you know, we have new directors. So we need that consistency. And we're looking for that. And looking for how else can we use data? How else can we create professional development from your team to provide directly to our teachers? How can we utilize your expertise in each of your departments to go into the schools to be able to provide that whatever it is, the training, the professional development to help our teachers do better or help our students? I don't know. It would be up to you to figure that out. Because and what I had heard earlier was that there wasn't enough time for professional development. Our teachers aren't getting professional development. And the data will reflect that. And then we would look at the data and decide, you know, because we have a great team here, that could come up with different things to help support those areas. And that's what we're looking at. How, with the resources that we have, the people that we have at the table, how can we develop some of these things moving forward? And then you can really evaluate. You're evaluating, you should be looking at the assessments, the assessment scores, the student achievement, bilingual seal, number of students that are receiving bilingual seal in Navajo and Spanish. I mean, we have all these different mechanisms that we could track growth. And then SPED, with our SPED department and how that's working. Do we have all the supports there for our 504 students? Do we have everything that we need? What's working, what's not working? So I think that would be the challenge from the board to you all, to develop some things that, and then again, we need data. It's nice to have those meetings, but we also need that data. What's the outcome? What is the, what is the takeaway from those conversations? Because in every conversation, whatever meeting you have, there's a goal. There's a goal, and then there's a takeaway, and then there's challenges are in there. And then if there are barriers at our level, let us know, because we want to know how we can help and support those areas. So I think, and I really do appreciate this collaboration. We're just pushing back in terms of what's not worked in the past. What has happened previous to this group here. And so it's important for us to be pretty frank with one another, so we're not just kind of just tippy-toeing, and you're not just telling us what we want to hear, because we want to know what are some of the real challenges, some of the things that are really happening, because without that information, whatever decision we make is not going to be a full decision. It could be the wrong decision. And when we're talking about strategic plan, we're looking at 5 years strategic plan and making those plans. We want to make sure that we're going in the right direction. So, but I'll hand it back over to Michelle now. Sorry.
Okay, you guys don't need me to read challenges over again, right? Are there any other challenges that I should add to location and geographic size of district? I'll put it back up here so you can see real quick, and I'll scroll slow.
Any other challenges?
For that topic. Okay, hearing none, I'm gonna keep going. Historic underfunding. We didn't really talk about this, but I added it because it's something we've been talking about. Age and inadequacy of buildings and facilities, impact aid issues. And in that specific one, now we have 100% of our impact aid, but what we need to do now, or we've talked about now, is making sure that at a federal level, that is consistent and protected, and to the point where we could potentially bond against it if we needed to. Right now, we can't bond against it because it's not,
Reoccurring.
it's not consistently reoccurring. But anyway, that's a topic. The Zuni lawsuit, and what I'm bringing about there is the continued PSCOC funding issues that we have. Mr. Satinian has raised the possibility of getting waivers essentially if we are fully bonded. Our mill levy is at 10%. 10.1.
Over 10%.
Yeah.
10.1 to be on the safe side.
You
So-
need to add to that,
Yes, ma'am.
the governor.
Purpose to look under funding.
She's saying
Governor
letter D.
in parentheses.
Well, isn't that gonna be changing too?
Environment, yes.
That's constantly changing.
Okay.
Per term.
Our term, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else to
You're right.
historic underfunding? And with wrapping in that, one of the things that gave us a really hard balancing act on an impact aids side and a capital infrastructure side, and this is still an issue because the state has not equalized capital expenditures, is that in a district like ours, we have to take from our operational dollars to shore up those plant dollars. And right now, with respect to what Mr. Satania has showed us, right sizing the district will go a long way toward really helping us with that. But so that's kind of what I meant by historic underfunding.
And we laugh, but it's reality. And especially when, as you put it, and I think it's been said before by Ms. Haskey about unfunded mandates, and then just recently the pocket veto. So these things are real.
Because in the last 5 years, how many unfunded mandates have there been? I mean, just even
From K-12 to extended learning.
So it's something that seems to be almost every other year that almost yearly that we have to account for.
So this is one time where I'm not going to use the spell checker.
So
There's 2 times.
Oh, thank you. I was distracted by what it was telling me to fix. How do I spell it? Is it an extra L? Is that what it's mad about?
Right.
Nope, it's not right clicking it. It's a bad suggestion.
Put a hyphen between.
Is it disequalize or de-equalize?
I'm gonna put a hyphen. I'm gonna go with that suggestion.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Do we cover anything else in here? Seems like we're still on B.
No, that's why I was like, okay, it's disparate social /at-risk factors, high poverty, unemployment, lack of jobs, student homelessness, challenging home life, food scarcity, lack of transportation, negligence, abuse, lack of electricity, internet, running water, indoor plumbing in student homes. Anything else to that one? It's disparate social.
Would you say not just the lack of transportation, but the road conditions?
Removed.
So how many schools do we have, or how many students do we have that have to be driven to the bus stop?
All of Newcomb and Nashidi, pretty much. Most
No,
of Newcomb and Nashidi.
Some of them, remember we had to pay on a monthly basis mileage to and from the bus.
There's only a couple of those, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's 4 in Newcomb area. And
That
there's
wasn't
2
in the middle.
Okay.
Who would ship them?
I think there's 2 that ship.
None in
I'm not sure.
So down south.
Yeah.
I don't have that information.
There's a lot of families that have to drive to the bus stop, or the kids walk long distance.
Long distance, and then we had the whole thing with the dogs and wild animals, safety, our student safety.
Can we add something along the line of competitive programs
Outside
academic and activities or whatever outside the district? And I think that would be the first one if we're talking about students and keeping them in our school district.
Does that go under this one or a different one, Leandra? Does that go under disparate social at-risk
Yes.
factors?
Like we tried our best to get the early college, high school being
Oh, I have that
connected.
under performance.
I think that should be
I have
in this guide.
Okay,
Good.
so let's put a pause on this one, and we'll go through the ones that I have below and see if you want them there or here, okay? Don't worry, I remember. Unfunded mandates is the next one. Increase in base pay, this is just an example in House Bill 2 of all employees does not take into account positions paid by federal funds. Creates a funding gap because federal funds aren't increasing commensurate to state increases in base pay. SEG costs associated with rural, remote, and large spread out districts. The concern there is that the SEG formula does not adequately cover those extended or increased costs. And then the last one, we actually probably need to take a closer look at what unfunded mandates we do have so that we can articulate them. Anything else on that one? Okay, I'm gonna go next.
You just research into what?
Unfunded mandates. We have a lot of them, they're not all captured here.
Okay.
I think
I would also, I don't know if that goes up on the politics but again, just the concerns about unfunded mandates from the federal government, any potential cuts, surprises, and how we, as the district or the state, will bear the burden of any of those decisions.
I have that.
Who knows? It's a gamble. What's tomorrow's news going to be?
Wouldn't you say sometimes, I think now and then you have that from the tribe side too?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just the state.
Okay, I added that. The next one, rising costs associated with school district operation. I put construction, utilities, and salaries. Are there more?
Inflation impacts all of this. Just general inflation.
Yeah. You been trying to buy any textbooks lately?
Oh, wow.
And all the stuff they're trying to attach to them?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last 5 years, general inflation has impacted everything. It's not even.
What's attached to it?
So they have, they used to have like CD and stuff, but now they have online platforms that you can go to, kind of songs. So you have to purchase that as well.
Okay. The next one I have is planned closures, need for economic development, and the statement that Mr. Montoya made, symbiotic relationship between schools and economic development. These are just challenges for right now, guys. 7, decrease in funding and grants, federal. I should put SEG is state, and then loss of property tax revenue. And it's not just federal, right? Private too. Yeah. All right. Then the next one.
Do you want to include APS? I haven't seen anything publicly stated, but you have stated that they might be absorbed into the Navajo Nation. That would significantly decrease our tax base.
So I do have that here under 6, but I will call it out specifically.
That's gonna be interesting how that progresses over the next 5 years. Well, technically 3 years, yeah, especially with the expansion of the executive order expanding coal
Hopefully, I have some info on that,
in regards to the rail and.
but not for this meeting, because it's not on the agenda.
I think it's important to mention about the SEG it's not actually decreasing, but we're decreasing because of student numbers. The SCG is increasing, but not the funding.
So
Student.
the issue there, Leandro, and thank you for clarifying that, is the formula. The formula recently changed. What we don't know is how, in practice, that formula change is gonna impact us yet. We have it on the books, right? And we have really great folks like Giovanna, who I think you met at the conference, that can help us kind of think through. And thankfully, we now have Mr. Satenya that can help us do it. So we're not just relying on the CapEx person. But that's why one of the reasons I'm really excited is because we need to test these changes to the formula and whether or not it was a positive net good for us or not a detriment. Because the formula on paper looks great. The formula in practice is what we have to test.
Oh, that's the reason why the trend, we need to look at the analysis of how many kids we have. And I mean, I just don't want that to be like decreasing funding through SEG. I think that's kind of like misleading for people who will.
The point about student count is down in my thingy.
I think,
I can give you some more context.
when, I attended Giovanna's breakout session for that, and she explained it very well, and she said there's 3 categories that the formula looks at. One had to do with students, and then last night we learned, or the other night we learned that gifted was part of that. Yes, and then the next one they look at is teachers, but when you have declining students, you don't have that many teachers. So, and then the shortage of teachers that we were already experiencing, and then the third one was as I take it, it was our area, and we've already been hit. So I don't see how, with the new formula, any part of it's gonna be beneficial.
And one of the concerns that kind of contributes to that, Leandro, is that we have folks at LESC, for example, Legislative Education Study Committee, and legislators who are being told, because we have 100% of our impact aid now, that we're the second richest district in the state, which is wrong on so many levels.
Oh my gosh.
And so that political aspect that kind of comes throughout here, it's one of the things that we're constantly having to think through and then be able to provide those legislators with information that is accurate and not sensational.
But because we have a large cash balance.
Right, and so that's, some of that education is what we have to do, because it makes it really easy for folks to point to that and say, the problem is our problem, not the state funding mechanism. Which is why the right sizing thing is so important. Okay, one of the things that has been raised in the past is lack of dedicated staff to expand grant and funding opportunities. We don't really have anyone that goes after that, right? We just have, like, Ann manages what we do have. We've talked about it, for several years, I wanna say at least 5, about if we do wanna go after additional funding, Mr. Butoya is saying 7. 6. We don't have the resources internally to do that right now.
I'm surprised as financial director you didn't ask for that.
Ask for what, I'm sorry?
Dedicated staff to expand grant and funding opportunities.
That's something we're looking into, and I think that's been raised by the board in the past before. We have a lot of excellent resources currently, and one of the things that we're looking to do in our department is elevate Don Asty's role, who touches on all the grants from the finance end, to better collaborate and break down those silos to manage existing grants the deadlines, the due dates, having regular monthly meetings with our grant coordinators across the district, so that we're using every opportunity and spending that money down. I think what you're pointing to, Ms. Aspis, and other board members that have mentioned this, I think you as well, Mr. Montoya, is actually having like a grants coordinator that's responsible for grant writer that's going out and actually reaching out and trying to find every grant in every nook and cranny. I can't say that I'm opposed to that. I want to get as much money as I want. Right now, my focus in terms of positions was the right sizing, tackling some of these other things and working with our existing coordinators and looking at how we're going to rework for next year. So I'm not opposed to that suggestion. I think that's something that we can look at as well.
All right, so I'm gonna keep us going.
Sorry, I
Okay.
didn't get on a tangent real quick.
It's okay.
That's my fault.
One of the other challenges that we discussed, decrease in student count, birth rate, loss of jobs, loss of students due to, the need for more engaging and responsive educational programs, essentially replicating CTE and Bond Wilson in the rest of the district. Dorms were raised, cultural and language curricula was raised Tuesday, and then sports and extracurricular programs were also discussed earlier this morning. Anything to add to decrease in student count?
Are these your list, are we keeping to what we have control of?
We're just identifying our challenges, not that we have control over.
I still don't think we can control birth rates.
Is birth rates on there? That's a challenge.
It's a challenge.
It is.
It's number one, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I think the other big thing that's out there is the quality of education our students and parents feel that they're getting from our schools. Because in my own community, even though they have kids that could go to Shiprock, they choose to come up here to Kirtland, where they send them to Farmington, because they believe the schools are better. So that kind of falls on us.
We've talked about it.
Yeah.
So I put that at C.
Okay, what was
You were on time, young man. You have heard that.
So that goes back to the decline in enrollment.
Okay.
And that's where it is, it's underneath that one. I got you.
I say that with the most respect to you.
But I've had some stuff I could get out of.
No, we knew that you had other meetings. We understand. Okay, the next one, inefficient utilization of federal and state funding. Need to right size the district. Underneath that, classroom size, personnel, facility square footage. Anything else?
That covers it.
Yes, sir. Which one?
Under this one, we could talk about effectively using instructional materials, because we have some programs that were purchased that there's low usage on.
Books and,
I thought we went through that.
We've been going through, but we still have, we have teachers go and they request for new programs to be bought, and then just making sure that we purchase the right.
If I
You
may,
need to learn that, because the word that Eloise Brown goes around, doda.
We say that a lot. We do. In fact, I'm looking at what I just talked with Alejandro about. What is it, lobster?
yeah, that was proposed, but I don't know if that's inside of.
if I may, to your point, Mr. Deswood, I mean, that's one of those things where, when I talked about adaptive leadership or power down, of utilizing the voice in the building, those teachers know what works. And to force onto them, you have to do this. It's just like with, is it ice station? It's generally from first through third.
Yeah, K through 2.
K through 2, but then then you incorporate, I've heard some teachers say, why do we have to do it in 4th and 5th grade? There's other systems that will capture that data and information a lot better, and quite frankly, a lot more productive in advancing the growth of the student. So why stick just to that one and use those things that actually work? And again, go to the source, go to the people who are using them, who know what works, and can get the most bang for the buck in those schools. To me, it's pretty
So did you write that down, the lack of, I read
Coordinate from grant writer, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have anybody
No.
in the district at this point in time that
That's just solely
So
responsible for grants.
has that experience and knowledge in grant writing? And maybe if it's somebody who's on the cusp of retiring, say, hey, could we pay you a retainer and then
Yeah,
We have people, like each of our departments, people write their grants. For example, like Dr. Briquet and Cheryl, they write grants in their department. Our team, we just got
Existing
them.
grants though.
What's that?
Existing grants. We don't have anybody that's going out and writing for new grants.
That's what I'm talking about.
Push back a little on that. ICO right now, Lisa Renner's writing a couple of them.
Okay, let me,
She's going out.
a dedicated person.
No.
We don't, but within our departments, like Leandro and his team, they write grants for stuff. Like our team, we submitted intent to apply for like CTE stuff. If we don't apply for them, then we won't get them. But that's why. So then each within our departments, we apply for those grants. CTE, Next Generation. We have we're working with REC. We have EEDW, which is like dual credit stuff. So we have quite a few grants within our departments that we oversee. Like for example, Save the Children as well. That's another grant that we work with.
I hate asking this question, but does Farmington have a
grant writer.
No, I don't think so. I want to create the distinction here, I think, from what you are saying that you want versus what we already have. There's no grant that is just guaranteed. Doesn't matter the grant. Whether you can be a grant writer, there's no grant guaranteed unless somebody applies for that grant.
Yep.
Our coordinators are applying for grants. They are writing, they are grant writers, they are providing the information to get the grants. Highly educated, whether it's Title I federal grants that require that type of grant writing to receive those funds, all the way down to Save the Children or, organic foods. That is all sought at and researched out. I think what I'm hearing from the board is there one person that's just dedicated to look in every nook and cranny for maybe grants that we're not thinking of that might be available to us, maybe ones that our team hasn't already caught. I would say no, but again, there's a distinction that we do have people in place that are seeking out grants. Are they finding all the grants that are ever possible? No. Could we always be doing a better job at that? Sure.
Quick answer is potentially we can expand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
There's always room to improve, but that doesn't mean we're not doing
But
better.
here's the thing though, is you have to have people to manage them. So for example, we have HDT, high dosage tutoring, that's 1.9 million. In that, they're overseeing all of our 15 schools, but we need a coordinator to oversee that $1.9 million grant. We also have OST. When you write the grant, one of the things that it says is, okay, we give you this money, but there's a position that you're gonna need to oversee this program. That's where we're kind of like, we don't have enough. I actually was making a comment earlier that aligns with the AD. So Mr. Montoya and Ms. Haskey, I know you were both in the military, but whenever you look at organizational research, they typically say that one person can only supervise about 15. If you get past that, your effectiveness decreases. So that's why, like with these grants, one person oversees multiple programs and grants. Her and Erica help out. That's why, like with that 1.9 OS high dosage tutoring, we typically need a person to coordinate that grant because you're basically working with 15 different sites and supporting them, whether if it's buying supplies, materials, getting timesheets, making sure staff are where they're supposed to be. But that kind of aligns with us, the recommendation about the athletic director, because if a teacher is teaching 80 to 100 kids in a day, and then they have to oversee 15 athletic programs, it diminishes their effectiveness within the program, right?
Can I just offer, when I said I was gonna raise the position in finance, Don asked me how we've been working with Peter's team, is that not only do these grants require a lot of information to get and acquire them, but to have all your financial secretaries and teachers understand what they can and cannot purchase. And one wrong purchase can jeopardize your reimbursement. So a lot of what we've been struggling with is having our financial secretaries educated, to be able, and working with the grant coordinators to write memos, disseminate information, all the way down to the financial secretaries, having a centralized tracking system. Is that something that I proposed? So that we're upkeeping, that we're setting quarterly deadlines to spend that money down versus like, we just found out we had $100,000 Kirtland Middle School and you have 1 month to spend it. And the principal's like, there's so much, and it requires us to work as a team, which is what we're moving towards, and centralizing those efforts. So to become more efficient, and that we're not getting rejected.
So,
$10,000 because somebody bought a gumball machine.
Not only that too, but let's just say you receive that grant for $250,000 or $1.9 million, and it states you have to have a coordinator to create that position. That carries over for 3 years, and all of a sudden you apply for that grant and you lose that money.
Who's
going to
still have that
position? Guess who pays for that system or that individual?
Impact aid does.
Or operation funding.
And that takes away from us to be able to do this.
How many times has that happened in the
We're
district?
gonna try to put a
to
stop
keep
to
us
it.
on track.
Yeah. So anyways, I gotta go.
This goes back to one of the
Hopefully,
Yeah,
we'll
probably
see.
make it back on.
requests the board gave, I don't know, 5-ish years ago. Can't read that.
Was that designated?
It says Red Sox. Oh,
I'll say
You should not say the name for legal reasons.
Was that designated, right?
It was before Title I.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay. So the same concept that he was.
yes.
Okay.
Well, but that one was from.
And I think it's important with your points in terms of grants. You can apply for all the grants you want, but we have to, you have to do what the grant says. So you have to stay in compliance with getting the data that's necessary for each individual grant. And that's why I think we're having that conversation about grant, just not being grant writers, but being, putting the grants into effect, whatever the purposes are, to make sure that we're tracking the data and we're getting whatever outcomes, whatever the outcomes are supposed to do, being able to get those things.
And to reiterate Mr. Desmond's point, if you put too many grants on one person's plate, or you spread somebody too thin, like as the athletic coordinator positions, how effective can we actually be for our kids if we're trying to
Do too much.
too much? Which is why these conversations are healthy, so that we can understand maybe why we're creating a position here but cutting one here. We want to be effective across the board.
So this goes back to a request the board had, I don't know, probably 6 years ago now, to look at what we're leaving on the table with the grants we have. Medicaid was a really big example of that and still might be, in terms of, are we getting all of the reimbursements back that we actually can? Do we have a data system that helps us track easily the reimbursements we should be getting back? And at that time, the answer was no, and we just a few, minor modifications, we were able to get quite a bit more in reimbursements. So that's one level. Are we doing the best we can with the grants we have to ensure that we get them year after year and that we're complying with them, and of course that the grants are actually moving the ball forward? That part, I think as a district, we do pretty well with some tweaks here and there. I think we can potentially do that better, especially now that we have data department. The other side of it, and the part of the challenge that we're talking about now, is during session, my eyes were opened greatly about tons of funding dollars that we never thought about, because they're not typical education dollars, but they're coming from other energy sectors, right? And so that kind of elevated this concern even more, that there are dollars out there that we're not used to thinking about going after.
And I know ICO chases a lot of that. too.
Yep. And so-
ICO's a big part of it.
How do we help, right? Because that's a ton of time. And when you're balancing actually doing your programmatic job and the grant funding part, it's really difficult from a resource standpoint.
Yeah.
That key is working, because that's what it does. It makes
Freeing it
gets it out.
He just did that because he wanted
Even
to
though
make
it
sure.
takes
Trying to get
all-
attention.
Yeah. Stephen had tried to outdo him in the second half, so he went ahead.
Give them some
One
help.
over.
Okay, well, I'm glad we got that solved.
Give them
So-
some lemon drops.
Okay, moving
Good
forward.
discussion.
Yes,
Good
yes,
discussion.
yes, ma'am. Okay, any changes to decrease in student count? I already went through that. Should I go through it again?
To decrease what?
The decrease in student count, birth rate, lots of jobs.
I have some solutions.
Yes, we're only in challenges right now,
Only
mister.
challenges. Okay.
We have
Okay.
solutions.
10, inefficient utilization of federal and state funding. Need to right size the district. Oh, we already did this one.
We did
Classroom
that,
size,
yeah.
personnel, facility square footage. I added effective utilization of instructional materials from here and from the previous discussion, athletic equipment and uniforms. Student performance, this is the biggest one, and Leandro, this is where I have the point you mentioned earlier, so let's just think through and make sure it should stay here, or if you want it to move up. Student performance and Yazzie Martinez academic and social emotional gap considerations. So graduate profile, interventions, personalized educational pathways for each student. This is a mixture, by the way, of challenges and potential fixes, because you guys were talking about them all at once, so that I just put them there.
Yeah, what about the other stuff that makes school fun, like band, arts, music?
We're still in the challenges part. Maybe not having, maybe starting music programs earlier, that would be a challenge. I mean, those are some of the things.
Okay.
Because I started in 5th grade.
So I guess the challenge for that would be, we had posted art positions and band positions and we can't find people.
Okay, that's,
So maybe a bonus, something like, I guess that would be the solution.
that would be,
Yeah.
well, I mean, that is a challenge, and then under solutions, it would be to provide bonuses, or we have other solutions. Hard to fill positions, right?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm just gonna go through this list real quick, and then you guys can modify. Graduate profile, interventions, personalized educational pathways for each student, AP program dual credit, performance-based budgeting, better assessments, international baccalaureate, gifted athletics, special education, culture and language, arts and crafts, work opportunities in district, implement programs that make students career ready. I'll put music up here too.
And I think it's also support for other activities that make school fun, like even like FFA or BPA or some of those where students are engaged, active, involved. Even science fair.
Work opportunities in district, implement programs that make students career ready, experiential learning, community as classroom, develop externships with area businesses, that is entrepreneurial skill development, AI and modern technological skill development, homelessness and home life challenges, life skills, graduation rates, staff teacher well-being. We talked about increased needs of students means we need to support teachers and staff more in order to avoid burnout, adequate time for substantive professional development. Then the last one so far is lack of specialized staff for hard to fill positions. We feel that a lot in special ed also.
Yes.
Do we have all the accommodations and accommodation things that we need for our SPED students, or 504 students?
with regards to accommodations and modifications, it's kind of so dynamic. It changes from one quarter to the other depending on on the activities or so. Right now, with regards to our students with disabilities, they have those things in place in their IEP. However, one thing that I would say a challenge would be for IEP teams to kind of review it as often as it can be done, because from the conversation of the group earlier when this discussion started is that we want them to be able to be career ready, skilled when they graduate, which is the main goal for special education. So we review, analyze data, that way we can help them with those accommodations and interventions.
So when the challenge is to meet regularly with the team, right, in regards to the IEPs, what's preventing the team from meeting? Is it not enough teams to the number of IEPs? Is it not having the supports, the specialists that are needed to be part of the team? What would be the challenge?
I would say there's a lot of variables or challenges that's kind of affecting these IEP teams. With regards to the geographical discussion earlier this morning, geographical like Newcomb area, Oho area, they will have difficulties in hiring subs, and if they're required to meet in an IEP team as a team, then they will have to be creative in a way wherein they'll be able to find that time wherein they can be available. And other challenges that's kind of that the IEP team usually encounter is also there was a mention of the evaluation. I would kind of put that together with data analysis. If these evaluations are not analyzed in a way wherein it's pinpointing these appropriate accommodations and interventions for this area of needs in math and reading, then the accommodations that we are talking about is not appropriate for our student. So the skill PD, another one that was mentioned earlier, coaching strategies or being visible in the schools would kind of help in those areas, but that's one of the challenges, I guess, that we kind of gather this group of team to be able to kind of sit down and analyze this data and be able to come up with those appropriate accommodations.
Does that capture it, what I put for 14? Staffing, resources, training for special ed, education, IEP meetings, and documentation, accommodations, and interventions, just to capture it high level.
Yes, and another component of that is the yearly revolving, the exit door revolving for these special ed teachers, because on a yearly basis.
Turnover?
Yeah, so it's usually you have to retrain the following year, next year, and it's kind of the continuity as the board has emphasized earlier.
So what would you say attributes to the high turnover in staff? Is it burnout? It's so much work that they just they leave the district or is it pay? Or is it the lack of housing? It's too much to come all the way to the school district and have the IEP meetings in the evening, and is it, what would you say it attributes to the high turnover?
So with regards to the school visits that I have done with regards to these teachers who kind of express their plan or the challenges, it has to do with, what's this one you mentioned, health, mental health, They mentioned also this higher offer, mentions opportunities for their spouse or children. So a lot of the things that was already mentioned out that is affecting the family in our community, which basically applies to these teachers that we have in the district.
So, but more so to our
Special ed.
Yeah, okay.
And well, we had a lot of what's this one? Visa teachers in the past, which is kind of part of the program that they have to go home or something. So we don't have control over that. I would like to that I guess the district didn't have a control over that when probably around 20 or something just had to go home.
I'm just throwing this out there. I don't know what the work setting is like, or other than just the basic teaching, but perhaps some would want to, for 1 year, swap and teach at Oho or Newcomb, or just to prevent that burnout and just a new environment. I don't know. I just thought it out.
I would like to put my personal experience. So from Newcomb Middle School, Shiprock, Oho, Kirtland. So I guess it worked for me. But what happened there was that there was a need in this area. So administrative transfers and something like that. There's a need here. So I moved from one place. It might help. I believe it helped. But that would be something more with the principal would have a say on it, I think, because they wouldn't want to lose.
Yeah. I would think that would be a good idea, because I know that, and maybe that's where we have to start thinking of other solutions outside the box, and that could be a solution. I know that in the past when I was working in social work, we used to have like a retreat day, just one day where you're doing team building, getting massages. I mean, it was all these, they had all these different things that was just a one day, which was really a retreat because of the high stress level for those jobs. But it would be something to think about, because if you're having a lot of turnover because of stress, then we have to start thinking about solutions for that.
So that's what we have for challenges right this second. We can always come back to them. For priorities, I was, just writing down as you guys were talking. We know the priorities are more than this, but it was just kind of trying to capture as you guys were talking what you were saying. Performance-based budgeting, data-driven program selection is really what that should say.
On that, one you had were arts. What about drama or theater?
That would be good.
Drama or what, sorry?
Theater.
Yeah.
I mean, even cheerleading. I can't believe Shiprock doesn't have cheerleaders.
Or pep squad. Do we have a pep squad? No? I think that would be really good.
I think ROTC got canned as well.
What is that? ROTC? Oh, yeah, ROTC. Shoot.
Because it's hard to find instructors.
What do you have on you? That's the
You save it.
And yet we got like the PAC centers that, have theater and.
Shiprock High School has a drama club.
They do.
Newcomb used to.
Yeah, they perform.
Yeah.
They're wanting to bring it back. We're trying to find a time in their schedule to have it. Because they have like a little theater and
Maybe after school, does every school have after school program?
They do, they have high dosage tutoring, and then for up through April, they had OST, which is more enrichment,
Okay.
so yeah.
I think one of the other questions I would have, at least for the Shiprock, even Newcomb Noshti area, is does the district work with like even like organizations, even internally within the schools, to have like after-school athletic programs, basketball, these things that support program like athletics at the local level?
We had a really excellent conversation about just that and the need to
But he's going a
grow
little
athletics.
different
Yeah.
on the, with the
He's-
youth.
You mean like KYA here?
Yeah,
KY.
because KY here works well, but
Basketball
it's really
Not
lacking, missing out that way.
Yeah, they have a,
necessarily like
Maybe
one of
there's
the
the
basketball teams.
rugby league, there's
what is it called, remember, there's that,
Four
Chris,
feathers or something like that.
four directions.
Four directions.
That goes down towards,
Newcomb.
Newcomb.
And they're putting in facility use forms and they're getting
Can I
more
put
and more
check club
active.
sports?
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Because it's programs like that that keep our kids in our schools and also the community, and I don't think it costs anything really, just support.
A lot of people volunteer.
There was another one, but that fell under Boys and Girls Club,
Right.
but
Oh, that's
because
right.
of,
And
you
United
know,
Way.
they're trying to allocate money here and there, also for Boy, United Way. And I think one of their big contributors was Sound Generating, Westmoreland, and so their funding or their money went down. And, but I believe there was two of them that used to utilize out there in Newcomb. But now it's just one, which is that Four Directions.
And that also goes back to the point that was made earlier, that we don't have wraparound services because we don't have municipalities on the reservation.
and maybe that's where we're gonna have to look at our own staff and develop something.
All right, so I was starting in on priorities. So far we have performance-based budgeting, data-driven program selection, right sizing school district, increased mill rate to expand greater funding opportunities, target resources students need based on data, which is data-driven program selection, so I'm gonna put that up next to that. Reading specialists, interventionists, personnel that work directly with students rather than coaches that work with adults, and same thing for math specialists, interventionists. Position dedicated to researching and applying for additional grant funding opportunities. Student performance, and Yazi Martinez academic and social emotional gap considerations, I just included the same thing there because a lot of those were opportunities / priorities. And that's what I have for priorities right now. This doesn't include kind of the state and federal legislative things, but we can add that once we go through that update.
Okay, sounds good.
Anything high level I need to add right quick to that you guys can think of?
What about the condition of facilities? Do we have any buildings that really need some investments repaired to bring them back
Okay,
up?
that's a really good one to add to
Yeah,
priorities.
because we, in the Newcomb area, we talked about cell tower, the need for cell
Right,
tower
yes,
because we
yeah.
didn't have.
Oh, that's a
like-
massive challenge.
Yeah,
I did not put down.
and then what was it, the
Why
rolling
would we-
black, brownouts.
The brown
challenge.
and blackout, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Power.
blackout.
The
So
power.
knowing the way PSC or whatever that, how they work and if you make any additional changes or maintenance to it, then you're back down on the list.
Yeah,
Affects
oh,
our-
yeah.
Affects our status.
So why would we try to do that?
Because from a safety standpoint,
Safety.
But even
it's
then,
we are not safe.
I know, but even then, I've asked that question before where, why, And I'm always told that you're gonna end up back at the bottom of the list.
So with that said, I don't know, I'm not sure if we have a list that's out there that shows where our building conditions are.
We
Yes,
have
we
a,
just
we
got
have a
one.
master plan
Oh,
also in
okay.
We
addition
just
to
got
that.
that up.
We got the rankings of our buildings compared
So we
to
should probably have
buildings.
a presentation on that.
We should, if we could do that, that would be great.
And that was part of the 5-year
Master.
master plan where they send in, and I believe at that time it was, what's his name, Alex
Garuba.
Aruba, that went and did that. Went through as an engineer,
With PSFA.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
and
Makes me think of that song.
took that list down.
Newcomb is at the bottom in terms of the scores for Newcomb High School, middle school, and elementary. Out of all the schools in the state, correct me if I'm wrong, you've seen that report?
Yeah.
We are in the
They're-
bottom 20.
Well, it's how they,
15?
they are, if you look at it in being on the top, they're in the top, within the top 20 to be.
Yes.
Because
Be replaced.
because they started the best schools on the bottom and they start working up, and so the top ones, the number one school in the state to be replaced, ours are getting up there, but now we waited so long for TBA's coming back up,
Yeah.
Shiprock High School's coming up, Kirtland High, they're all coming up, but Newcomb Elementary is up there. Now it's Newcomb Elementary, Newcomb Middle School, and Newcomb High School are all right
So that's a
At the top
challenge,
over there.
at the
is
top,
trying to
within the top.
maintain, to stay at the top of the list.
We want to get at the bottom of the
I
list.
mean, the bottom of the list. I mean,
You
it
want to be-
depends on how you do
That's the
that.
list we want to be at the bottom.
You want to be in the top.
Yeah, if, like,
Because
when
want it-
they
the bottom
rebuilt,
are the new
when
schools.
they rebuilt Farmington High School, it started back at the bottom. And it doesn't come into the state's purview until you get into the 150. Then they start looking, and then you're on the list for funding. So we're already past the 150. We're in the top
Alright.
20.
Yeah,
So-
and I think that the challenge with Newcomb Elementary is that transformer, right?
There's several.
There's that was a big one.
I don't
We
even
had-
know if it's a transformer or a substation or.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Or
then
the
they did
natural
say
gas
they had to
power
do a
generator,
substation.
there's something, some type of power generation.
Topographical issues.
Yeah.
So for that, is that something that we need to approach a capital outlay with the state, like a separate funding if it's a large amount? That's
Yes.
beyond what we can do?
Yes.
Because if it's improving infrastructure out that way, I don't see why we can't pursue like that.
Oh, to include that
Yeah.
into the.
So the district, we can manage that part, but as far as upgrading the utilities, that area, I think we probably could do
Because that has
capital
been
outlay
the
for
barrier.
infrastructure.
When Newcomb Elementary was, they went through everything and the funding. We were almost to that point where we could start. The big thing at the time during the pandemic was, they said it was the transformer. Then they said they had to ship it from, was it France or something?
It was when
No, that was the
they
line.
had
Oh, that's
that,
the
where they had that, supply issue, after COVID.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it all tightened up,
Yeah.
sure. So,
So we've been caught up in that whole, and then to hear that we might need a substation instead of the transformers, and then, I mean, it's just been a revolving door, and so now we have that blackout, brownout in Newcomb, we have the lack of, cell service in that area, we have, there's, I think, I like,
we're still on challenges?
No,
no,
priorities.
that's
Oh,
also
priorities,
priorities. So that's a priority, because in order to get our new building and to have, you can have a new building, but we need electricity in there. And
Well,
then-
that's why I was asking if we're still on challenges, because one of the challenges is working with the NTUA.
Well, for me, the challenge is finding exactly what electrical apparatus is needed. Whether
true.
it's there's
That
a
is
big
spoken like a
difference
true
between-
electrician right there.
Well, originally they said it was a transformer.
They said
didn't
it was
have
a
And then they
transformer.
come back and said, we need a new substation.
Yes, that you're talking about a massive grid over there, and then now, I think I've heard even a switch.
Yeah,
Switch
Yeah.
gear.
All the way down, just switch gear.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
switches are like huge.
How
You gotta
big?
find out.
How big of a switch do we need?
So why not go for something that's gonna have maximum value without having to go back and forth and have the place wired up like a Christmas tree?
Well, I guess we gotta really figure out what is actually the requirement.
Or what is our need?
What is the need?
What is our future need?
Because I think the big thing was that it wasn't just gonna be supporting the new elementary school, but because we were on the list to get a new middle school, high school, they said all of that had to be supported by whatever electrical mechanism to provide energy to all.
They were doing a calculation on that to see what the load was gonna be, and that was some of the initial talks to see what the load counts were gonna be on that, to see if it was gonna be that transformer, a substation, switchgear, whatever it was gonna be, but last time I heard it was a
Somebody said there
transformer.
was a transformer.
Yeah, that was the
down
last-
there, and when they found
Further
out,
south.
well, we need a substation,
Right.
And then, if you factor in, like, if we're gonna get a cell tower, is that gonna also go into the substation? Or if we're, and if we're talking about having internet, if we decide to go with Starlink or whatever else we decide to go with, Sacred Wind, we're gonna have to take all that stuff into
Because when
consideration.
you talk about cell towers, then you're talking about servers. And
Right,
they're gonna have to be,
Leandro's here is perfect.
Did you have,
Yeah,
yeah.
there was one we missed because remember they also talked to us about there wasn't capacity in the water tank.
The water tank
Remember that?
capacity, yeah, that's true. Cause then we'd had issues with the lagoon, there was a lot of infrastructure issues that were going on in the water tank, cause it does supply the chapter house, that little area right there of Noshchitty, or Nuka, from the bus barn, and it comes, so there was issues with the water as well. But I think, first and foremost, like we had talked before, is even getting them out there to retire the power lines existing, to get moving, because we're gonna have to rebuild the housing,
Right.
because the houses are in the footprint, and we're gonna make the homes more, environmentally, more energy efficient, that's the
because I
term,
think that was the reason why we chose
the location.
where the location of the elementary school was because of the existing power lines. Because they said if we chose a different area, the power lines would have to be moved and they have to be situated in a different way or something like that.
And that changed so many different times, because originally, when that conversation did come up and they were gonna retire all the overhead lines that were gonna be in the footprint of the building, and they were gonna retire them and run them underground, and they said, oh, no, we can't get the wires, it's too big. Now we can't run them underground. Now we have to put poles and go overhead, and that's when we had to do a change on the drawing, because we'd already been 100% on the drawings of the architectural. They had already been approved and everything. They had to move that wall because of that one pole, because now they weren't going to go underground, and they were going to have to put 3 poles up to have the power retired and moved. And now it's not going underground. It's going to be above in the back on the west side. So it just has changed so many times.
And then the floodplain,
Yes, the
then there was the
floodplain.
floodplain too.
And then the archaeological, they had to protect
Yeah.
the archaeological site, they cannot, so,
Anasazi over there?
Yeah.
There's the floodplain right where, near the, where
There's both,
the,
right?
elementary school, on the, I guess on the west side.
Is there any Mesa Verde cactus that we have to worry about too?
I haven't looked at that, environmental clearance, but I do.
Or a sacred prairie dog?
Okay.
But we had to get a.
Don't worry, we're gonna
We had to get the home site lease, right, the
Yes.
approval,
Yeah.
because of where the parking
We're
was
gonna
gonna
talk
be
about
too.
that in here in a minute.
okay.
Let's just get through this list, and we're gonna take a 10-minute break, because we're gonna clear our brains, and we're
Okay.
gonna come back, okay?
So I think for that, I would think that we should build for something that where we can have and anticipate future growth, no matter what. So rather than having to revisit, retalk, I think we should just go for something big that we can have maximum use for.
Well, and then,
Otherwise, we're just having to run more cables, plug stuff in, and that kind of deal.
And board member Asmus has a plan to increase birth rates, so I think
Let's like,
Mentioned you specifically?
let's like.
I think these plans totally align. I'm sorry, I could always.
okay, well, I'll get back to that.
That was a detailed plan. She'll divulge the details at the next meeting,
This one right here is gonna be squirrel. Okay,
So how come you don't tell him he's off there?
I'm sorry.
I'm now gonna say squirrel.
So,
Squirrel.
I wanted to share too
Only
that
those of the Cosby speak.
when Judy Nelson was getting started, and then we still had Ruth and Bond and Grace Lee, and then during that architectural and those designs came forward, it was said that the lift pump was inadequate. And so, and it seems like in that case, I mean, you had Mark Duncan who came forward and I don't remember who the representative at that time was, but politically, they came together and they were the ones that got the money to where, you know, as Matt was saying, you know, for further future, you know, they made it better. And then now we have a new school. So, and then in this case, it seems like is wanting to, you know, have that improvement at our expense.
Yeah. And maybe we can approach our representative. Who's the representative? Is it George Munoz in that area?
There's a bunch, so
Yeah, it could be.
it's Senator Pinto, it's Wanda is part of it now.
In the Newcomb area? So maybe we need to have him, because every year they have X amount of funding, and maybe this will be a project that we can pitch to them to help.
Not only the electrical part, but the water.
But the
part.
water,
Sewer.
the sewage,
Yeah, because I know,
you know, everything.
Utilities, I just put
Utilities.
utility infrastructure needs.
Yeah.
because I know like several years back, that's what the board, and with support of Mark Duncan and the local leadership, I think they also put a request in to upgrade the sewer line by Kirtland Central High School?
Lift station.
Yeah, the lift station, so I think that happened, and that used like capital outlay money to
Was
do that.
Representative Klauscher Shillage, all of the San Juan delegation, and Mark Duncan as mayor.
Yeah.
I think we could do that, because they already have a helipad and all that. I mean, without a school, that's kind of, it make
And we did make a golf course for them.
So if we can, maybe, that would be one of the things that we could do to be proactive.
And we're putting a team together too, because a lot of things have changed, and even the leadership from PSFA has changed. So we have a lot of different people involved. We have a different rep that's dealing with that now. So there's a lot of things that have changed. So we kind of want to get this back together, get back on track. We went way off, and we need to get on track with our utilities. We already have the design, we already have the plan. We need to figure out with them, with where we're at. You know, we kind of, you know, put it off as kind of, I know things have changed with the percentages and stuff, so we might be in a pretty good position to when we go relook at this, to when we want to break ground and set some firm deadlines and hold people's feet to the fire, because we got to make sure that we're moving along with the deadlines. It is in our plan, it's in our master plan, and it is something we need to do moving forward.
And I think we really need to get the specifics, the specification, because we keep going between what do we actually need. We've been told multiple things of what we really need. And it keeps moving. So and just speaking in terms of an advocacy point of view, when we're doing the ask, we can't really be just general about it.
Or wishy-washy.
We really have to have kind of almost shovel-ready type of information that we have to present to say, this is what we need, this is how much it'll cost, and this is how it's going to be utilized, and how it's affecting our community there.
And Matt, to your point, Newcomb right now is a phased plan, so base needs and then phase 2 if we need those additional classrooms.
Oh, yeah.
So we did build in some flexibility.
It is expandable. It is, it's.
And we are, I remember the meeting very distinctly where the architects were told by the board to make sure that it has a functionality and adaptability for those fluctuations. And for dual language instruction.
And then it's really good that you're keeping track of all the information, the data piece in terms of the problems that we're having currently with the current electrical system, the current lack of cell service, the current, the issues that we're having.
The scary thing that keeps, I think, probably a lot of us up is response time for that area, and coupled with lack of communication, utility infrastructure. Those are two massive double whammies if we were to have an incident out there. So.
For sure. We've experienced it with our housing.
And that, we've talked about this on the 911 side, on the task force side, about the need to make sure we have our own team of first responders there, because they're gonna be the make or break in terms of what casualties or trauma we have.
Because when that fight happened at Newcomb High School graduation, we were the first responders. The board members were the first responders.
That was prior to LSAs, correct?
Yeah.
So that's
a
gonna be a
huge
big
help.
change.
Yeah,
That's gonna be a big change. Because that's what's happening. We have one that lives out there now, so when we had an incident and when it happened, our maintenance team responded to something that probably they shouldn't have prior to a law enforcement being there, and that should have never happened.
But that's
gonna change with, with the infrastructure and everything, and that's the direction we're wanting to head.
And we've also said, as part of the safety part, but also the wellness component, that our bus drivers, our coaches, our cafeteria folks, our maintenance, those ones are the ones who actually see what's going on more than anybody else, obviously teachers too. But back, several years ago, the tips we got from a safety perspective, for the most part, were coming from those folks because they picked up on what was going on easier.
Well, I think that just what I see and what I'm gathering is, coming into the school district and we hear, I'm gonna pick on Mr. Marion Wells for a little bit about, the 4-year light project. I don't want, this is a school, and I look at the challenges we had with that one little light and now having direction with Dominic, in the finance and having that collaboration as to where where we're all meshing together, and it's not just one, just trying to direct this, where you're taking all of this information and building them relationships with the contractors, with like the utility company. I reached out and I feel like I have a good conversation with them, because we're going through the electrical upgrade at SAO. It's running behind, but everybody says, well, it's just because it's that company. I'm like, no, it's just because we need to push harder. We need to hold them accountable. So I think moving forward, instead of just having those, yes, we talked about it and it's been 4 years and we're going to get done. No, that's not acceptable. And we know that a lot of that stuff, the monies are tied to that time frame deadlines, and we don't want to have to go back and be like, hey, I'm sorry, we couldn't do this because we couldn't get our stuff together,
And I'm glad that you are stating that, because that would be an issue, what you're talking about right there, the whole picture that you're painting would be something then ask for the board, because then when we are meeting with individuals or making a point to set up meetings with our legislature, then we can actually advocate on that. And with the data that you're providing with your staff and the people that are, the data that you're compiling from your staff would be really helpful for us to advocate on a higher level.
Awesome.
So, yeah, it helps, it's beneficial for everybody. So we're looking, trying to figure out different things. We know that there's a problem. We don't know specifically what the problems are and the solutions, but with your input, your information, the things that you provide, I'm already thinking about the one pagers and all the information that could go in there, and then Ms. Chappelle can put us on all, different agendas for LFC or any of those meetings so that we can start advocating for that.
Good, very good.
Okay, so that takes us through priorities. The questions to consider / information gaps that I gathered as you guys were talking, there are way more than this, but just what you guys talked about so far. How do we improve the programs that engage students the most? And I would say, how do we identify and improve? Because I don't know that we've identified all of the best programs that engage them, right? Or am I wrong on that?
No, I don't think we've.
I'm
we
looking
talked
at
about
Peter
that?
to truth
Peter?
check me.
Identify programs that engage kids best. I would say the answer is no, not across the board, sure.
We could do more on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Dedicated athletic and extracurricular coordinator sorry, that looks at building out athletic and extracurricular programs so that we have our own program and aren't essentially a farm team to Farmington and other area schools.
But we don't have a farm team. That's what she said.
That's what I
Okay.
said.
That we're not.
Aren't.
Are not.
We don't have a farm team?
We don't want
So we're
that. We don't
not-
want to be a farm team. We want to be our own empire.
We want to be a
Build our
farm
own
team.
athletic.
Yeah,
Our
but
builder
we
own
basically-
athlete.
we have good athletes
Keep
that come out of our elementary, junior highs, and then they go elsewhere.
We're the feeder team. We're the feeder for supplying
Yeah, we
the-
need to
the
feed
prep-
into our
the
own
prep and
schools.
farm.
So that goes back to what's going on in the high schools. If you have a program that's not doing well, parents are gonna take their kids elsewhere.
And then ongoing mapping to determine what positions are needed in departments and buildings to more effectively and efficiently provide services to students. That's what we were talking about. So we can come back to questions to consider and information gaps maybe at the end.
Okay.
But this is the work product for what we've accomplished so far today. And I just want you guys to remember the work we did last time, which is still up there. And the fascinating thing is pretty much everything that is up there is also in here. Just take why don't we do this? Let's take 10 minutes. You guys can go check that out, stretch your legs, and then we'll start on A.
Yay!
Hey,
We've just been on B. We've been on B.
Yes.
I'm trying to
and
put
five.
this back in.
We're back. We will start and have Ms. Chappelle go over the other.
Policies first.
Okay, policies.
So one really great development we wanna talk to you about, for special ed, and I'll turn it over to Joel, is that, we have now gotten updated policies for all of our federal, state, special ed, laws. And we're going through the process of actually conforming that to our practice and policies. We haven't actually done this update since 2014.
2011, something like that.
Okay, so it's way over here.
Oh, okay,
And so we're really happy and excited that it's done.
okay.
I printed out the sample. Unfortunately, it's just one, but I'm just going over
We'll
it.
just pass it around.
Okay.
Okay.
And I would like to add some more context to that, because for the unified application grant for the special ed budget for next school year, we are being required to have an updated board approved policies on special education. And that's why we're going to need to have one, because they won't approve that budget if we're not going to proceed with that. That one, that is kind of presented in a way wherein the first column is going to have the federal guidelines, and the middle column will have the state guidelines. And on the far right column, it will have the district. So actually, that guideline was received by the district on Tuesday, after school Tuesday, and then yesterday I kind of went ahead and made those corrections or information to put in central schools. That way we're going to adopt it as our board policy for special education. And then that one is 64 pages, so that's a lot. And it will contain some general description about a general description of the special ed guidelines, wherein it would the first part actually is on the general some general information wherein how the district should be able to or safeguard the rights of the students with disabilities and the parents for the district to make sure that we are providing free appropriate public education and that we are abiding with all those guidelines and ensure that our students with disabilities are receiving those services.
So the red lines that are in there, because there's areas that are in red text and red lines that are striked out. In terms of those, who's the one who are those? Are you making this applicable to our district specifically? What? Okay, so
Yes.
the red strikeout lines are so that we're in compliance with the state of New Mexico's guidelines, and then also with Yazzie Martinez and those guidelines, correct?
Yes,
Is that what
it
it's
should,
all? Okay.
it should kind of work along with
Okay.
Yazzie Martinez. However, for the, what's this one? The red, the striked out with red, that is some changes for this school year from the previous
okay.
year. So it's kind of striked out. That way, we're going to kind of look into it and make sure that we are adapting to those kind of, we'll be able to adapt and make it our own
Okay.
with regards to those changes that are striked out. So actually, there's around 100 plus that's on red, that's kind of marked, because those are those changes that's kind of declared from previous school year to this year.
So this is what we had in previous school years. We were amending our policies based on current state statutes, state, federal statutes, correct?
Yes.
And that's what we're- Okay.
First column is federal, second is state rule,
And
the
then
last is
Alex-
district policy.
yeah.
District policy, yes.
Yep, I didn't see anything out of the
Yeah.
ordinary, most of it's pretty standard cookie cutter. It's adding CCSD through all the pages and maybe a few, there's nothing really substantive in terms of the world's gonna come to an end if this,
There's some
because of this
strikeout,
paragraph.
there's some strikeouts in there to reflect the changes.
The
from
changes.
Yeah.
From those previous years. So that is more like, it's kind of divided into subparts, but in general it's kind of 7 chapters to kind of cover all the different areas that we need to be looking at, like evaluations, eligibility, planning for individual educational plan, program, placement, procedural safeguards for the parents and students, preschool students with disabilities. So it will cover a lot extensive laws, statutes, guidelines for special education, and I would like to kind of relate it with the school visit that I did this morning in one school here in Kirtland, because I was here and then somebody called me and I had to go, and they expressed that we really need some more information or training on the guidelines on special ed, and there were some student assistance concerns too, but the principals are opening up to this one. That way they would also know moving forward, and also it will address the concerns that they kind of expressed, that some staff are just turning lawyers on their own, kind of, what's this one? Giving meaning to those procedures. And if we have this one, it would good for the principals to have it, and then they can refer to it, and then this is what the board approved for our district to follow.
And this would start the next school year, right? School year 25-26, or is it going, once it's adopted, that it's gonna be active?
Once the board approved it,
Okay.
then we have it, we're covered for.
For me.
Okay, all right, and let's.
So I did put up I put it up
Yeah.
just so
Yes.
folks could see it. If you haven't seen the handbook, because I don't think it's gone away around all the way yet, but
this is like approving
Yeah.
like financial policies, procedures, it's usually just minor updates, nothing major.
these are
We
major.
haven't updated since 2011.
11.
Okay.
So
This is what's called a side-by-side, so federal law is on the far left, state law rules are in the middle, and then our policies, procedures will be on the right.
Yes, and I believe this is part of the reorganization of the special ed, to have a more guidelines in place for.
And the process of going through and doing the updates actually is a really great training, also because his whole staff will get a good crash course in law.
Yes.
And if you could, when you're doing that, to make sure that maybe do an SOP in regards to filling out the Medicaid, to doing the paperwork.
The Medicaid.
Yeah, to remember, I don't know if it's in there, but that internally, we have to remember to do our Medicaid,
Yes.
Medicaid paperwork, so that we're not leaving money on the table. Just what Ms. Chappelle had brought up earlier.
Yeah.
So, in this subpart A, general, and what you were just saying, that the federal regulations on the
Our
left side, and the New Mexico's in the middle, and like on this page, there's no federal regulations.
I think you're just in the introduction part.
Yeah,
But if you
subpart
go
A,
to like
general.
page 30, you'll see a better example.
And then we're still going to be looking into this one because we just received this one. What I just gone through is putting in the Central Consolidated School District we're still going to make sure that we put the right or our own that way.
Oh, good, 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 good.
So there's still going to be some additions to this one.
And did you actually go through all 400 pages?
I went through it, by put just for this corrections only, but not really all the words or the statutes and the laws on it.
But we
All
will,
the
they will.
additions-
But we'll go through it
All the
because
additions
there's,
on the right-hand side, that's,
Mr. Wells, since it's a policy change, we need to read that whole thing 3 times.
3 times.
She's kidding.
So,
you gotta make that.
I'm kidding.
It hurts.
the red ones. Oh, yeah, the red ones are more like the additions, and then there will be ones that are kind of the striked out, which
The
are
changes,
changes
red line.
from the previous years that were.
so, why was this needed?
For our, what's this one? For our
I mean-
grant application, and
When you went to the presentation, did they explain why
It's compliance, right?
Yeah.
it's, why, they went with the new, I guess under itself, created its own department and taken it out of PED?
That didn't make it through the legislature.
That didn't,
yeah,
so it's still under PED and,
The bill that was kind of legitimizing that did not pass.
it says here, Office of Special Education to oversee state
Where's the
level.
separate office?
Okay,
It's still under PED though.
This year.
From a cabinet standpoint, it's still under PED because the bill to make it completely separate didn't pass.
okay. So then, looking at it, it says, what are the 3 most important challenges? Did they share that with you?
3 most important challenges for this ones.
For facing special ed, because I'm asking this because the committee meeting that I attended and saw where the lady was talking about how I guess outcomes has not moved, has not improved in the last, I don't know how many years, and yet nobody has done nothing about it. And that's why she was pushing for a, to come out of under PED and its own,
And to your point, Board Member Aspis, the state itself has not been in compliance with IDEA for years. And so the feds are really cracking down, not just on school districts, but PED as well, for their lack of updating.
Yeah, and a meeting that I attended with on some part of the IEP, wherein the federal was kind of monitoring one office, wherein it's kind of focused on the 1% participation of what's this one? Participation of those with severe disabilities. So that's one that I was able to attend, but now there's this, for this year, there's that federal group or mandate from the Fed going to OSE, but with the changes that's happening right now, nationwide, I don't know what's going to happen again next school year. So
yeah, and here is 3 most significant challenges facing our staffing shortages, funding limitations, and the need for increased support and resources for students with disabilities, including mental health support. So, you know, I was just wondering how, as we're going through all of this and our challenges and, again, we're facing staffing
Yes.
issues, and I think that has been a long time issue.
And on this policies, it will have also some, it would mention wherein the district is responsible in getting those, like the mental health that you mentioned, related services that they need in order to make help them succeed academically or in the classroom. So it would be here, and to the best of the ability of the district, they will have to be in compliance, or like the words that the board president mentioned earlier, being creative on probably getting more people here and answering our own challenges that were mentioned earlier. That way we can recruit more.
Because I think that's an area that's very not understood, whether even from parents, even their part, what they play in it. They don't know their rights.
Yes.
And the student and their child's rights. And then, you know, the whether other places too, like not other places, but other teachers that don't work with special ed, or they don't know also, you know, and then so when given a book like that, you know, you either read it or you understand why is it coming forth. And to me, I think it's easier for somebody like me to, why was this, you know, a presentation? Why are we from the head level? Why is it important? Why are they making these changes? Because then it gives a, you know, that short answer.
Yeah.
Instead of having to read each article or statute or understand.
I can probably give, what's this one? The list of the ones that were changed, because that would be probably 150 something, and putting it in just 2 pages would make it more readable and understandable for the board, so that when approving
I mean,
it.
just like I had no idea until about 3-4 months ago, where I didn't know there was levels that you had to work with, and then say a student is really at a higher level, say 3 or 4, then it takes time, you know, for them to reach that or to get or be assessed that from a teacher, and then you wasted maybe 1 whole school year and time, and instead of making that assessment right away, or maybe that parent doesn't know and doesn't you know, keep pushing, you know, the school system. You know, and so that's what I'm saying, you know, there's so much to this that's not known.
And yes, to add more to, I guess, to the concern that you mentioned, wherein it involves the 4 levels, the continuum of service, wherein student kind of move from one step to the other before they are kind of placed in a very restricted environment. Because as some conversation earlier, that inclusivity and inclusivity was the one that kind of floated out earlier, and to connect that with the board president's question earlier regarding accommodation, wherein the team should always be reviewing those data, having this analysis. That way, as you have said, the IEP team or the parent is not going to wait for 1 full year, because if they're reviewing this one and the student really needs help and more specialized instruction in a SPED setting, then those services can increase from one step to the other, as you were saying about those stages or levels, and not wait for. If you know that the student is struggling in the classroom, your student is struggling in the classroom, it's not appropriate for me as a teacher to wait for the next year due date to discuss and have this discussion with the parents. So yeah, I agree to that, and I guess with having, it would help also with having this one, it protects the district. I would say that, because if we have a 2011 the handbook like this one, then that's it's outdated. So
Then at the same time, the district can't come back and say, we have a staffing shortage.
yeah, so, and that's why I'm selling this one.
At some point, we'll also have an update on the restructuring progress with the consultant. So some of those questions that you're asking will be answered by that also.
I think to really have something really effective, I think perhaps maybe invite some parents. And to put that together, and so that they have that chance, and
They have been drinking through a fire hose with the new changes. So they've had a really good adjustment year though. Lots of new training and everything.
I think before it was country kitchens hose, and they just spit it out and try again.
No, I think it's good that you have those policies, and probably with, just from your experience, you can tailor some of the processes to our school district, so for more efficiency. And I hope that you also have training for all your maybe teacher training or principal training, so that everybody's on the same page too.
Yes.
So that would be really good, I think. Our kids need that.
So am I thinking this right? Because I've never asked this question. With special ed, do most of them have Medicare or Medicaid?
Special ed teachers?
The kids,
The students?
I think it's based on the student's needs. You can have a student that is, requires medication, maybe for ADHD or needs therapy or
Those related services.
related
therapy,
services, occupational therapy, physical therapy.
and the district can bill for it. Not the Medicaid, the personal Medicaid of the parents.
Okay.
The district can.
Facilitate those, since we're facilitating those services, then the district will get reimbursed for those services.
Yes.
But it really depends on each individual child. So if they need they have a 504 and they need, like in some cases, they have to take off the skull off the students. They have to have a special hat, like a helmet to protect the brain. Maybe something happened, and so those are the things that the district has to buy in order for the child, so that that's reimbursable. So it's on each individual case by case basis.
and they also check with Health and Human Services. So
Yes.
the data for students with SNAP and under TANF, and they are receiving related services, they cross-check the student, and then that's the number of special ed reimbursed. But some kids don't have the TANF or the SNAP. That's why we need to cross-reference our data to their data and making sure that those are the right numbers of students.
That's a lot, Joel.
That's, I don't know how many years. But, yeah, it's going to be a journey.
It's good. It's good. 14 years. No, it's good that, we'll rely on you to read that whole book.
And his team.
And his team. Okay.
Are there any other policies you want to discuss right now?
Policies, that, if the board can look at all the policies, I know that, best practice would say that we look at our policies and we update and amend. I think there's some policies that need to be looked at. So I printed off some, but maybe I didn't forget. But just, I think the board, we need to look at the policies, and because not only are we talking about changes in how we're learning, like AI, or with all these new technologies, I think we need to look at our policies to figure out if we're covering those areas and having discussions. I didn't bring it into it. I thought I did. I mean, I did, but I don't think I got it. But if we could, as board members, and then as directors, if you could look at your area, there's different areas that need to also be looked at. And I think best practice is that we should be looking at those and then just updating, maybe the ones that need to be amended, we should be amending, but we really need to look at, and from a I guess superintendent and assistant superintendent level, if there are issues that are coming up that aren't in policy, that you recommend that need to be in policy, we should start looking at those too. Yes,
I have two.
okay.
Tobacco, which was one that was being presented with 24/7. I was about to send an email to Ms. Chappelle. And then the other one is we were working on the behavior matrix yesterday, Joel.
Yeah.
And one of them they wanted to revisit was drug and alcohol use. So in the board policy, it states that on first offense, the family will be referred for a drug or alcohol evaluation, which that's out of date. It'd be, I know it sounds, if someone can afford drug or alcohol, but it's kind of difficult resource-wise to have a family
From
Shiprock and Newcomb to transport their kid to Reliance to get drug and alcohol evaluation, meaning they go to like Reliance to get tested for 6 types of drugs or substances. But for some instances, we've had to send liaisons to pick up families to take them to either a suspension hearing or to like IEPs or meetings. So it would be a financial burden on those on some families. So if we could look at was it 30/50? Was that the policy?
30/50.
Yeah. So those are two right offhand that we've been looking at lately. Here's the reason why, is because I've done 16 suspension hearings this year, and 13 are directly related to THC or alcohol use by student. So meaning if it got to hearing, that means they had a first offense, the second offense, and then a third offense, and then after the third offense, they're taken to a suspension hearing. But that's the one that they wanted, the principals wanted that to be updated. Thank you.
That would be really good. I think that's important. And is that the tobacco one is separate too, right?
Yeah, tobacco one is separate.
Because that would entail vaping.
Yeah, that includes vaping. So then the drug and alcohol one, that's specifically for THC or other illegal substances. And then, of course, alcohol as well. But the THC vape is just they call them nic pens or nicotine pens. Usually, they look like this, but on there sometimes they'll have a little marijuana leaf. And then the non-nic will just say nicotine or something like that. I think that's what it says. I only know the ones that have a little symbol.
I don't know, don't look at me.
Well, I was looking at George. George sees the pictures too. No, I have pictures.
Oh my gosh, that's taken out of context.
Well, no, so when a kid is taken to hearing, as the evidence, I ask principals to take a picture of anything that they collect. But so there's a difference. The THC vape, of course, we provide support as far as counseling and stuff like that. But the one that the principals really wanted to look at, because the way the behavior matrix is set up and discipline is set up right now, it doesn't match the board policy.
Okay.
So that was one that that needs to be looked at. And I'm assuming if you go to the, where do we pull our policy from? The group, the state.
The policy manual.
The policy advisory committee.
Am I capturing it?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
And what policy did you say?
I believe it's 2050.
And which one does it go with? All of them?
It just, so that's just drug and alcohol. Tobacco is another policy. I can pull the policy.
That's okay. We can do it later. I just was gonna try to take notes as we went.
Okay, and then the second one was about, what about the tobacco and?
It's tobacco use, because remember 24/7 did a presentation, and there was a question about traditional use of tobacco,
Yeah.
like medicinal or non-medicinal, like
No,
ceremonial.
Yeah,
So
ceremonial.
We do have that in our policy.
Okay, so then, but that's one that 24/7, that was the recommendation when they came to the board work session last week, was there was policy that they had written that they wanted the board to adopt. But the thing is, when I first met with them, they were just gonna present on how effective and how they were working with Newcomb schools down south, Newcomb High School. But then she kind of slid into the policy update, and I hadn't sent it to Ms. Chappelle for review.
Okay. And
I
then,
also put vaping on there because I remember they talked about that too.
Yeah, but they are separate policies because it's tobacco.
and
or
then
nicotine.
with like traditional, the unfortunate event that happened, was it a year ago, 2 years ago, in regards to smudging? Do we have a policy on that?
Our policy does incorporate that with the cultural
Okay.
attire and cultural, I don't remember the word we used, but I can pull it up.
Yeah, if we could look at that and make sure that we are respectful of our cultural practices plus for our students. Another area I would, in terms of I need it somewhere, trying to remember.
Do you want Dominic to hold while you think?
Yes, go ahead.
So there's two board policies that we're going to be coming to you with eventually, which are our insurance requirements for facilities use. Okay, one of the things that I discovered is that our forms for facility use were not consistent with our board policies, which requires a $10 million insurance policy for property damage. Because that was absent, we were seeing applications approved with anywhere from $1,000 for property damage to meet our requirements for non-school sponsored events. all the way down to like $350, which means that they're just choosing the cheapest option. I brought this to the attention of the superintendent to let him know that we would be updating the forms, and that duty moved from finances management to operations management. And in working with Stephanie Nelson, I explained to her that we needed to hold applications to account to make sure that they're meeting existing board policies. With that being said, we have received a lot of complaints. I don't want to say a lot, but in the ones that have been confronted with that requirement, many of them have pushed back, saying that it's too expensive, or we even had what is it called? Palms.
Our insurance.
Yeah, Palms, which is like the third party intermediary between us and our insurance company, even come back and say that our insurance covered those because they were advocating for a dance that was taking a dance competition that was taking place in Newcomb. Ultimately, what we moved to is allowing.
Is that why the powwow was canceled?
No, not the powwow. Powwow was not canceled. This was related to dance.
It's back on.
I saw
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it was pushed out. This was related to a dance
Competition?
traditional dance competition.
Oh.
So they moved forward with that, but ultimately what we decided for now was to leave it to the discretion of the superintendent to provide an exception at this time.
What constitutes an exception?
An exception is that they're not willing, or they would like to negotiate the insurance minimums that the board policies has set, which is $10 million. Now, I've reviewed Aztec's policies and Farmington's policies. I'm not sure the exact date that board policy was updated. We do have examples from old forms found under the board site that reference something back into the 90s when the last time the policy was updated, which had lower amounts, which tells me that this $10 million amount was a more recent update to the board policy. With that being said, in comparison to Aztec and Farmington, they only require a $1 million general liability for their facilities use, and it's a standard language that they both have copied. And to be quite honest, I think that it's antiquated. Their policies are antiquated, and ours are more in line to protect our district. I was concerned that Palms, the third party, was advocating for this group to basically tell us that our insurance covered these types of events. And so, just to double check to make sure that my hunch was correct, I contacted our insurance company, and our insurance company stated that non-school sponsored events are not covered under our insurance policies, such that if damage was caused during one of those events, that would leave us liable. The other concern that I had is that the Palms person that contacted us basically said that we didn't need a $10 million property damage because the property in Newcomb wasn't even valued at $6 million. And I had to explain to the Palms representative that these valuations are not based on the value of the property, but actually the replacement costs of the property. And to replace Newcomb High School or Newcomb Gym would be well over $10 million if it burnt to the ground. So there were some concerns, but we're trying to navigate this. Ultimately, this is a policy that we want to bring to the board's attention, that we are going to continue to require the $10 million, and should anyone push back and not want to pay for those policies to cover, that we'll bring it to the superintendent's attention to basically negotiate. So for example, if that event is taking place outdoors, maybe we're not okay to only require $1 million policy because it's not in like the gym or the building. But again, we want to be transparent about what's taking place. We're coming up against complaints I'm trying to keep the integrity of the policies, the board policies, and find a middle area. So
if I could ask, how much are these policies just to buy them?
So from the Palms example for the dance competition, was about $700 for a $5 million policy. And they basically said
For one day, yeah.
for one day, and that Palms basically said that they didn't even have a $10 million option. And I was like, well, just because your button's not there doesn't mean that you can't get a $10 million property valuation. So what I would say is that maybe a $10 million, costs $1,500, but $1,500 when you're running an event where it's 100 to 300 plus people for a non-school sponsored event, we're not able to get waivers. The risk becomes very high when it's a non-school sponsored event. That, again, I think that our policies are not as antiquated as maybe Farmington or Aztecs that only require $1 million general liability. But again, I have confirmed with our insurance company, the adjuster for the New Mexico insurance policy, that non-school sponsored events are not covered if there's property damage made to the building.
So you're right that if the superintendent's gonna have the ability to waive that, we would need to change the policy.
And I think that,
Again, well then, the problem is that because I brought this to the attention and it's important that this is a huge liability, I put a stop to it as soon as I discovered it. We're in the process of updating our forms. You will, if that is the position of the board to not allow the superintendent to provide waivers, then we, for example, that
I'm not saying it's not the position, it just needs to, the policy
Yeah,
needs to be
understood.
changed.
But I'm saying there's like this middle area where we might be denying events, causing upset that because we've been scheduling and planning for this event and 2 weeks out, they come to us and they're not willing to provide that $10 million coverage. That is something that the board probably needs to consider. So, again,
It's down, I got it.
yeah. Do you want me to move on to the next one?
Yes, please.
Well, because we're tied to that through the operations department. So as it just came into our purview, it was in the department in the past that had it. And like Dominic said, past norms and procedures where everything just kind of went and everybody, but of course you all know the way, like even like Shiprock High School Commons, we get a lot of facility use for family members that have, they have family meetings there now. And in the past, I don't know how that was addressed with these, there wasn't a policy or they weren't adhering to that policy. So now we're trying to implement that and people are saying, well, you could have 200, we've seen a lot of those family meetings, they'll have a lot of people there. So it's like, well, you either have a sign a waiver, you gotta produce the insurance, and so the paperwork just started really, where before, it was just, they were just kind of going, approving and moving really fast, and we're trying not to bottleneck and not trying to hold up like some of these events, but in the same token, trying to make sure that our assets are protected and.
All right, let me ask this.
Quality.
With these events, has the district had any events where we had catastrophic loss or damage that warrants throwing the book at some of these people or these events?
I've only been here for, I lost count, but what I would say is that.
Almost 60 days.
Okay, so 6 days. So I would say no one plans on like a mass shooting at their school. Just because you haven't had one in that particular school doesn't mean that you should not plan for that type of risk to take place. Fires can happen. There's, again, how insurance companies measure risk is based on the possibility, not based on what's happened in the past. So I would say we should be requiring property damage we need to understand what the impact that would have on our community if they're trying to bring, 200-300 people in, or the cost of small events, which we actually only require waivers, but that we need to reevaluate that.
So in addition to what Mr. Satania is saying, it also affects our premiums if we aren't safeguarding the district in that way. So in other words, if we don't have these safeguard mechanisms that require them to have their own insurance, and something happens, we're in a world of trouble, not only because of the cost, but that relationship between us and our insurer. kind of like homeowners insurance with fire, if you have medical or fire that can come to your house, or if you don't, your insurance premium.
Or car rental,
Yeah.
car rental,
All
you're
those
driving with.
Yeah, I guess what I'm coming at is for like families or people that use our buildings that have probably used it for years, all of a sudden charging them $750 for $10 million insurance seems that's outrageous.
Well, I guess my question would be, what are we, I mean, there's certain things
I mean, if it
that,
wasn't a problem before,
There's-
why try to fix it?
there's certain things that,
You can give
that
the
should be in the schools and certain things that shouldn't be. I mean, that we've been too lenient, and I think we need to look at those things. We were at a graduation, and that fight broke out, and the principal got hit and had to get stitches. I mean, did anybody anticipate that? No.
That's a school-sponsored event.
And that's a school-sponsored event. And then if you have events that are not school-sponsored, you don't necessarily have security, and then you have people who are inebriated or doing other things. I mean, the liability keeps going up, and then we're talking about safeguarding our assets, our buildings, our bathrooms, all these different things that we have to safeguard. Because at the end of the day, the buildings are there for our students to receive the education. And, as much as we want to be friendly to the community, that's where they go to school. If something happens to our buildings when they're on, other things are happening, then it really falls on us. Then we have, like the district, the administration, when it flooded. I mean, if something happened, it's our responsibility to safeguard our buildings.
And having it in policy that the superintendent can waive it protects the superintendent, because if it's not in policy and if something happens because he waived it, then the board can put it all on the superintendent. We don't want that.
Can I just offer that our job is to, and the way it's not how I see my job, how the board policies see my job and the superintendent's job, all the directors, is that we are responsible for carrying out the board policies. And
That's my point.
that's the policy, our policies state that insurance is required. So I definitely respect the fact that, it would be a surprise to certain people that have been using our facilities to come back and say, hey, we've had this board policy for a while, we need to be implementing it, and this puts burden on you to continue these events at our schools. But at the end of the day, we are held accountable to follow through with the board's policies. So that's why I wanted to bring it to the board's attention, is for consideration. You're welcome to amend it however you see fit, but at the end of the day, we need to address this issue.
The best way to do that is to get the policy that you think you want to amend and mark it up, and then we can talk about it and present it at the board meeting.
I think so.
I think this is a great conversation because there's a lot more to it, because like you said, Mr. Satania, that sometimes they're not just using the facility, they can move it outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of variables, and we're trying to work with them as these come in, and it's a tremendous uptaking, because there is a lot of facility use that come in where they'll want to use the football field, the gym, the commons area, the kitchen. So we're trying to check all them boxes and making sure, so at the end of the day, we're making sure that everything's protected. And if it is something that needs to be, one of our assets, we're making sure we're covered.
Exactly, and the gym floor, to have it refloored, wasn't it
Yes.
$50,000 or $60,000 to have?
New turf on
And then
the
the new
field.
turf on the fleet field,
Yes.
I mean, those things are expensive, and
Yes.
if we're just, these are non-school, school events, and that's a concern, because we're picking up the cost. We're having to fix the turf.
One thing I would like, sorry,
Go ahead.
one thing I would also like the board to be aware of is that as a part of the application process under the finance tab on our website, we actually specify there is a list of types of events that where we will accept only a waiver, and there are certain types of events or use of facilities where we actually say we require the insurance policy. There's no option for a waiver to replace insurance. So we do have some options available, just given the types of use. So you're welcome to pull that up through the website and take a look at that.
And is our form, I remember, what was it, 4 years ago, the union negotiated some language to use agreements. Nobody's in here that did that. Leander, were you there when we did that?
Is that under students' parents? Departments?
So anyway, I just want to make sure that we don't forget that because it's in the CBA somewhere. And we make sure that whatever agreement we do have doesn't forget those agreements.
Which one?
Public relations?
If you go to departments, finance.
The union negotiated, because they were
Is that
tired
You
of,
see Herbie's picture at the top,
Okay.
scroll all the way to the bottom.
the union like wanted to use
Where's your picture?
The rooms, the classrooms, for like say TSOL, somebody comes in and.
Okay.
And then
doing
click
that.
under finance forms,
So
like facilities.
whatever form we come to, just let's circle back to the
And
CBA.
that will download a zip drive.
And I can help you
includes
find
all
that
the
if we don't
documents
have it.
that are required to be reviewed by the applicant. Included in that is a list of buildings or types of events that we are not willing to forego an insurance policy with renting
This is
space.
school. Okay.
So what kind of waivers given for voting,
For what, I'm sorry?
voting?
Voting,
That's a rowdy group.
voting around?
Okay.
Oh, no, voting, like public voting, using public, I haven't encountered that yet. I haven't seen voting as one of the activities on there. I'm assuming that.
Yeah, we are
I think we
voting.
really should
We
put
always-
something in there too.
Yeah,
This, well, it happened here at Shiprock, it's in the old gym, is that, what is
And
that?
the field and over here.
Oh, and so
And
we probably
juvenile
need to
center.
look at that too.
and I'm not sure if we can charge the state or local
You can,
governments.
then they,
We can charge them to use our spaces for voting.
I mean, they have to come with the insurance for sure.
Yeah, but I'm assuming that the state has its insurance that covers those types of events. They can bring
And
that.
I will be impressed if you get retro.
Right. I don't think that, to be honest with you, Board Member Aspis, with other public entities, just like the schools, they come, larger organizations already come with those types of policies. Where we're running into pushback is smaller groups, dance groups, that will come in and want to use the gym with 300 people. They're not established, like say, for example, the Boys and Girls Club, which is a large established organization. They're familiar with these types of requirements. Those larger or established organizations come with their policies that meet those requirements. It's, again, these kind of smaller groups that aren't as established as its own entity that find these insurance requirements a surprise, and yet for the amount of people they bring to our facilities, the risk of something happening or damage to our buildings increases. And the question is, should we still hold those groups accountable for protecting our buildings if our own insurance will not protect us?
Well, and if that's the case, and we have a waiver, then we also need to have solid language in that agreement that says they've opted not to get insurance, any damage that they cause, they're gonna have to pay for.
And he's getting a.
Yes, okay. I don't know what she said.
So do you have like a data list of the type,
Right here,
like information about what facility types are used?
right here. It's on there, on the website.
Or what's commonly asked for with facility use?
The answer is gyms and fields.
Right there.
Gyms, fields.
So what I understand is
Cafeterias.
Mr. Anthony is gonna come with some edits and then we can discuss it. Can we
And so
move
these are
on
the
from
ones
this
that are
one?
student
I'm
sponsored
gonna call,
events. Can you do put together something and
To be honest with you, I don't know if I have any recommendation for edits. And I'll just be straight with you. I think that knowing that for non-school sponsored events, it is in our best interest to have a policy that requires that people who rent our facilities purchase insurance to cover any of the damage that they cause. And that, yes, is a barrier of entry to using our facilities. However, for, amounts of people 100 and over or 75 and over, that covers us.
We are getting into weeds and we really need to move forward. Can we do that?
Yeah, my
You don't
My-
tell me.
My recommendation, I mean, because we are gonna go into those things, I guess to Ms. Aspis's point, that I didn't think about the voting aspect of it.
True.
So,
And
Is
for
there
a
any-
long time, the lighting was poor, anybody could have fell. There's no handicap access, really, no railing. And yet,
I have a
Usually
question.
during the flood,
yeah,
they couldn't even move.
If we grant the superintendent authorization for a waiver, and he gives that, what liability then are we exposed to?
none.
Well, that's the issue.
It
We
would
are
be
still
his-
exposed
it would
to,
be-
we are exposed to liability, but that's why you would also need a provision in that contract that requires if they request waiver and they get it, then any damage they create, they are strictly liable for.
Well, what if somebody, like Christina says, what if somebody comes in there and falls and then sues the school district?
And from that standpoint, the language you would put in that contract is you're accepting the conditions of this facility as is, and you are accepting the liability and risk of using the facility.
I can see lawyers, Jermaine,
No, I know.
trying to work around that.
No, you're absolutely right, but if the request from our staff is to have a waiver,
I think in there too, the arbitration part of it.
right,
There is, there's
I think that's
indemnification.
That they don't seek lawyers, because if they had the money to go seek lawyers, they should be having their arbitration over
right,
there in
yeah.
Farmington.
So in answer to your question, we can mitigate risk, but there's gonna be risk if they don't have their own policy.
And I guess where the board would come in is what risks are we willing to take? Because I saw on here with the school sponsored events or the powwows and so forth, but what is the non-student or non-school sponsored events? What does that look like aside from voting?
Basketball tournaments,
That rugby,
club sports.
clubs.
KYA.
There's lots of large organizations that are coming in and using our services, especially for sports facilities, community gatherings not associated with the school.
What's a community gathering?
Community
Funeral, weddings.
chapter house, any chapter
Oh,
house,
yeah, the public hearings.
public hearings, yes.
So that's where we would have to figure out what kind of risk we're willing to take.
My concern is that we don't leave our superintendent liable or hanging out
Yeah.
because he authorized a waiver.
Right,
Because you don't know.
because it would fall on him.
She said, doesn't follow me.
If the board policy is changed, if he does it on his own, then he's against board policy right now. That's my point about having him doing it without changing policy. If policy gives him that authority, then he's acting within the scope of his employment and he would be
The
covered.
policy does give you the authority, the current one.
I didn't hear that.
I saw this form, it says 1 million.
I
Where are you
heard him
getting the
say
10
that-
million? You gotta
It's-
look.
My understanding of board policy is that only in the absence of a board policy is the superintendent allowed to make decisions.
No, that is,
If you look further down, I think it's on there, Mr. So, it shows 10 million, that million is just for liability for
I think it-
personal injury.
I think it just changed too, because all our debarment suspensions of
The million is, that was
dismissal
pretty good.
requires 10
You're
million.
doing good. I don't see it.
That came up recently with, even with Navajo Nation.
It's a
There was a
very
lot of
vague
complaints.
policy, 10 million, I think we need to just, we're doing our job to decipher If they're not using the whole facility, they're just using this, then we're making our, as we approve these, and we're working with the principals. And so we're just following, we're just checking the list, we're just going through it. When it's a big event like that, and they gotta have that, we give them, that's why we ask them for at least, plan this as far out as ahead, because we don't wanna turn anybody down because of some technicality.
Well, you know, we keep saying that the schools are the hub.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we've stated many times the poverty level. And I would think, you know, the insurance would somehow fit that in. And I'm just wondering, you know, how Amish communities do this.
Oh, no,
Well,
we're not.
I'm pretty green, and if I could ask a question is,
Have their own school.
like we have the community parks in Kirtland that we don't try, we just leave the gates open and it's a community park. And it's there, it's open, don't sign nothing, there, it's open. So,
Well, I think we can trust you all to
yes.
update this policy and figure out what a happy median is, and to establish what is a non-student related event.
Function.
Steve, who do you want me to work with on revising this policy?
Who typically would you work with? I mean, just Rodney?
I would work with Rodney, I would work with finance.
Does that fall under operations or is that finance?
It just moved
Yeah.
over.
As a facility coordinator, I would approve it as a facility. The site facility, the principal is the one that usually gets it initiated if it's a function for that school. So you have the principal involved, and then
And Peter
and
then.
then Mr. Deswood would be involved, and then the facility, as far as the facilities, as far as maintenance, and then it would go to finance. But then now overseeing the operations department, now as the operations were involved, the finances, and so I sign off on it, Mr. Sedania signs off on it, and then it goes through up to Mr. Carlson. Once the principal, the director of the facilities and operations, and then the finance, and make sure everything's covered, and then it goes for final approval, and then by that point, everything, it's all in order. So I would be willing to work with Ms. Chappelle, with Mr. Zatani on it.
I think,
Yeah,
However,
I'm gonna throw Peter in there, sir.
All right, so for KYA, what do you guys charge them? Do you require them to have a policy?
It's all based on it's a form that's been around forever, and it's
Well,
like
those
$30 an hour
are-
for, if it's a football field, a grass field here, it's $30 an hour. There's just a base form for a field. There's a base form for a basketball auxiliary gym. There's a base form for the pit at Shiprock. There's a form for Kirtland Central Bronco. They're different, they're a little elevated. If you're using the cafeteria, this is a price. If you're using a classroom, there's a price. If you're using a computer lab, there's a price. It's on a form by hour. So they can rent it for an hour, or they can rent it not for multiple weeks, but they can multiple hours or up to days. And that's all on that form.
But the insurance requirement is found, I think it looks like you might have pulled up the document. It tells you what types of events or building uses we will not accept a waiver, we still require insurance. So that is in place. Just given our conversation, I recommend that we uphold our board policy that we require based on the information that is public, that we hold any groups renting buildings that meet that qualification to the requirement for insurance, that we require them to come with a $10 million policy. What I would say though is that you as a board will likely have a lot of people complaining or upset due to this change, but at the end of the day, this is the board policy, and as soon as I caught it, again, our job is to make sure that board policies are being followed, so.
I think I'd like more research into it, because if what you're stating, then we'll have to tell the senior lock-in club for the graduation, because technically they've graduated, no longer a student.
Yes,
for the-
in project graduation, they come with an insurance policy. Yeah, and again, these more established groups are familiar with these types. And I can review the project graduation because that application came in a while back. But that they came with an insurance policy.
It doesn't, it just says proof of insurance. It doesn't really, it doesn't specify.
That's why we're updating our forms.
Oh, okay.
So where's board policy? I've been
We
looking
have
through it.
to,
Board policy, it's under community relations, section K of the board policy manual. If you scroll all the way down to facilities, I can tell you what page it is.
It's KU 1661, it's page 29.
Community use of school facilities, starting on page 25 of 50. Leasing.
Yeah, 29 is where the, and 30 are where they list the things, places you can.
Event restrictions, rules and regulations, insurance requirements. Insurance requirements is on page 30 of 50, 3 paragraphs up. It states an event sponsor may substitute liability insurance of at least $1 million for bodily injury and $10 million for property damage for the requirement that each participant sign the waiver form. A certificate of insurance showing proof of insurance must be provided to the superintendent or his designee for insurance to be a valid substitute for the waiver and release a requirement provided above.
Oh, so it does allow for it.
Yes, but there are some instances where we don't want to do a waiver. The waiver has indemnification language, but it's a form that every single child mother has to sign. But when you have events of 100+ people, the idea that we're expecting each one of those individuals, 300 people, as soon as they walk in the door, that they're signing this waiver, even though the onus is on the applicant to do that, we just don't want to take those risks with larger events, which is why that you see that established where a waiver is not accepted, only proof of insurance is accepted.
So, well, and that's a whole nother sticky wicket. Just proof of insurance doesn't tell you much if it doesn't extend to that event.
Well, we look for that and confirm for that. So there's requirements that we are named as a part of that event. There's other requirements with regards to any vehicles that the district is named. So there's more details in there. But this is the main sticking point for people because you're telling me I have to get a $10 million and it's going to cost me $1,500. Well, if you have an event of 300-400 people. Yes, we need to make sure that the facility you're renting is covered because our insurance doesn't cover it.
And just to close this up, to wrap it, is that the Palms and Associates are the ones that are saying that, hey, we did the evaluations of your facilities. In the last evaluation, not shitty, it isn't worth. I'm giving you a $10 million when that facility came in at $6.5 million. That was the pushback that Palms was giving. That they're assessing these facilities and they want to know how we're getting it's just policy. It is our policy. We're just adhering to it. But that was the pushback from Palms saying, well, that building is only worth this, where they're saying they were doing that assessment.
And I have to expand on that, sorry, because the Palms and the insurance adjuster that I spoke with was kind of surprised because the information that Palms was coming at me with, well, your building's only valued at 600. That's the taxable value. The replacement value is well over 10,000. And I'm concerned that a person that helps us is an intermediary between our insurance company and our school is basically telling us and advocating for a dance group to say, well, your insurance already covers it, and your building is only valued at $6 million, and I'm having to email her back and say, I'm sorry, that's the taxable value, which is different than the replacement value. So the policy still stands.
so can the group
Yes.
research all that
Yes,
stuff
ma'am.
and get,
Yes.
more
And
information.
the only other thing I want to say about this particular policy is this is a New Mexico school board policy. It's one of the ones that that they give us. So I would also like to circle back
Okay.
with Daniel Castile because he's the one who kind of handles that for the New Mexico Board
Okay.
Association, so that we have all of the folks that we need to include in the conversation.
I have one more policy.
Okay.
Good. Yay, we get to move on to another policy.
Another policy.
Yay,
This one should be quick. So we're going to be bringing to the board. Oh, you have one more too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to break it up and go next, and then I can go?
Yeah, so I know I overheard President Husky mention about the artificial intelligence policy. Actually, we've been working with regional education services or cooperative services with that. I'd like to update the I-6400. It's under use of technology resources in instruction.
Can you say that again? Policy I.
6400.
Thank you.
So it's currently, we don't have anything in that regards of AI use in schools, but it will fall under the technology resources.
And then do we have policy with social media and the student use of social media with the, I guess, bullying and all that stuff, how it encompasses how social media is being utilized right now?
That will be.
Okay, that would be in it, okay, good. Cause
Don't forget faculty use. Remember we had some issues with staff. I should say if it's faculty, I should say staff.
because I know of a situation last year where there was a fight during school, and it was recorded by a student, and that student showed other students, or the video was passed around or something, and then the principal took the phone and they viewed the video, and I know that the parent was really upset because they said that the phone was taken from the student without notifying the parents, and that there was those things, interrogating the student without the parent present or anything like that. So I think if we don't have anything in policy, we should have something in policy to protect, to safeguard our, not just the principal staff, but also our students. I mean, there should be, if there isn't policy, there should be something standing that protects all parties.
Right, and particularly for student, I'm not sure with staff. I think that incidents also falls under anti-bullying and harassment for students. So that social media and technology use under that category will be part of.
And is that something that you are working on already, or do you?
Oh, not with social media, but for artificial intelligence and technology use. But we can take a look at how cross-reference the two. I'm not sure we're not working on the social media.
Yeah, I think just to keep up with the times, we need to look at all those things. I think some of the situations that are coming up are with social media, with anything that pertains to that, I would say, to start looking at those policies or develop policies to protect the district. And then in the board side, it's not policy, but there's been some, I know that in the past, we as boards tell superintendent what we want on the agenda, and sometimes it's right, most of the time it's right, sometimes it's not what we wanted, but I would like to have develop a policy when we're submitting, wanting to put things on the agenda, what we're looking for, so everybody's on the same page. And so it's not a guessing game where superintendent has to follow up and say, is this what it was, or getting the wrong information and it drags on. So as a board, I would like to develop that policy to have something in place where when we're requesting that, we make it, we put it in writing what we want so that there's no question of if that's on target or not. Secondly, in terms of the audit, I know that board members have traveled to events and I would like to make sure that if we're traveling, like myself, when I went to Twin Arrows, I wasn't on school board, but if I were, then there has to be a policy where I think that with safeguarding audit purposes, if I'm traveling, we have to make sure that it's approved by the board, 1. 2, that so that there's transparency there on who's traveling. And then if we're using district vehicles, there has to be a requirement that we're adhering to the per diem policies and so forth. So to develop that policy. Is there anything else on board members to propose?
I'm trying to capture what you just said. Can you check me?
Yes.
Are you talking about all board members or just, this is sour.
Okay, so I didn't go with anybody when I went to Twin Arrows for the awards. But if I did, if I went with the staff, and that should be approved by superintendent and the board, because then I am a liability if I'm doing that travel without your knowledge and something happens to me, then I'm creating liability. And I want to make sure that we're adhering to per diem and to.
Finish your comment.
Go ahead. Oh, I was writing.
Go ahead and finish and then I'll.
I know that's where I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, because the word that keeps coming to mind is being transparent with one another about what we're doing and how we're expending our resources. And so I don't want us to be, again, I don't want the board to be working in silos. I want all of us to be aware of what we're doing. It's can be, it could be something that could be perceived as what's the word I'm looking for? It could be counteractive if we're working on things.
Counterproductive.
And it could be, yeah, and those relations. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. And then I've heard, saying, I didn't know about this or I didn't know about that, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So, and then just to safeguard the district, if we're doing things like that, we need to know, not only are we expending resources, are we following the travel policies? Are we following policies in regards to per diem? Are we following, all those things need to be checkmarked so that we know. Because we have these trips that come up, and how much is happening without one another knowing.
So I don't know if it's a matter of getting it approved by the board or just informing the board.
It could be, yeah. I mean, I guess that would be what it would be,
That would
informing one
be,
another.
that would be more applicable to at least inform the board, and let's say in your case, if your objective was to go in your capacity as a board member to represent down in Flagstaff, well, that's one thing. If you're invited as Ms. Haskey The community member, that's another thing. So, in my humble opinion, I think it's just a matter of informing, and especially if that's the case, and if you're gonna go down and represent, well, then obviously all the processes, procedures of the per diem reimbursement should be taking place. It needs to be submitted in a timely manner, it needs to be approved by the superintendent, so that way that those costs can be covered by the individual. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it was Miss Aspis. Let's just say in Albuquerque, someone asked the board member from Navajo to represent the school district, and she went. Well, just inform the board, let the superintendent know, fill out the proper documentation, and we're good, because we do not, absolutely do not want any after the fact, especially with the board, because that does not look good.
Yeah.
And that just shows that we're taken advantage of just because of our position.
Yeah, and I don't want to appear disjointed either.
Oh, no.
When we're at board meetings, I mean, I think it's really good practice to inform one another of these things, and if we have a policy in place that we adhere to, then we're all on the same page. Because in light of all the things that are going, I mean, there's a lot of things that are happening at the same time, and I don't want to appear like we're not sharing that information with one another.
Well, as an example, I have a personal one, and that had to do with the Region 1 meeting. I got asked if I was gonna go, I said no, and then a few days before, I asked Sharon, is it too late? She goes, it's too late. I was like, okay, well then, forget it. I won't even make the request or submit it, because it was already past the deadline and things that had already been submitted, so there's no reason for me to say, okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have to be reasonable with ourselves and our position and the expectations of the district to support or not support.
Exactly.
And again, to certainly separate the personal from the elected position.
Yeah.
And for me, I think everything's been out in the, I don't wonder where board members are. I think we've all gotten to know when conferences are taking place, and there has been some new additional ones, but I'm always happy that somebody is going because there's a need. And but yeah, I mean, to me it seems like it's already. And then, especially to prepare for it, Sharon, I don't know if it's just to me or, but I know to the rest of us, she are in talking in Georgia, that she mentioned that it's you guys and Matt that are here. And she came a day later, but I think everything is out in where we know.
Because I think in the past, I heard this is like coming up like, I wish I had known about this. And maybe that's another process we can also have, like some of those events. Because I think sometimes I appreciate the emails from Sharon about the big events, like the conferences, the things that require payments, and sometimes it is after the fact, but if we have a policy that, hey, I'm gonna be going to this, and then maybe another board member is, is gonna come with me or has that option, just putting it out there to the board. It's those things, and then where it's not shock during a board meeting saying, hey, I went to this event, and it's like, what? I didn't know about that event.
The other one is, I went down to the community schools conference in Albuquerque, but before I prefaced my conversation with people that were in attendance, I told them, I said, I'm not here as a board member, I'm here as a community member with an education in the subject matter that we're going to discuss, but I can't speak from my experience as a board member. But it had nothing to do with me being a board member at that time. Now, in respects to informing people, let's say you get a notice, right? Board member Tori would like you to represent the board at A, B, C, and D, or whatever it may be, and then send out an email, and do not respond to email.
Yeah.
If anybody else is interested, I will forward the information, and then certainly we can submit that to the superintendent, because then that way at least we inform everybody and everybody's aware.
Yeah, but if we're gonna be traveling using per diem, just be aware, like, there has to be, processes.
Absolutely.
So, because we talked about limiting our travel X amount of times per year to save cost savings too.
I will
So-
say that certainly there would be a caveat to that.
Yeah,
And if there could be, and I'm gonna say this out loud and in public, there is a possibility of very high-level meetings in Washington.
and we did talk about
Yeah,
that.
but we need to make sure we dot our i's, cross the t's, and I didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves to say this is what we're
And that's
gonna do,
kind
because
of,
we don't know.
that's another reason why we're having, that we're talking about this, because when we're having those high-level meetings, and they might just come up, but we just have to make sure that we're following. I think when we're talking about limitation on travel, it's not necessarily our New Mexico School Board Association, the training and all the training opportunities that we get. It would be aside from that, like on top of that. And when we're going to do our big trips, federal type of things, I think that's when we really have to follow those policies.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Well, that's why I keep asking, and I know Sharon has been here the longest to know that I've been asking, we should just get an RV.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So I was trying to track what you guys were saying, both of you, and condense it. Initially, you said board approval. That would be really hard since you guys
Yeah.
only meet monthly.
Gary brought up the point of just doing the email. That would be fine.
So
That would
that's
be
why
the
I changed it to
notification
disclosure.
Yes, disclosure. That would be good.
And then the other, so can you guys just read that, or do you want me to read it out loud? Just, make sure I caught what you said. And then the last point that I think I'm hearing too, just putting everything together, is when we share event participation like that, even like the community schools event you went to, even though you didn't go as a board member, that is like diamond information. And if we're like creating that synergy and we can all learn together based on, the participation.
I think it'd be really good. I mean, I would be happy to share that information too, just to make sure, just the disclosure part. So if, we don't know what other board members' schedule allows, but I'm certain that all of us could have takeaways from all these opportunities.
Certainly anything that would help to improve the education of our students and the educational outcomes for our students would be applicable. I mean, it could be something in regards to child safety, it could be something for social and mental well-being. But as long as it's pertinent information, we bring it back to the board, give it to the superintendent, and let him have that consideration, because again, it's one of those things that can't tell him what to do and how to do it.
Right.
But certainly provide the opportunity for that to occur.
What about the mayor's ball?
You
Can I go?
could put that out there. I mean,
We have before.
I think we have had that before.
We didn't go this last year because they were out of tables, but yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't have a sponsor.
I have, no,
Oh, I thought you were.
No, I have one more.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yours, that's right. Go ahead.
Is that, are we ready to
Yes,
move on?
no,
Yes.
go ahead.
Oh, okay, or,
Actually, I wanted to add one more to my list. It's actually in response to SB 11, anti-distraction in classrooms. That goes with technology use inside the classroom as well. So there should be a district policy that will be implemented in that regards by
Does this
August
cover
1st.
it, my description here?
Is
Yeah.
that gonna be part of it?
I think that will be
Can you
I-64, but yeah.
Artificial intelligence and related technology use in schools?
Yes, we need to update our, adopt a policy on artificial intelligence, but also a policy that will respond to SB 11, which is the anti-disruption policy. In
I
schools.
know that NEA did put out a handbook on suggested school board policies. I don't know if Steve brought that back from last year in New Orleans. Did you happen to pick that one up?
I don't think so.
You know?
So, anti-distraction policies?
No, AI.
Is that what
Yeah.
you said? You said anti-distraction? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Denver has a policy that was worked on
Meaning what?
with some people with REC.
Phones?
Phones.
We do have a pretty good one. He's got.
Yeah, again, they do a lot of that work at a time for districts to look at and then make it applicable to
Yeah.
the location.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty.
Yeah, but we're the ones that,
Yeah.
we still decide whether or not that's gonna go.
Yeah, we're gonna talk, there was a change in law, so we're gonna talk about that, and then yes.
Because I'm more for pro phone.
It's that, did that pass?
I think it did. Okay.
And then is tobacco the same as mountain smoke?
No.
No, I think we specified that,
So
that
ceremonial?
it's gonna be separate. I mean, that this is only tobacco, yeah. It only is, and maybe that needs to be specified in those policies not to include mountain smoke.
That's the last.
That's it? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, so the last one that we're gonna be bringing to the board is regarding inventory. So one of the things that I have identified is that we have over 40,000 line items of inventory. That's not where we want to be at. We have items all the way back, like for example, this is the example I keep using, like from 1985, a basketball goal for $300 and something that is still on our books. Okay, so one of the things that we're looking to do is update our policies so that they are consistent with the state. And those state minimums are $5,000. Our current policy is $1,000. And I believe that maybe there was a decision in the past where we wanted to move it down to $1,000 for various reasons. I will be coming back and requesting from the board that we have it updated consistent with the board policies. This will make finance's job a lot easier to manage our inventory and be able to get a lot of this automatically off the books. So we're going to compare our policies to other like for example, Los Lunas has done a really good job, and we're going to take a look at their policies and maybe give us some freedom to be able to remove things off the list, and then we're going to be vamping up our inventory for next year.
And since that policy comes from New Mexico School Board Association, can we loop in Daniel Castillo as well? Because he's the one who kind of gives us those uniform policies.
From who?
Daniel Castillo?
What happens to this stuff when you
Just take the copper from it.
There should have been, it should have.
if we have that much
treated
stuff on
enough.
our if we have that much stuff on our book?
They probably don't even exist.
They probably are gone. They should.
Yeah, so say for example, we raise our limits, there's stuff already with our existing limits that we should be able just to wipe off and
Okay,
still be in compliant with the law.
educate me here.
Yeah,
Raise your limit for what? What are you talking about?
right
The
now,
value of it?
right now, the board requires that anything for $1,000 or more has to be inventory.
As
So you
opposed
can
to-
imagine with inflation, the number of products we're now having to inventory and classify under our inventory system. that typically would not have to be inventory. Tagged.
Okay.
Does that make
alright.
sense?
Tagged, yeah.
So like, in a small order, a $500 order for a teacher at Sam's Club doesn't need to come, it should come through our inventory warehouse over here. And if the PO is for less than $1,000, we don't have to worry about it. We push it off to the schools, we make sure we got what we ordered, it moves on. Anything that's $1,000 or over requires a whole different involvement. Yes.
I'm with you. I understand now.
So we want to raise that amount. It's going to relieve what I consider undue burden on our department to manage our resources.
Don't some of you do this though? This one may be like maybe 700, and this one's 200.
We do.
Computers
These tables are only like 50 bucks.
Yeah, what's that?
And these tables are only like 50 bucks.
Right. Yes.
Well,
Well, not
replacement value.
not anymore.
Replacement value.
Yeah, not anymore. So there is depreciation so those items that the board requires to be tagged, we are also accounting for depreciation over time. So again, this is about, do we really want to be tagging
No.
$1,000 items, or do we want to move to what the state's requirements are, which is like
Or
$5,000?
then this one's 999, and then this is the rest of your cost.
No, it's only the single item, just one item.
Right, I mean,
Yeah.
but to not have it tagged, then you say this one was the extra cost and this one was 999.
No, that's not how it works.
You would still tag the computers.
Yes,
For
we still
inventory
tag the
purposes and
computers
cost.
for tracking
I
system,
know that
like
because
for
I-
students, for maintenance, yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely, yes.
So
I have a question on this topic.
Because is it not gonna cost things to
No,
knock off?
I get all the questions.
Is it not gonna cost things to?
You got all the answers.
I got all the answers. Yes.
So do we have a ton of things that need to be sold because we no longer use them?
Yes.
How
Yes.
updated are we
Yes.
on that? Do we have like warehouses and rooms full of stuff
Full
that
of
we don't
junk.
even use?
Yes, but the unfortunate part about a public entity is that there are a lot of protocol to actually sell an
Yes,
item.
let's get on it.
I did the inventory for a couple of years, and when you go through these buildings, there's stuff in these buildings, not just in one location, but throughout the entire district, that were dated all the way back in the 70s.
Yes, that's why we have
So,
40,000.
and they would tag them. So guess what? It's on a list. So guess what? You had to inventory it. So guess what? It has to be cataloged. So guess what? Comptroller has to recognize it.
Right.
We're getting ready to
Threshold is
revamp our
$5,000.
whole inventory process.
Absolutely, it needs to be revamped.
Leander, why don't you stand up?
Well, I just wanted to say that
For the computers.
basically through like we have in technology we have like maybe 20-25 years of devices that are still hanging around. However, it's so hard to, not hard, but because we have to follow the disposal process through the state, and we have to figure out which funds were used to purchase those, because number one, if it is federal, if we dispose them and auction them and somebody, get it or eventually profited from it, we need to send it back to the federal government.
Yeah, we don't get to keep the money.
Can we just put it on eBay?
Right.
Okay.
See, that's where this is why some businesses would rather just like, for example, throw away food
Would it be the
at the end of the
iPods?
day versus go through all the paperwork as if they were to donate it
I don't want
to
us to
a
be a
shelter.
hoarder.
In the same way, we don't necessarily get to keep the money. It's a lot of work on our end to dispose of those assets. The state gets involved. There's a lot of research involved. So.
The other hand, it also costs to store it and
Yes.
all of
Taking
that
up
and
space.
maintain the space to store it. So we have pros and
So where's our
cons.
district junkyard? Where do we haul? Where do we house all
Come to the
this?
central office, I can show you a couple of.
It works great with the finance and the maintenance as well, because once we've accounted for a big asset, like say we bought a big rooftop unit, and it's already inventoried under the assets, but then the compressor goes out, and now the compressor's $1,500, now that's gotta be tagged and it's already part of a system, so it's like, we still track it, but it's part of another system. So if we have the roof as an asset and then the units as an asset, so his team has really got it all dialed down to what we track it all. Anything that we purchase over that goes through the warehouse, and they help us track it. But then when it comes to the disposal end of it, that's where everybody kind of catches, that's where the snags are. And I think raising that's gonna help us tremendously. It'll help us control our inventory, be able to get rid of what we're not using, obsolete items. They're always saying there's that one thing running in Newcomb Elementary, it's that one toilet flush valve, and like we've been holding on to it since 1984. But
It don't fit
that's
any
just,
toilet.
it don't fit anything. It's like when I think we were doing roofing, we still have the roofing systems, you know. That stuff is stuff we have got to quit hoarding, and this will help control that.
Well, see, the other thing about that too is when you're talking like the Esser's Fund, even the equipment that were purchased, that were high dollar equipment. Again, people don't realize, and this was my biggest bugaboos when we were doing that inventory. Somebody would be in an office, items would be purchased, and then they take it with them. Well, that's mine, I'm moving. No, it's not. It belongs to the district. It's part of that room. It's part of that office. Or it's bought from for a department in a specific area, and then people start parsing them out. Well, when inventory comes to federal government, they want to know that that equipment is sitting in that room for that purpose that it was intended to be purchased for, and it's not to be disseminated to people who just want to come and pick it up. Like an Interite board, or anything of high value that is purchased through the Esser's Fund or any other grant. You have to account for every penny in that location for its purpose and intent. Just can't be going and picking it up and moving it to another location.
So just to follow up, we will be providing solutions. We will be coming back with a recommendation, and it will be well thought out to really help us better manage our assets in the district.
Perfect. Anybody else?
If you park that truck right alongside the road,
Yeah.
you'll have it stripped down and
It would almost be better for it to get stolen than us to go through the process. That's off the record. But no, I mean, it just goes to the point.
That thing is off the record.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know.
You can actually
But I'm just saying that it's just because of the amount of paperwork and red tape you have to go through to distribute your, dispose of your assets in a public entity.
For public information,
Yeah.
we're not leaving the
We need a
vehicles
check valve
outside
at the moment.
Yeah.
Check valve. Oh, it's over there. So,
Need a delay.
okay,
Any more policies?
any, superintendent, any policies? Superintendent?
No.
You said he wanted to
I'll go
pause it to
through.
make the meeting shorter.
Mr. Deswood, any policies?
I already sent the two out. I also checked the principals and already responded, so those are the two main ones.
Okay.
I also have that.
Rodney?
I'm piggybacking off of the policies that Mr. Satania brought up. That all goes hand in hand with operations, and so we've already been in contact, and I'm aware of the direction we're heading with that, so them are the ones I'm pushing.
Okay. Joel?
You got a whole book?
Just the book.
Yeah, that book. Nothing else? Okay, that's enough. Leandra?
Can I have 10 more? I'm good, thank you.
Jared?
But Madam President, so I just want to see if we can amend changing the regular meetings from Tuesdays to Thursdays, just because of the agenda. Sharon and I are working on weekends to get something published, and in that time to only, when people come back to the office on Monday, they see the agenda and they have reports for the Tuesday. So I suggest Thursday just to follow the 72-hour policy with posting an agenda. Folks will see that Monday evening, and they still have time. I believe you'll have better student outcomes because of that, because reports are prepared prior so that you guys can review ahead of time for the meetings on Thursdays instead of Tuesdays. So
Thursday to Thursday?
Thursday, yeah. So
Okay.
work session will still be second Thursday, and then the regular school board meeting instead of this
Tuesday.
third Tuesday, it would be
Be
the
the
third
third
Thursday.
Thursday. That actually makes sense.
And then I think my proposal for that was we really need to continue working on strategic planning. I mean, this is one day we've spent half of the morning just on item B. And we're barely to policies, and there's a lot more that we need to do. So my recommendation is on Tuesday to really just focus on strategic planning. Thursday, to really just focus on strategic planning in regards to these issues, because we really need to prioritize our strategic planning. One, to help evaluate our superintendent. Two, to allow our directors to get the guidance they need from our superintendent. And all of that comes from strategic planning. The strategic planning is like so important, but yet we're finally picking up little pieces here and there. And I know that we already have those times for work session and regular board meetings already carved out. And I really want one of those days to really just focus on strategic planning, to allow us to do the policies, to update the policies. Then we can adopt at the regular board meeting, we can just do the consent agenda to adopt the policies. But that's my recommendation, because it's really hard. I know everybody's schedule is already packed, that it's really hard to find time to do retreats. Everybody is really super busy, and I don't want to take away from everybody's busy schedule to throw in another board retreat and another board retreat here and there. But I think the strategic plan is so important that I think we need to dedicate at least one day that we are already going to be here to the strategic plan, that we need to update each item as we go on. And that's where my proposal to do in like this. I mean, I know that we have plenty of more conversations that we need to have. And but in order to make the improvements that we need to make, we have to dedicate the time to it. Thoughts?
When it comes to those meetings, I mean, again, we need to make sure that whatever we're asking is done in a timely manner, so that way there are no delays, there are no push-outs of time, that we follow that rule of 72 hours.
Yeah. And
that, quite frankly, in my humble opinion, that we review, because I always make a concerted effort to go through the agenda, look at it, read it. If I have any questions, the superintendent is generally pretty open to asking, unless it's something that, if it's a clarification of understanding, or if something needs to be brought up, then I'll bring it up during the meeting. However, certainly for the sake and the consumption of what we're doing to provide that information to the constituencies of the district, we need to do our due diligence with their time, as well as our time, to be efficient and effective as well.
And I think that's where Superintendent and I had a conversation in regards to putting, if we can make sure that everything, all the reports or all the presentations that are on the agenda are directly linked to our website. I know even for myself, it's easier to get to the website, and for older folks, it's harder to jump around from board docs to a different platform to get to the agenda. So if all those things can be put online so our audience can follow along at the same time, have the information that we have, then they can follow along, and we can streamline those things better. And it's about transparency, what we keep hearing about being really open with our community. So that would be my recommendation, that we continue to move forward, but having that more structure is what I'm hearing from Mr. Montoya, but also making it easier for our public, making it easier for our stakeholders to follow along, and having that information more readily available. Any other thoughts?
I'd like to suggest, what if we go back to what our policy reads when it comes to agenda? I think if we follow that format that's laid out there, it would make our meetings much more efficient, because right now the way we're doing things is that really, it mixes in reports, action items with a bunch of other stuff. So here, what they have up front, and this will help clear a lot of stuff that's routine business, easy peasy, the simple stuff. Because if the thing is already in the packet, board members have had time to review, look at it. So all it does is we go back to the consent agenda, and there it has routine matters, consent agenda. So that's all the easy peasy stuff up front. That way we just take a vote up front and we're done. And then it jumps down to reports, then action items. So this is what our policy has. So it has consent agenda way up front, not at the bottom. And that would help save a lot of time by being more efficient. So this is the board policy, page 33 of 63.
More efficient or streamlined?
Efficient and effective.
Because that's where
What policy was it?
He said.
B 1700. Let's just go back to what that thing says right there.
So what you're saying is we're not following the policy?
Nope.
I'm just gonna put it up so everybody can see it.
Okay,
So-
I appreciate that, because mine says no match, that's from the board docs.
I have it.
Yeah, call to order, adoption agenda, approval of minutes, then routine matters, and that's where you flag all the stuff that should be listed as a consent agenda. And then you have reports, and that could be a report on the wheels on the bus, or the color, the yellow of the bus, or whatever. And then you jump into action items, which are not consent agenda, and then you jump into future business. So there, it's a conversation between the.
Did you find? No, I'm just kidding.
So that would be like the routine matters, like the stuff that's like fundraising requests or trip requests and all this other stuff that are the easy peasy stuff that requires approval.
So I know we see these things and as you put it, easy peasy, but
It's not on here.
the way that
It's B 1700.
I found it. I got it.
Oh,
I'm gonna put it
I
up.
think we should just move to that. That looks efficient right there.
the way that I would think to truly serve and be transparent is we see the agenda already, yes, but then the community, when they get on or when they're watching the meeting, that's when they're looking at these things and seeing for themselves, who's doing the trip requests and things like that, and what our students are doing. I think with somebody like Carmelita Lowe, I know before, she says, wow, she goes, I didn't even know, some of these things that the students attend, and I think for them, they get to see more, and our audience gets to see more. And as far as what was in policy, I don't recall anything ever being a template in there.
It's actually up. So what we would do is, to your point, remember last we could, it doesn't currently have anything like about students, so we could include that.
I think that's important because it's always a reminder about why we're here for the students.
And I did ask Steve before, and I think even yourself, Jared, because one of the sessions that I went to, they were talking about having, don't have your people having to go through these different, on the website. And when they get on there, they just see it. Board meeting, this day, the agenda, and they can click on it. And not having to manipulate their way through the site. I don't know if that's ever been done.
Yeah.
Because I'm in favor of moving the consent agenda up, because it's
Okay.
the stuff that's routine business. We don't need to be here till midnight just to take care of business of the district.
Yeah, and I also, if we do that, I think, if there's any reports in regards to students, it should go first. It would go
That would probably be after the
consent agenda. No?
If there's no discussion on the consent agenda,
Oh, that's true. But we have to be cognizant of school days and
how late the students
how
are
late
there.
the students are. Because our poor students were out, I think it was, the
10
last
10 o'clock,
report
9
was
o'clock.
at, 10 o'clock.
This
So-
one is just the regular meetings.
Yeah, this is
So,
regular meetings right
This is gonna be now on Thursday.
That's on the table, you guys, you haven't voted on that yet.
It's just preparing for the schedule for next school year. It's just something to consider.
And maybe,
I think it's a great idea.
maybe Sharon and I are working sooner, or with the board president, whoever is the board president next year, to work on it, not just waiting until the 72-hour, but before that. And expecting the paperwork to be in, all these things. If the documents are not there with the supporting documents with the things that we're putting on the agenda, then we don't have it on the agenda.
Yeah, because we're rushing through, because we gotta work, I have to work on the agenda for Tuesday on Friday
Yeah.
before, and it takes me a while to get everyone's documentation, and no one sends, sometimes they don't send me their documents or what they want on the agenda, so it's time consuming.
Yeah.
And then Jared and I are waiting, trying to get everything in posted on time, so we've been.
And so maybe the
72 hours.
deadline would be Thursday instead of Friday. Because then that's being,
Because I do see the effect, like, with our board meeting, when that stuff wasn't ready, it didn't have, we weren't in the board, we spent countless hours just going around, countless amount of time just trying to find out or figure out what this item was.
so if we can, maybe we just need to tweak like with the timeline of when items are gonna be at, and that's, I don't know if that's in the policy, where you have the deadline, how everybody, says 72 hours, maybe we need to move it up, to the day before, instead of doing the 72 hours.
I think Thursday's kind of like gonna be pushing it too, because once Monday comes around, we gotta get it posted.
Okay, Wednesday then. So then have
like
everything,
Tuesday or something.
have everything in by Tuesday. And if you don't have the supporting documents, and that could be a policy change, if you don't have the supporting documents with being on the agenda, then you can't be on the agenda.
Not only that, but if we move the regular meeting to Thursday, that anything submitted to be put on the agenda has to be posted and submitted by close of business on Monday, the Monday before.
Or Friday
Yeah.
before, and that's still kind of.
Say that again?
Or Friday
before.
The Friday before, so everything is there on Monday,
I
right?
would say Monday. Monday is more than 72 hours, and it gives the board
Is that
members
more than 72 hours?
more than enough time to review that information.
Then why move it if you're gonna keep to that same, I think, if you're gonna go to Thursday, then it would be 72 hours from Thursday.
Yes, exactly. See, so I was thinking maybe Tuesday's meeting, like Tuesday for work session, Tuesday for.
Yeah, maybe a week
legislative board
before,
meeting,
yeah. And then,
Tuesday?
Just as long as the reports, or at least the agenda is not posted on the weekend.
Yeah.
And then people are seeing it Monday, then you're going into the meeting on Tuesday. I think that's the issue, is that you're not giving enough
Time.
Of our team time to prepare a
Prepare.
report for you to review prior to the meeting.
Yeah.
So,
And we
does
can
it matter
do
if
that.
it's Tuesday or Thursday?
So
No, I think it's
Thursday,
just allowing for more time.
Thursday.
yeah, 72 hours from that Thursday back this way.
That's Monday.
It's Friday's already.
So then you wanna do it, you wanna get the stuff in on Friday.
From Thursday?
Thursday.
Tuesday, Monday.
So what's the deadline for Thursday?
Monday, so if
It'll
the
be-
meeting's at 5:30 on Thursday, the
5:30
deadline's
on Monday.
5:30 on Monday.
But it should be, even before that, it should be the week before,
Friday.
because we're not getting, what they're saying is, we're not giving them enough time to organize everything. So they're having to chase down documents, make sure everything's all set. So maybe internally, we move it another 24 hours back.
So that would be Friday.
That would be Friday, to make sure all the documents
Close
are
the
in.
business on Friday.
Yeah, close of business on that Friday.
That way she has
Then-
enough time on Monday.
Then you can organize, and then the strict policy, if the documents, supporting documents are not included, then leave them off the agenda.
On Friday, close.
On Friday, close of business. Because if you're right, it's not fair that you're having to chase down documents. It's not fair when you have a room full of people waiting and you have people on the agenda and there's no supporting documentation. So, and then it's not fair for us because we're not able to review the material ahead of time also. So, and the public's not able to see this stuff either.
And then it's not fair as long as I've been on the board, Matt's been late. And so for somebody to want to change things on the agenda, I wouldn't even ask for that if I was continually late. But I think before, when I was setting up the agenda, I thought there was a time there that we said, administrators, you gotta do your part too, where that's it. That's it. No more changes, no more adding last minute. It's gonna have to be all of us.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it would be just the strict cutoff time.
That's why I said everything turned in to her on Friday, close the business. That way she has time to organize on Monday and then post it prior to the 72 hours prior. There will be no changes. And to the point of the comment of late, Mr. Wells asked me one day, how long do we wait for the board meeting? My opinion is 15 minutes. If we do not have a quorum within 15 minutes, it's over, because it does no good and it's disrespectful to the people who are sitting in there, who are going to provide these boards, to sit and wait the rest of the evening for board members to show up. To me, that's really disrespectful. And also, a prime example again today is I had to leave. I came in late. I didn't ask to be caught up on anything. I missed a block of 2 hours. I'm not asking to be caught up in anything. That's my bad. And so therefore we move on.
Right.
Disregard anybody saying, hey, what did you say? What did you cover? You missed it.
I guess if you're gonna add that in, then I'd like to say this. I have the same thoughts you did. We were the only two here and waiting 15 minutes. However, I had that, years ago. And the one that stopped me from doing anything was Sharon. Sharon's the one that said, what about the kids? What about their we gotta do the meeting, what about their trips? And that stopped me, and that continually stops me, because I think we need to be meeting as a board, and we need to get this done, so that, I know how you feel, but I just want to throw that out, that's how I feel.
I certainly would say to that point, though, it's a commitment as elected officials to make sure we're there on time so we get going, so we don't make them late. And whether it's two of us sitting here in person and the other 2 or 3 are online or call in some shape, form, or fashion, connect so we can get going.
Exactly.
As long as the quorum starts.
It's that simple.
If we could, this is my recommendation, just to be prepared to start right on time. I know it hasn't been your fault, because sometimes it's the connections with the things, but I would like to, in light of just improving processes, to start right at 5 o'clock, 5:30, right at that point. Because I think in most situations, we've been starting right in there.
Well, and that's the comment I made to Jared the other day. Make sure everything is good to go before.
Yeah.
Test everything before 5 o'clock. You're ready to go. Sitting up there, whether I have to fill in for you or anybody else, whoever's filling in, to say at 5:25 or 5:28. Do we have somebody online? We have 2 people here. You only need 3-4 quorum. At 5:30, you get started.
Yep. Because I know that at times we've had to situate, and it's 5:35, 5:40. So if we could just start, because our meetings naturally, especially with students, I don't want to waste our students' time, and their parents are here too. Their parents are here. And I want to be respectful of our directors. They sit here and they're tired, and I want to be respectful of their time too, because the next day they're here again. They're back at work. And I think just in light of all of those changes, I think just to be respectful of one another, to do those things, to make those changes, and to help one another make it more effective, to have those more effective meetings.
Certainly to be more professional again. We're asking them to be, we're trying to set an example for the students, and this is how you do it. You be punctual, you start on time, you respect their time, and you carry on in a professional manner.
Yeah.
Miss Lowe just shared that, the other night when we had Nash Chidi Newcomb and those principals, their report should have gone first because they got the furthest to drive, and so she wanted me to say that as well.
That's a really good point. I've always been pretty worried about the risk and the liability that we're creating when we send people this week.
Ms. Bitsui texted me and she said she made it home at like 1.
Same.
Yeah, same.
I didn't get home till 1:15.
Yeah. And I think that's the reason why, we have some committed stakeholders that will listen till the end.
Miss Timo, for example.
But there's
I'm always worried about her driving back.
I know. I drive back with her.
So again, and that falls on that professionalism. Make sure we start on time. Make sure we're cognizant of people's attendance.
And make sure we're
where
ready.
they're coming from, because we can make an easy adjustment. If somebody misses it, you have somebody coming up from Nash Chidi or Newcomb. Okay, we're going to adjust the agenda to put them first.
On this topic, we used to go to Nash Chidi and Newcomb.
And that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Well, I got asked that out in the hallway.
Yeah.
Well, how come you guys, and I said to some of the complaints that were lobbied about connectivity, power, I said,
We
if
stopped
you're in a
after
meeting.
COVID. We haven't been there since
No, I
before
understand that.
COVID.
Yeah,
I
but we had
understand that, but the point being is
the
that
brownout.
when you have those power outages, or when you have those loss of connectivity, I told her, I said, we'd like to go down to 11 now. And when you have those interruptions, you have to stop immediately. As soon as you find out, you gotta stop. I said, and sometimes it could take just a minute or 2, sometimes a little bit longer. But I said, we would love to get to that point where we're going back down.
Is connectivity that bad?
It is, so
In
at
Newcomb
times
still?
at Newcomb, that's what I was told, that there's
For a board
blackout.
meeting?
Well, remember last year we had to have a meeting there after the graduation? It was bad.
Yeah, it is,
The
because,
stakeholder
and maybe
meetings
that's
work okay.
another priority. Once we get those,
That fiber optic system
all
tied
the
into it.
equipment needed for that area, then we can move,
Right.
we can start moving around again. I
By
think
June.
that's another reason why we need the infrastructure there, so that we can move to those places.
Sacred wins, not so sacred.
They're very not sacred.
And they,
And NTUA never trust us again. Just saying.
they're already both on.
Also, if we followed the agenda format that's in policy, we would have taken care of all the stuff up front rather than wait to the end.
Well, we'll go off of this, but I wanna make sure that we have kids in there.
I added it.
Okay,
The bullets.
and then instead of waiting, I also want to adopt the new structure to be respectful to Jared and Sharon's time about, the time
Sharon says she doesn't like it.
to put that in superintendent.
Well, that's not gonna work until the ones that are adding to the agenda are on time too.
Yeah, and that's superintendent.
You do have the ability on this agenda to make
Okay.
a motion and act on that if you want to.
After, before we finish, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so superintendent, the recommendation is that they're gonna get extra time. Sharon's gonna get an extra day, 2 days. To do the agenda, but the deadline for a Thursday meeting is to have everything in that Friday prior.
Close of business.
Close the business.
Close of business, and if the supporting documents are not included in that,
In her
by
queue.
5 o'clock, then they're taken off the agenda.
That
Because
can
there have
all
been-
of Monday.
Yeah, there have been
final
plenty of
agenda
times where I've
on
gone and
Monday.
looked for
Yes.
information, I can't find it.
The finalized agenda would be on Monday. So just to make sure that we're sticking to our policies, I mean, that has to be enforced.
Do you want me to state what you guys talked about
Yes.
so somebody can do a motion?
Yes.
And part of that too is because when she had that question a couple of meetings ago about changing the agenda in the queue for board docs, well, it wasn't a change, it was an addition of information into the system. And that can be read wrong by the general public. So it's important that, again, everything submitted by close of business on Friday. Gives her enough time to put everything together and then submit it by 5:30 on
Where would that?
Monday.
I have a question before I say it, before I read it all. Are we doing this going forward from now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, I
Not.
don't see any reason why to wait on this.
And
I think
also,
it's,
on the open meeting act resolution, we need to change that.
Yep, we'll have to change that.
Yeah.
We'll have to change the open meetings act.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was asking the
Okay.
question.
So
yeah.
there's the policy B 1400 that states that the Tuesdays meetings are on every third Tuesday. So that would have to be amended to
Okay,
say
amended.
Thursdays.
And
Same thing for open meetings.
okay,
What was that policy number, George?
B 1400.
And ask for lunch provided.
That's what Sassy says they want here.
No, for those two.
Sharon has an open PO.
Alright, so,
Madam President, I'm sorry, just real quick, I don't wanna throw a wrench at this, but the 2 days prior, doesn't that fall even before like the work session? So you're telling us to create an agenda on Wednesday?
I think with the not the work sessions,
Friday.
it's gonna be,
Friday before.
strategic planning. And I think in terms of strategic planning, that's gonna be all, just these things that we're working on. If it means developing policy, if it means updating, looking at legislative state, those things. I don't think, these things are really not gonna change based on our priority listing, so it's not gonna be like a regular agenda.
But we can still have the same deadlines the
Yes,
Friday
and we
before
can
that
do that.
Thursday meeting.
And it would, cause I hope that we would be able to tackle all these things so that we have a clear strategic plan in place that we're gonna follow, that we're gonna evaluate ourselves, that we're gonna evaluate the school district to see how that's working, and that's gonna be a continuous process. So I don't think it's not gonna be the same like a regular board meeting agenda where you're having all these support, the from all the different people that are putting in supporting documents. This is really gonna be the cabinet here working on developing a strategic plan that's going to take us forward.
So what I'm hearing for a potential motion is to change board policy B-1400 and policy B-1700, which is the agenda, to have a strategic planning / work session on the second Thursday? Is that what that is?
Work session on the second Thursday,
Okay.
regular meeting.
On the second Thursday, and then the regular meeting be on the third Thursday. Deadlines for agenda topic
Are gonna
submission
be Fridays,
and any supporting documents is Friday close of business
prior to the meetings.
prior to the Thursday meeting.
Okay, Friday. Okay. 2 meetings.
And so you guys can have that motion and vote on it.
Okay.
And then at the May meeting, I can make changes to the policy that you guys can also vote on.
Okay.
The May 2nd Thursday meeting.
Okay. All right.
And I think we're pretty much in consensus.
So just do a motion and a vote.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
On what
my
she
point
said.
is that it doesn't
Right
have to
now?
be reviewed 2 or 3
Okay.
times.
Alright, so maybe like on this part, you can do reports / action items. That way, if you have a action item that kind of does a report, we take a vote as soon as we're done talking, we
Okay.
move it on. Otherwise, we go back and forth like this with the way we're structured. So as soon as we talk about it, we're done, we move, we vote,
Okay.
we're
I
done.
got all that down on the agenda.
Okay,
so-
she has it down.
Got it.
Okay. All right,
Is there any difference in, I mean, just like a few months ago in, I think at the January or maybe, and then after that, we had another one which was concerning graduation. And then just this past one, we had graduation again. So how is that any different than asking for the same topic? For me, I just feel that, you know, if a board member wants additional or updates or, you know, they're free to ask
This doesn't
because,
change that.
because, you know, and it's probably not just for their sake, but for the community, especially and I always feel like, when I first came on, I used to get, because I didn't know, and I used to get bothered, and I would sit there because I didn't know, and I would feel stupid most of the time. But now, after, you know, the years, and now I'm more patient, more understanding, and think, okay, for some reason they feel the need to do this or ask for this. Who am I to judge or critique or say no? So that's why I don't say nothing. But I feel like, you know, that's really up to us board members, and in the end, it takes 5 of us to pass something or to deny something, and really neither of us are, you know, above or below each other, and so, but we're all trying, hopefully we're all trying to be here for our constituents. And I'm gonna have to leave. They're gonna have an Ashland Mike's meeting.
okay, let's do a quick, if I could get a motion in terms of the amendments to the 1400 and the 1700 regarding the meeting times and the things that Ms. Chappelle put up on the the deadlines, the changes that we're making. If I could get a motion for that. And can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
I'm gonna vote no because I don't like that within 15 minutes.
That's
I
not,
don't
that
think that was
wasn't been my
part of it.
motion.
That wasn't part of it.
Okay. Okay, as long as that's not there, because I feel like, again.
Those are just notes, my motion didn't see that, or the motion didn't see that.
I certainly, I know you guys travel from Winter Rock, I certainly don't want you guys driving unsafe. But if there's a way to get on the phone, that's best, but if that's in there, I'm
No, it's
gonna
not
say
in
no.
That's for next time for you guys to talk about more.
Okay,
Board
Yes.
Member Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Board Member So,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
So, it's 5:30.
Okay,
I know that Board Member Aspis needs to leave.
okay. I think we can wrap up.
Wrap up,
Yeah,
and just do
wrap
the
up
rest
and-
of the next one?
Yes, so the next work session after the board, and probably, it won't, work session / strategic planning. We will continue in regards to our, on this list, to update policies to tackle those. So, I would ask Superintendent and your cabinet to look at those policies. I think we've had a lot of conversation about the changes, AI, vaping, those things, and other things that might come up. If you could just have your team look at those things and make the recommendations, bring it to the next session, and then we can move from there to changing, updating, amending our policies to reflect the way the current environment is. But I appreciate all your time, I appreciate the input, I appreciate the dialogue and the suggestions, even though I was like, is he serious? So I thank you, all your input is really valuable, in developing something that's workable. So I appreciate it, thank you, and then I will adjourn this retreat, if I could get a motion to adjourn. Second?
I'll second.
Okay, Board Member Aspis?
yes.
Board Member Wells?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Oh.
And I vote yes. So, appreciation, thank you. And we adjourned at 5:31.